This has been a real honor, and it's powerful motivation. I've been working on a book project, and there is nothing that will get me motivated to do some work than knowing that I'm going to be standing in front of a bunch of people trying to explain what I've been learning. But before I dive into this, I want to point out that Sharon and I also host a program that's carried on the PTL network where we look at news from the world of science every week from a biblical perspective. And she's the one with the degree in science. I encourage you to check it out. We call it Sci Friday because we produce a new episode every Friday, and you'll find out very quickly why around the office Sharon is referred to as the smart one when talking about the Gilberts, and why my dad always said, "Son, you married up." So, also, we brought a bunch of these along. So this weekend, if you have an opportunity, grab this. It's a copy of the new Skywatch TV magazine, and this is my unbiased opinion, but this is the best magazine cover ever. So. What I want to talk about tonight, and again, this is for information I'm pulling together for a book with the working title, The Great Inception. And that title refers to a sci-fi movie from a few years back where technology was developed to plant false ideas and false memories into people's heads to get them to behave as though a lie is the truth. The Great Inception. The enemy has been doing this to us, a psychological operation, for about the last 6,000 years of human history. I want to focus tonight on Joshua's war against the giants, or as I call it, Yahweh versus the Titans. And you'll find out why as I get into this talk. Some premises for this discussion. The supernatural realm is real. I presume if you're here and you're watching, you already buy that premise. Secondly, God has a divine council. This is a sort of supernatural court, a king's court, if you will, that helps God carry out his directives. Now, some of these sons of God, in the Hebrew, B'nai Elohim, were placed over the nations after the Tower of Babel incident. We'll talk about that. This is documented in Deuteronomy 32, verses 8 and 9. That's a key passage to mark. This division of the nations marked the concept, the beginning of the concept of national deities and holy ground. Holy ground. Not all of these sons of God have been loyal. They were created with free will just as we were. And many of them have rebelled. Here's the thing. God has already passed judgment on them. Psalm 82, God stands in the divine council and he passes judgment and tells them that they will die like men. And the day is coming where God will reclaim the nations. The men who wrote the books of the Bible, and this is the key point, the men who wrote the books of the Bible under the inspiration of the Holy Spirit understood this concept. They understood this worldview. They knew that there were other gods. Now, we English speakers have a hang-up when it comes to that word gods because we know that there is only one capital G God. But there are other gods. The Bible calls them God. God in the Bible calls them gods. So we need to understand the concept and understand how this supernatural war between God and the gods has been playing out. It's documented in the Bible. Now, the Bible does say that there's only one God. For example, Deuteronomy 4:35. To you it was shown that you might know that the Lord, Yahweh, is God. There is no other besides him. We can agree on that, right? Okay. But the Bible also says there are small g gods. In fact, this is God talking to Moses. Exodus 12:12. For I will pass through the land of Egypt that night, and I will strike all the firstborn in the land of Egypt. And on all the gods of Egypt I will execute judgments. I am the Lord. Or as he would have said it in Hebrew, I am Yahweh. Now, I don't think God was telling Moses, I'm going to demolish these imaginary creatures that the Egyptians have conjured up out of their heads. He was telling Moses, these gods that they've been worshiping are toast. And there are other places in the Bible. Psalm 82, again, is another place where God talks about other gods. Now, in my previous visit here, I talked about the 7 mountains of this long war that have played out. 7 mountains that have played a key role. Mountains have always been holy. They've always been sacred to humans. And of course, anthropologists will say it's just because we humans, our ancestors anyway, were simple-minded. And they thought that because the mountains were remote and pristine, unsullied by the mundane human hands, that they must be where the gods lived. But I think there's more to it than that. I think it's a shared memory, perhaps. Or maybe it's because there are people who actually pay attention to the Word of God when he says that Eden was his holy mountain. That, of course, is the very first holy mountain in history. Now, we think of it as a garden, and yes, it was, but it was a garden on a mountain, Ezekiel 28, verse 13 and 14, where the prophet, speaking for God, is condemning the divine rebel in Eden. I placed you, you were on the holy mountain of God, this anointed guardian cherub. It was also the meeting place of the divine council. In Ezekiel 28, verse 2, in his condemnation of the king of Tyre, which again, scholars accept, was also directed at the divine rebel from the Garden of Eden. You have said, I am a god, I sit in the seat of the gods. This is where God met with his underlings, his associates, and humans were part of that council until Adam and Eve decided to listen to the Nakash, the serpent. Now, the serpent wasn't a snake. Elsewhere in the Old Testament, we find that the Nakash, the word Nakash, is used interchangeably with seraph, the root word of seraphim. The snake was not a creature with legs before Eden. It wasn't a snake that was talking to Eve and Adam. It was a divine being, perhaps of serpentine appearance, which is why the word is translated serpent, but also used interchangeably with the root word of seraphim. The key points from Eden: humans kicked out of the garden, kicked off God's holy mountain, kicked out of the divine council, and the Nakash cast down to earth to become the Lord of the dead. Isaiah 14, verse 12, this is the famous passage, how thou art fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the dawn. But you skip down to verse 15, it says, you are brought down to Sheol, which is the Old Testament word for the netherworld. You are brought down to Sheol, the far reaches of the pit. I'll talk more about this a little bit later. Mountain number 2 in this holy mountain, and I need to speed up because I'm going to recapitulate the whole talk from last time, and I don't need to do that. Mount Hermon was the second one. That's where the Watchers descended, began cohabiting with human women, created the giants who were in the land in those days, the Nephilim. But Mount Hermon was also considered by the Canaanites to be the holy mountain of El. El was the chief god in their pantheon. El lived on Mount Hermon with his consort, Asherah, and the 70 sons of El. Remember that number, 70 sons of El. The third mountain was the artificial mountain, Babel, where mankind tried to force his way back into the divine council, back into, but basically by creating a holy mountain. Mount number 4, I would suggest, is Mount Sinai. This is where God begins to show his cards, where he's going to bring humanity back to him, reconcile, bring us back into the family. On Mount Sinai, after giving Moses the law, this is a key point. God calls Moses and Aaron and says, bring 70 of the elders of Israel and come up to the mountain. Moses, Aaron, Aaron's sons, 70 of the elders went up, and there they saw the God of Israel. Now, I was always taught that we couldn't look directly at God. That's why when God showed himself and, hide in the cleft of the rock, you just get to see my back because otherwise it would be too awesome. On God's holy mountain, Sinai, Moses, Aaron, their sons, and 70 of the elders saw him and ate with him. This was God signaling to those divine rebels, you 70 sons of El living on this holy mountain that I placed over the nations, you're going to be replaced. This was not a coincidence, this 70. Mountain number 5, Mount Zaphon, was known in the ancient world as the holy mountain of Baal. Now, it's actually Baal. There's a glottal stop in there. I'm just saying that so you scholars watching know that I know. This became so important in Israel's history, Mount Zaphon, that Zaphon is actually the Hebrew word for the compass point north. North in Hebrew always points to Baal's holy mountain, Zaphon. Mountain number 6, Mount Zion. This is the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. This is where God will establish his throne forever. His permanent home, where he will rule, the New Jerusalem, God's holy mountain, is Zion. Mountain number 7, really not in the Bible, and I almost overlooked that, but when you consider that there are 1.6 billion Muslims in the world today, mountain number 7 had to be Jebel al-Nur, which is the Mount of Enlightenment outside, I've forgotten the name of the city now where they have to go every year, the holy city in Saudi Arabia. Mecca, thank you. You guys are good. It's where something calling itself Gabriel presented itself to Muhammad. And because of that now, 1.6 billion Muslims, and at current rates of population, there will be more Muslims than Christians on planet Earth by the year 2070 if God doesn't come before then. Okay. God divided the nations. This was his reaction to the Tower of Babel incident. You humans don't want me. You try to force your way into heaven. Okay. I'm going to step back. I'm going to put my subordinates in charge. Deuteronomy 32, verses 8 and 9. When the Most High gave to the nations their inheritance, when he divided mankind, he fixed the borders of the peoples according to the number of the sons of God. Now, when you look at the table of nations in Genesis chapter 10, there are 70 nations. Yahweh called 70 elders from Israel up to his holy mountain. The Canaanites, believing in their rebellious false god El, how many sons did he have on his holy mountain? 70. That was the enemy's little psyop there. It's like, no, this is the holy mountain. This is where the 70 sons of El live. And if you might remember in the Gospel of Luke, when Jesus sends out the disciples all throughout Galilee, how many did he send? 70. Coincidence? Not in your life. 70 nations in Genesis 10, not a coincidence. But nation number 71 was his allotted heritage, and that was Jacob. Now he called out Abram from Ur of the Chaldees, we are told, or Ur of the Chaldeans, depending on your translation. But just like the Tower of Babel is not in Babylon, or was not in Babylon, Ur of the Chaldeans is not in what is today Iraq. Ur of the Chaldeans, the word translated as Chaldeans in the English is actually Kasdi, which means descendants of Kesed. Now, this is a map of the world of Abram back in the day. Kesed is mentioned in Genesis 22, verse 22. He was one of he's one of Abram's relatives, actually. Mentioned alongside Aram, who was the progenitor of the Arameans. Aram, north and east of Canaan. Kesed and his descendants likely lived in that same area. You see, there were two groups of people in the ancient Near East who were called Chaldeans or Chaldees. The Babylonians were one, but the Chaldeans of Babylon didn't found that Babylon until the 6th century BC. That was about 1,200 years later. The original Babylon was founded by another group of people we'll talk about in a moment. The second group of people called Chaldeans or Chaldees in the ancient Near East lived north of Syria, between what is now Syria and what is Armenia. They were known as a warlike people, and their chief god was named Chaldee. Ur of the Chaldees was near Haran, which you can see in a little spot on that map. Haran was named after Abram's brother. Another key point, and the reason I'm bringing this up is because it gives us an insight into the world from which Abram came. He did not come out of Mesopotamia, out of Sumer. He came from northern Mesopotamia, frankly, the area that's being fought over by the Islamic State and the Kurds today. In fact, there's some indication that these Chaldees might have been the ancestors of the Kurds. In Joshua 24, Joshua tells the people that Abram and Nahor, Terah, their father, came from beyond the river. That would be beyond the Euphrates. Now, you have to look really, really closely because the little dot marking the city of Ur and Sumer on this is very small, but you'll notice that Ur was on the west side of the Euphrates. If Abram had come from Ur of the Chaldees, he wouldn't have had to cross the river. Haran, of course, I mentioned, is in northern Mesopotamia, but Haran is on the opposite side of the river. So for Abram to have come from the other side of the river, he would have had to come from that area, not ancient Sumer. The other key point, around the time that Abram was being called out of Ur of the Chaldees, all of the Fertile Crescent, from Sumer all the way over to Canaan, was controlled by a group of people called the Amorites. You've probably heard of them. They're mentioned in the Bible. I didn't realize this, and I'm kind of a history geek, so this surprised me a couple of weeks ago when I stumbled onto this. But the Amorites, between the year 2000 BC, give or take, and about 1600 BC, dominated the ancient Near East. All of the Fertile Crescent was under the control of the Amorites. That gray area there, the old Babylonian kingdom, you've heard of Hammurabi the Great? He was like the 6th or 7th king of that old Babylonian empire. We think of Babylonians, But there was no such thing as Babylonians. There was no ethnicity of Babylonians. Hammurabi was an Amorite. His family were Amorites. His ancestors were Amorites. They were all Amorites. The other kingdoms from that era and in that region, again, all Amorites. Now, Abram and his family, they were Semitic, descendants of Shem. The Amorites descended from Canaan, the son of Ham. They spoke a Semitic language, but they were not Semites genetically. They were Hamites. And I'm not getting into a genetic thing here, just pointing out there's a difference in the family lines is all. Now, when God made a covenant, and this is something that really struck me as odd, and I'm still trying to get my head around this. Genesis 15, when God makes a covenant with Abram where he promises the land, and he has Abram cut up these various sacrificial animals. Abram falls into a deep sleep. God passes through the midst as a burning torch. The Lord promises to Abram, know for certain that your offspring will be sojourners in a land that is not theirs and will be servants there. And they'll be afflicted for 400 years. But I'll bring judgment on the nation that they serve. And of course, he's talking about Egypt here. And afterward, they shall come out with great possessions. As for yourself, you shall go to your fathers in peace. You shall be buried in a good old age. And they shall come back here in the fourth generation, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet complete. The iniquity of the Amorites. What does that mean? Hopefully we can shed a little bit of light on this as we go through this. We'll skip ahead to about 1400 BC, give or take 10 years or so, to Joshua's war for Canaan. This is something that a lot of people have problems with, even believers, because in this war, God tells Joshua and the Israelites to utterly destroy certain people groups. And there are people who will point to this and say, well, this just proves that God is a genocidal maniac. How can a loving God tell his people to go kill and slaughter all of these other people? Well, this is a spiritual war, not just a war of conquest. This is not only a continuation of the Mount Hermon incident, which of course led to the creation of the giants who were in the land in those days. This goes all the way back to the original war, the original rebellion in Eden. The Nakash, serpent, was told by Yahweh in Genesis 3, verse 15, I will put enemy between you and the woman, between your offspring and her offspring. He shall bruise your head, you shall bruise his heel. This verse has been misinterpreted in years past as to say that there was a literal bloodline of the serpent, that Eve had relations with the serpent, and that is where Cain came from. That is not biblical. It says right in the text, Adam knew his wife, and there was Cain. This is a spiritual war. The spiritual descendants of the Nakash, those who were sold out spiritually to the Nakash, to the serpent, is what God was talking about here. And there were groups of people in the land that were specifically to be eliminated because they were absolutely sold out to the enemy, the seed of the serpent, if you will. There were several different verbs that God used in giving these instructions to Joshua. One was garash. Forgive my pronunciation. I don't speak Hebrew or even pretend to, but this is as best as I can manage. Garash means to drive out. As an example, Exodus 23:38. Exodus 23:28, typoed. I will send hornets before you, which shall drive out the Hivites, the Canaanites, and the Hittites from before you. I will not drive them out, garash, from before you in 1 year, lest the land become desolate, and so forth. That's the sense of that word, garash. There's another word, yarash, to dispossess. Exodus 34:24, for I will cast out nations before you and enlarge your borders. Numbers 21:32, and Moses sent to spy out Jazer, and they captured its villages and dispossessed the Amorites who lived there. So you've got a couple of different commands here. Dispossess, drive out, and then the third one, karem. Karem essentially means devoted or dedicated to destruction. This is the same root word as the name Mount Hermon, which in a sense means sacred, taboo, as in touch this and you have to die. That's the sense of the word cherem, and it's used a lot in the book of Joshua. But there are other examples. Exodus 22:20, whoever sacrifices to any god other than the Lord alone shall be cherem, devoted to destruction. Deuteronomy 3:6, and we devoted them to destruction as we did to Sihon, king of Heshbon. Deuteronomy 7, when the Lord your God gives them over to you and you defeat them, then you must devote them to complete destruction. Basically, they all have to die, burn their belongings, don't take any spoil. It all is devoted to destruction. They have signed up with the enemy, they are unredeemable, and they must be destroyed. Well, who was targeted for this ban, this cherem? Here we got a map of Canaan before the conquest. In the Transjordan, which is the area east of the Jordan River, east of the Dead Sea, you see the nations of Edom, Moab, and Ammon. Those were all Semites. They were all relatives of the Israelites. God told them, you can't have their land. I set that aside for them. But interestingly, in Deuteronomy chapter 2, the instructions that God is giving to Moses makes it clear who formerly lived in those areas. Deuteronomy 2, beginning at verse 19, when you approach the territory of the people of Ammon, do not harass them or contend with them, for I will not give you any of the land of the people of Ammon as a possession, because I have given it to the sons of Lot for a possession. It is also counted as a land of the Rephaim. Rephaim formerly lived there, but the Ammonites called them Zamzumim, a people great and many and tall as the Anakim, another name to remember. But the Lord destroyed them before the Ammonites, and they dispossessed them and lived in their place, as he did for the people of Esau, that's the nation of Edom, who lived in Seir, when he destroyed the Horites before them and dispossessed them and settled them in their place even to this day, and so forth. God telling them, here's who used to live here. These were really tall people, but I cleaned them out so that Edom, Moab, and Ammon would have their possession. Don't touch their land. But there were two kingdoms that were on the hit list. Deuteronomy 2, beginning at verse 30, Sihon, the king of Heshbon. The Lord made his heart obstinate, that he might give him into your hand as he is this day. Sihon came out against us, verse 32, he and all his people to battle at Jahaz, and the Lord gave him over to us. We defeated him and his sons and all his people, and we captured all his cities at that time and devoted to destruction. Every city, men, women, and children, we left no survivors. The other kingdom, Og of Bashan. This one is really interesting. Og of Bashan, we're told in Deuteronomy 3, verse 6, that Og and all of his cities were also devoted to destruction. Cherem. Why? Deuteronomy 3, verse 8, they were the two kings of the Amorites. And then in verse 11, a very interesting footnote to this account of how they were defeated. For only Og, king of Bashan, was left of the remnant of the Rephaim. Behold, his bed was a bed of iron. Is it not in Rabbah of the Ammonites? 9 cubits was its length, and 4 cubits its breadth, according to the common cubit. The common cubit is 18 inches long. That means Og's bed was 13 foot 6 and 6 foot wide. That is a large bed. Does this mean Og was a giant? Maybe, but there's more to it. We'll get to that in just a few minutes. Now, they crossed the Jordan into the land of Canaan. The Anakim were in the land. Numbers 13, the report that they got from the spies that were sent into the land 40 years earlier. We saw the descendants of Anak there. And then down at 33, verse 33, and there we saw the Nephilim, the sons of Anak, who come from the Nephilim, and we seemed to ourselves like grasshoppers, and so we seemed to them. These were the spies who were terrified by the size of the inhabitants of Canaan. They also mention, interestingly, this is a land that devours its inhabitants, which some take as an indication that there were also cannibal giants living in the land, but we won't go there tonight. Now, the interesting thing is that, and this is something I find really exciting, that the more we know about the Holy Land and the ancient Near East from archaeologists, the more we find that what they are discovering tracks with what we read in the Bible. The Egyptians knew the Anakim, and they left records There are several mentions of a land called Anak around 1900 BC. This is about the time that Abram was raising Isaac, and they were preparing the land, or preparing the family of Abram to possess the land. These are known from what's called the execration texts. The Egyptians had this practice that was sort of like voodoo dolls, where they would take pieces of clay and they would write on the clay the names of their enemies and all of their retainers and all of their family members and anyone who even likes them. And then they would perform a ritual over these pieces of clay, bake them, and then they would smash the clay. Now, some very painstaking and obsessive-compulsive archaeologists have pieced together these little broken pieces of clay. I mean, can you imagine? That's like going into, like the National Archives after a visit by people paid by the Clintons to shred things, and having to piece together all the shredded stuff and find out what it said. I was trying to say that carefully. We don't want to, get the bakers in trouble here. Anyway, so the Egyptians knew the Anakim. They had Semitic names, and the Egyptians, in fact, a step further, document the existence of giants in Canaan during this period of time. They were depicted and described in the Egyptian records as nomadic cattle herders, covering most of Canaan south of the Jezreel Valley over into the Transjordan. They called them Shazu, the Shazu. And there's some discrepancy. I mean, scholars can't agree. Were these the Moabites? Were these the Edomites? Were these the Israelites? All of the above, we don't know for sure. But what we do know from a couple of records that have been preserved for us, and I got to believe God's got a sense of humor. Let's preserve this one, and we'll let him find this one. And there's a papyrus called Anastasi I, which is written by a scribe to another scribe. And he recalls an incident in which the second scribe has apparently become notorious because he panicked and crashed his chariot. Because of this incident, and I'm quoting from one English translation, the narrow defile is infested, and this defile was a mountain pass, apparently near Megiddo in Canaan, is infested with shazu concealed beneath the bushes. Some of them are 4 or 5 cubits from head to foot. Fierce of face, their heart is not mild, they hearken not to coaxing. Well, the Egyptian royal cubit, instead of 18 inches, is 20.65 inches, according to scholars. I guess it's like Texas. In Egypt, everything is bigger. That means a shazu measuring 4 or 5 cubits is somewhere between 6'8" and 8'7". But here's another thing, and this is from an inscription celebrating what was described as a victory by the armies of Ramses the Great at the Battle of Kadesh, which was in northern Syria. I mean, again, this is up in the area where the Kurds and the Islamic State are fighting today. Ramses the Great, this inscription shows 2 shazu spies being beaten by Egyptian soldiers. Now, bear in mind, the Egyptians, like a lot of ancient Near Eastern kings, whenever they depicted stuff that wanted to show how great, Assyria is or Babylon is, they would always depict their kings as really big or their guys as really big and the enemy soldiers as really teeny, okay? This one shows 2 shazu spies who've been captured and are being beaten by Egyptian soldiers. Look at the difference in size. The shazu spies are the 2 guys in the middle on their knees, and they are almost as tall as the Egyptian soldiers. Okay? This, again, is known to the Egyptians. The Egyptians left a record for us. We've got documentation. In Canaan, at the time of the Exodus and the conquest, there were giants in the land in those days. So the purpose of the ban, the karem, against the Anakim, descendants of the Nephilim who were created when the Watchers, the angels who kept not their first estate, mingled their seed with that of the seed of woman. They were in the land. The order was eliminate the bloodlines of the giants. That's what it came down to. Now, the southern campaign. Joshua is told by the captain of the host, the captain of the army of God, Jesus in the Old Testament, take off your sandals. This is holy ground. Joshua 6, verse 1. Now Jericho was shut up inside and outside because of the people of Israel. Remember, Jericho had walls that were like 18, 20 feet thick. Huge. And the Lord said to Joshua, and again, this is the Lord as the angel of Yahweh. You get a picture already of the Trinitarian doctrine in the Old Testament. The Lord said to Joshua, I've given Jericho into your hand, its king and its mighty men of valor. It's Gibborim. This is a Hebrew word that sometimes indicates giants. Sometimes it just indicates really tough dudes, like the personal bodyguard of King David. They were Gibborim. Gibborim were not always giants, but giants were always Gibborim. Gave them the instructions. March around the city for 6 days, blowing the ram's horns. Seventh day, walls will come tumbling down. You can take the city without resistance. The next on the list was Ai, then the cities of Makkedah, and I'll go through these quickly. Oh, wait a minute, there is a good map here. I thought maybe I'd forgotten to put this map. There we go. You can see the order of battle here. There was a southern campaign followed by a northern campaign. The southern campaign, Joshua first took Jericho, then Ai, then Makkedah. And this is documented in, I believe, chapter 10 of Joshua. Makkedah, devoted to destruction every person in it. Karem. Libnah, struck it with the edge of the sword and every person in it. He left none remaining in it. Karem. Lachish, laid siege to it, fought against it, struck it with the edge of the sword and every person in it. Karem. Horam, king of Gezer, came up to help Lachish. Joshua struck him and his people, left none standing. Karem. Joshua and all Israel passed on to Eglon, laid siege to it, fought against it, devoted every person in it to destruction. Karem, you get the point. Every one of these cities, typically located in the highlands of Judea, the highlands of Judah, were occupied by the Anakim. We see that back in the book of Numbers. That is the reason for the Karem, the ban. Destroy them totally. They must be wiped out. Joshua struck the whole land, the hill country, and the Negev, and the lowland, and the slopes, and all their kings. He left none remaining, but devoted to destruction all that breathed. The northern campaign, that long arrow extending north on the map, to the city of Heiser. Heiser was the most powerful Canaanite city in the land in those days. He called for help after he heard what had happened in southern Canaan. He called to Jobab, the king of Madon, the king of Shimron, the king of Akshaph, kings in the northern hill country. The Canaanites, the Amorites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, the Hivites, under Hermon, they came from as far away as Mount Hermon, assembled against Joshua. Joshua hamstrung their horses, burned them with fire. Then verse 10 of Joshua chapter 11, turned back at the time, captured the city of Heiser, struck its king with the sword, struck with the sword all who were in it, devoting them to destruction. Karem. And interestingly, archaeologists have found at Heiser a layer of destruction. The city burned, dated to this period of time. Now again, why were the Amorites and the Perizzites and all the ites targeted? The Anakites, the Anakim, some translation does say Anakites. Anakim, we know were the bloodline of the Nephilim. The Rephaim, oh, I got some good stuff on that. The Amorites were remembered as exceedingly wicked. You skip ahead to the son of King Hezekiah, Manasseh, 2 Kings 21. God making a point, or the chronicler here in 2 Kings making a point of how evil Manasseh the king was. The Lord said to his prophets, because Manasseh, king of Judah, has committed these abominations and has done things more evil than all that the Amorites did, who were before him, and has made Judah also to sin with his idols. Therefore thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, I'm bringing upon Jerusalem and Judah such disaster that the ears of everyone who hears it will tingle. Manasseh was worse than the Amorites. Therefore, the Babylonians are going to come, loot the temple, sack the city, and carry you off to captivity. The Amorites, as I said, were a Semitic-speaking people who dominated ancient Mesopotamia, the whole Fertile Crescent from Babylon to Canaan, for about 400 years. Interestingly, that was about the 400 years from the time Abram was called from Ur of the Chaldees in northern Mesopotamia, which is dominated by the Amorites, to about 1600 BC, when they were sojourning in Egypt. According to the records, as best scholars can tell, the people in ancient Mesopotamia who wrote about the Amorites said that they came from a mountain called Sharshar. It was an evil place. They said their gods had to go and fight against it to try to keep the Amorites away. It is in north-central Syria today called Jebel Bishri. It is right now along the west bank of the Euphrates River between Deir al-Zur, which the Syrian army is desperately trying to hang on to, and the city of Raqqa, which is the capital city of the Islamic State. Is that a coincidence that this is just the center of the Islamic State's evil today? Yeah, maybe, and maybe not. The Amorites are first mentioned in the Sumerian records about 2400 BC. They were considered uncivilized, savages. Here's a description of the Amorites from the Sumerian records. They were called the Martu by the Sumerians. The Martu know no grain. They know no house nor town. The boors of the mountains. The Martu who digs up truffles, who does not bend his knees to cultivate the land, who eats raw meat, who has no house during his lifetime, who is not buried after death. They were uncouth. They didn't live in cities. They slept in tents. They smelled bad. And they were considered such a threat to Mesopotamia that the king of Ur in the year 2000 BC or thereabouts, a guy named Shushin, built a wall 170 miles long between the Tigris River and the Euphrates River to keep out the Amorites. Now, on April 1st of this year, a wiseacre academic scholar published a paper in an academic journal about Shushin building a wall to keep Sumer great and how to make the Amorites pay for the wall to keep the Amorites out. You can guess he's probably not going to vote for Mr. Trump in November. But it didn't work. The Amorites got around the wall, and by the time of Abram and his call, the Amorites were in control of all of those kingdoms from Babylon all the way over to Canaan. Now, eventually, around 1600 BC, they finally got pushed out by the Kassites, the Elamites, people coming down from the mountains and coming from the east. They shoved them back. But there were forbidden religious practices that were ascribed to the Amorites. One of the most notorious tribes of the Amorites, they had different tribes, just like the people of Israel had different tribes, Judah, Simeon, Issachar, so on. The Amorites had a tribe called the Sutians. They think, scholars do, that this word Sutian means son of Seth, son of Adam. I've got a different theory, but I'm having a scholar check it out before I go public with it, so hurry up, Mike, I want your answer. The Sutians were regarded by the Sumerians as lawless and violent mercenaries who had to be kept out. Again, that 170-mile wall stretching between the rivers. But the Sutians are mentioned in the Bible. There's a prophecy against the Sutians. Remember Balaam, the one whose donkey talked to him? Hired by the king of Moab to give a prophecy against Israel, but he could only bless Israel? But in that prophecy, Numbers 24, verse 7, I see him, but not now. I behold him, but not near. A star shall come out of Jacob, and a scepter shall rise out of Israel. That's a messianic prophecy. It shall crush the forehead of Moab and break down all the sons of Sheth, the Sutians, sons of Sheth. Now, the Akkadian word for Sutians was Shutu. The Egyptian word for Shutu was Shazu. These evil, lawless, violent mercenaries who were engaging all kind of evil stuff were the ones that King Ramses the Great's people were beating up because they were spying for the enemy, the Hittites. The Babylonian Empire, this is a point that needs to be emphasized. The Babylonian Empire, as we think of it, was founded in 1894 BC or thereabouts by the Amorites. So when we think of the evil of Babylon, which has become a byword for spiritual, supernatural evil, down to the days of the apostles, where John used Babylon, Mystery Babylon the Great, as a symbol of the one world occult religion of the end times, that was founded by the Amorites. These guys. And what does it have to do with the Amorites in Canaan circa 1400 BC when Joshua was coming to the land? Everything. Remember the dimensions of Og's bed? I mean, here you've got like a military record Moses has written down in the Bible. And he takes time out to say, oh, by the way, Og of Bashan, his bed was 13.6 by 6 foot. Not coincidentally, those dimensions match exactly the dimensions of a cultic bed located in a ziggurat in Babylon called the Etemenanki, the house of heaven and earth, temple of the foundation of heaven and earth. The Etemenanki was the temple of the chief Babylonian god Marduk. This bed was the place where every year on New Year, as part of their New Year festival, Marduk and his consort, the goddess Zarpanatu, would descend and have ritual lovemaking to bless the land for the coming year. Moses was tying this ritual to Og of Bashan, the king of the Amorites, from the Amorite kingdom of Babylon. Now here's another thing, and this just shows how wickedly clever the Hebrews are. They love a good pun. Even in the 16th, 15th century BC, they loved a good pun. The Sumerian name for Amorite, as I mentioned before, is Mar-tu. Okay? The Sumerian name for Marduk, the god of the Amorites, is Amar-utu. It's a pun. Moses was making a point that would have been familiar to everybody in the ancient Near East in the 15th century BC. Og, the king of the Rephaim, last of the Rephaim, king of the Amorites, he's one of these guys that does these ritual practices that the Lord has absolutely forbidden. Og was practicing the sin of the Babylonians. The iniquity of the Amorites was the iniquity of Babylon. Now, what about those Rephaim? This stuff gets better. I can't believe scholars have known this stuff. I'm not this smart, but scholars have known this stuff. I'm just reading academic papers and trolling for stuff. It's like, Sharon, can you believe this? And she's like, half the time it's like, yeah, didn't you watch my presentation at the conference 2 years ago? Like, the Rephaim were linked to the giants. We saw back in Deuteronomy 2, like the Anakim, they are also counted as Rephaim. The Anakim, we know, were descendants of the Nephilim. Anakim are giants. Deuteronomy 2 links the Anakim to the Rephaim. They were also linked to the dead. And if you read the book of Job carefully, and you read in some of the Psalms carefully, you'll see that the Rephaim are also used to represent dead, and specifically dead ancestors. The word Rephaim is sometimes rendered in the English Bible as shades, spirits, or the dead. For example, Isaiah 14:9. See, now we're circling back to Isaiah 14. How art thou fallen, Lucifer, son of the dawning? Or in the Hebrew, Helel ben Shakar. Helel meaning light bringer. And we just learned a couple of weeks ago that Shakar was also a Canaanite god. Anyway, Isaiah 14:9, Sheol beneath is stirred up to meet you when you come. He's been thrown down, thrown out of heaven, off the holy mountain. Sheol beneath is stirred up to meet you when you come. It rouses the shades to greet you, the Rephaim. All who were leaders of the earth. It raises from their thrones all who were kings of the nations. So the text here is saying the Rephaim were not only the dead, they were like dead royalty. Psalm 88:10, do you work wonders for the dead? And this is the psalmist addressing Yahweh. Do the departed, do the Rephaim rise up to greet you? And these are just two. There are other verses in Scripture, Job, several Proverbs, Psalm 88, which is the one I just mentioned. But so let's try to tie this together here. And again, I appreciate you letting me work out this research for the book in sort of verbal form. Links between the Amorites, the Rephaim, and the seed of the serpent. Isaiah 14:9, which we just read, tracks with the Canaanite concept of the Rephaim as the venerated spirits of powerful kings of old. The Canaanites had a god that was called Rephaim, Rephaim, the king of eternity, who, according to the Canaanites, sits enthroned at Ashtaroth judges at Edrei. The capital cities of the kingdom of Og of Bashan were Ashtaroth and Edrei. So there's a parallel in the Bible between Og of Bashan and this Canaanite god Rephaim, king of eternity. In a sense, what the Canaanites are saying is in their worldview, their cosmology, Bashan, Og's kingdom, Ashtaroth and Edrei, that's the gateway to the netherworld, the gates of hell. And if you'll notice on that map, Bashan is right under Mount Hermon, the holy mountain of El, where the Watchers came down and began the whole mess with the Nephilim. And here's another interesting point. In Ugaritic, scholars have figured out that Bashan would have been pronounced Bathan. They vocalized the same consonant a different way. Instead of it was. And in Ugaritic, Bathan means serpent. Og's kingdom, Bathan, was the place of the serpent. So the Amorites, the people who descended from Canaan, son of Ham, who you remember Noah cursed, known to the Akkadians, to the Sumerians, to basically all of the ancient Near East as evil, warlike people, spread across Mesopotamia just about the time of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, controlled all of the Fertile Crescent during their lifetimes. They founded the kingdom of Babylon, which was so spiritually opposed to Yahweh, God, that it became the symbol for the Antichrist's church in John's prophecy, or actually the prophecy that was given to him by Jesus Christ. And the Amorites, when God called Moses to lead his people out of Egypt and to the Promised Land, who was waiting for them in the Promised Land? The Amorites. These people who venerated their dead ancestors. And the Anakim, who were of the bloodlines of the giants. The Anakim, who were also considered Rephaim. And that's why when you get to the end of Joshua chapter 11, he summarizes the war for Canaan this way. Joshua came at that time and cut off the Anakim from the hill country, from Hebron, from Debir, from Anab, from all the hill country of Judah and from all the hill country of Israel. Joshua Karem devoted them to destruction with their cities. There was none of the Anakim left in the land of the people of Israel. In all the land that God had given to Israel, the Anakim had been destroyed. But in verse 22, one postscript, only in Gaza, Gath, and in Ashdod did some remain. And why is that important? Because Gath was the city from which Goliath came 400 years later in the time of King David. Now, here's the kicker, and this is why I titled this talk, Yahweh versus the Titans. One of the other tribes of the Amorites, and one of the most important, was called the Detanu. Sometimes spelled the Tidanu or Tidnu. Name probably comes from the Akkadian word that means bull or bison, denotes strength and manliness and toughness and stuff like that. They were also a tribe that lived in the western part of Mesopotamia, going back to ancient times, which is basically where all of the Amorites came from, western Mesopotamia, Syria, basically the area that's being fought for by the Islamic State today. They were the ancestors of the kings of Babylon. It wasn't just the Amorites. It was this particular tribe of Amorites, the Detanu, were the kings, or the ancestors of the kings of Babylon. In fact, a couple of descendants of Hammurabi had Detanu in the name. Ami Detanu, which means head man of Detanu. Samsu Detanu, son of Detanu, meaning son. The old Assyrian Empire, the Assyrians claimed them as their ancestors. In fact, there's a king, Detanu, going all the way back to 2400 BC in Assyria. These were legendary, ancient kings who were remembered for more than 1,000 years by their descendants, but also remembered by the kings of Ugarit. Ugarit was a city-state on the Canaan coast, Phoenicia. It is a place that has helped us understand the Bible much better than we could in the past because their language is very similar to Hebrew's. Scholars have been digging these tablets out and translating them for years and comparing them to Hebrew, which has helped us get a better understanding of the Hebrew. 30 years ago, scholars dug up a tablet at Ugarit and discovered when it was translated that this tablet was actually a liturgy. It was a ritual for crowning a new king. So a new king takes the throne at Ugarit, this Canaanite city-state where Baal was the king of the gods, El was their chief god. As part of this ritual, the dead ancient kings were summoned to give their blessing to the new king. And here's a translation of this ritual. You are summoned, O Rephaim of the earth. You are invoked, O council of the Detanu. Ulkun, the Raphi, is summoned. That's the name of one of these old kings. I can't even pronounce these because there's no vowels, but I'll skip. The Rephaim of old are summoned. You are summoned, O Rephaim of the earth. You are invoked, O council of the Detanu. And then the new king is told to approach the throne of his lord and fathers. Well, because they're dead, it's in the earth. So the liturgy continues. To the place of your Lord, to his throne, to the place of your Lord, descend to the earth, descend to the earth, lower yourself to the dust. Now, let's go back to Genesis 3, verse 14. The Lord God said to the Nakash, to the serpent, because you have done this, cursed are you above all livestock and above all beasts of the field. On your belly you shall go, and dust you shall eat all the days of your life. And in Isaiah 65:25, which is a prophecy of what life will be like when that new Jerusalem is established, and God reestablishes his holy mountain, reconstituted divine council with humanity as part of it again. The wolf and the lamb shall graze together. The lion shall eat straw like the ox, and dust shall be the serpent's food. Dust, the food of the Nakash. They shall not hurt or destroy in all my holy mountain, says the Lord. So the Canaanites of Ugarit, whether they knew it or not, were venerating the spirits of the underworld, the spirits of the dead, those who were confined to Sheol, the underworld. And this council of Detanu, this council of the dead, was an inversion, or really a perversion, of God's divine council on his holy mountain. A council of the dead to bless the new king of Ugarit. And here's the interesting part. Detanu shows up in the Bible as a personal name. Numbers 16, verse 1. How many here, you ever watched the movie 10 Commandments, Charlton Heston? You remember the character played by Edward G. Robinson? Where's your Messiah now? The character's name was Dathan. Dathan was one of the rebels who stood with Korah in the rebellion against Moses. Dathan is the same name as Detanu. But even before that, and he got what he deserved, by the way, like Korah swallowed up in the earth, okay, that's it. Now he is one of the council of Detanu. And Edward G. Robinson is probably running it. But even before that, by the way, in the Bible, there is a character who is the son of Ra'amah, who is the grandson of Cush, which makes him the nephew of Nimrod and the great-grandson of Ham, named Dedan, brother of Sheba. And we also see that show up in Ezekiel 38, merchants of Sheba and Dedan. Same name. That is Detanu. But here is the cool thing. Some scholars believe that this name, Dedan, Detanu, Dathan, the quasi-divine kings of old who ruled over the underworld at Bashan, the place below Mount Hermon, the place of the serpent, is the root word from which the Greeks get the word Titan. The Titans were the council of Detanu, the dead, the Titans, the old gods who had been displaced by Zeus and the Olympians, and who were confined forever. Cronus, or Saturn if you're Roman, and his cohorts, confined to Tartarus, the level that was as far below Hades as Hades is below heaven. And you know who else is in Tartarus? The angels who kept not their first estate, the watchers, 2 Peter 2:4. For God did not spare angels when they sinned, but cast them into hell. The Greek word says Tartarus. Committed them to chains of gloomy darkness to be kept until judgment. The angels who sinned are the angels from Genesis chapter 6, the only example in the Bible where angels sinned against God. The watchers, the Titans, worshipped by the Amorites. The sin of the Amorites, the iniquity of the Amorites, venerating the gods who rebelled against God Most High. The sin of the Amorites, the sin of Babylon. So to sum up, when God divided the nations, granted them their inheritance, he divided them according to the number of the sons of God. The land of Canaan was for Israel, but there were gods who rebelled, gods who followed them to Egypt, and I'll talk about that tomorrow night. The gods of Egypt were the gods of Canaan during the time that the Israelites were there. We'll talk about that tomorrow night. But by the time of the Exodus, Canaan was populated by descendants of the Nephilim and by people totally under the dominion of hostile, rebellious gods. The conquest of Canaan was not the act of a genocidal maniac. The conquest of Canaan was not just a military campaign for the land. It was a supernatural battle between Yahweh and the gods who rebelled. Can we close with a word of prayer? Father, we just thank you for granting us this time tonight. And Lord, just the amazing things that you preserved for us in your word. And Lord, we just pray that you will help us to understand that this spiritual war is continuing to this very day. Lord, we ask for your blessing. We ask for wisdom and discernment as we seek to rightly divide your word and understand your will for us in these days. We don't know how many years we have yet left, Lord, but it sure feels like the time is growing short. Help us to make these years productive in your service. We ask for your blessing and for your protection, for your guidance, for wisdom, and we ask this in Jesus' holy name. Amen. Thank you. A gentleman that we credit because his work has been very influential on us, Dr. Michael Heiser. You spell that last name Heiser. He's written a book that was published this year called The Unseen Realm, Recovering the Supernatural Worldview of the Bible. And that is really what's motivated these talks that I've been blessed to give here at Morningside. The fact that there is a supernatural war that's taking place in the heavenly realm, kind of outside the bounds of our perception, usually, not always. Sometimes it intrudes in a very personal way. But Dr. Heiser points out that what we have lost in our modern churches is the mindset, the worldview of the men who wrote the Bible under the influence of the Holy Spirit, because they understood that the gods of the pagan nations were real. Now, they're not to be confused with God Almighty, Yahweh. He is supreme. He is the creator of all. These other false gods are created beings, just like you and me. And just like us, they had free will, and many of them have chosen to rebel. Tonight, I want to focus on one incident that we've all heard about in Sunday school, and hopefully help to cast it in a new light, in light of this spiritual war, this supernatural war that's taking place, and that is the confrontation on Mount Carmel, which I have sort of tongue-in-cheek titled Yahweh versus Heracles, and I'll explain that when I get to the end. I have a habit, I guess maybe from doing news every day, of trying to come up with a kicker, which is the story at the end that's the, oh, wow. So that'll be the kicker. Baal, or Baal for you scholars, was a big thorn in the side of the Israelites for thousands of years. From before the time they entered the Holy Land until the time of Jesus. Jesus was still being confronted when the Pharisees said, you cast out demons by the power of Beelzebul, Baal the prince. The confrontation at the Red Sea, where Moses led the Israelites across the Red Sea with the power of Yahweh, with the power of God, of course, was more than just being delivered from the Egyptians. It was a deliverance from the hand of Baal. Because what we didn't know, or at least I didn't know until a few months ago, even though I knew some history of Egypt, there was a period of time when Egypt was ruled by what they called Asiatics, Semitic-speaking people called the Hyksos, which is a Greek transliteration of Egyptian word that means rulers of foreign lands. The Hyksos came down from Canaan around 1750 BC, give or take, ruled Egypt for a couple hundred years, right during the time when the Israelites were there in Egypt. And these Hyksos were Baal worshipers. In fact, they equated Baal with the Egyptian god Set. To them, it was one and the same. And even after the Hyksos got kicked out of Egypt by the Egyptians, and the Egyptians took over again, they continued to worship Baal. Ramses the Great, you might know him as Yul Brynner, he was a Baal worshiper. He set up a stela, a monument to Set, but depicted in the same kind of iconography as Baal in Canaan, celebrating 400 years of Set ruling over northern Egypt. So anyway, the reason the Red Sea crossing was significant, and God made sure it was significant, because he told Moses and the Israelites to turn around. They were fleeing Egypt, trying to make the shortest path out of the country, and God said, turn back and camp here on the shore of the Red Sea, facing a place called Baal Zephon. Now, picture being the last guy in the column. Moses said, what? The dust from the chariots on the horizon, the Egyptians are coming. Turn around, camp here, face Baal Zephon. What was Baal Zephon? Scholars don't really know. It's on the shore of the Red Sea. But the name is a clue. Zephon was the name of the mountain in northern Syria. It's actually across the border into Turkey today, right on the Mediterranean coast. About a 5,000-foot tall mountain, Mount Zephon, was known in the ancient world, everybody knew this, as the place where Baal's palace was located. That was his holy mountain. And so God, 500 miles south, says to Moses, camp here across this place that's sacred to Baal, and this is where you're going to cross the Red Sea. Why is that significant? Baal was the god who supposedly defeated the chaos god of the ocean, a god the Canaanites called Yam. He also defeated Yam's assistant sea monster, Lotan. Lotan is known in the Bible as Leviathan. The Canaanites believed that Lotan had 7 heads, by the way, just like the Sumerian chaos dragon, Tiamat. Monster, 7 heads, sound prophetic, book of Revelation, monster, 7 heads, 10 crowns. We won't go there tonight, but just keep that in mind. But this is another example of the psyops that the enemy has waged against us for all of humanity. Takes something that God has done and attributes it to these small g supernatural entities that presented themselves as gods to the other nations. So the Red Sea crossing, not just an object lesson in trusting God, although it is that, this was a supernatural smackdown demonstrating that Yahweh had the power over Baal's home turf. Baal's the patron god of the sailors. He's the god who mastered the sea. Watch this, Baal worshipers. And when they follow the Israelites into the seabed, boom. End of story. Now, Baal, of course, didn't just give up after that defeat, that little setback. They're playing a long game to try to destroy us. They want to kill you, these false gods. Of course, there was the golden calf incident at the foot of Mount Sinai. They hadn't even left Egypt yet, and already they're worshiping a false god shaped like a calf. Guess which god in the Canaanite pantheon was usually represented by a bull or a calf? Baal. Once they get into the Holy Land, Deborah, the prophetess, about 140 years later, led Israel to victory over a king named Jabin of Heiser. Heiser was a Canaanite city in the northern part of Israel, most powerful Canaanite city-state in the land during the period of the Judges. This is why I love archaeology. Archaeologists have discovered inscriptions in Assyria and in Babylon naming this king, Jabin. It was spelled differently because they spoke a different language. It was Ibni Adu, which is Akkadian, meaning Jabin Hadad. Hadad was the name of the Syrian storm god that they called Baal. Apparently, Jabin was an honor, like a hereditary title, like king or pharaoh. The Jabins of Heiser, because some of these inscriptions that they found go back a couple hundred years before this battle. The Jabins were like I said, like a title, and they were Baal worshipers. But here's an interesting thing, a little detail that we skip over usually when we read the story about Deborah and the armies of Israel led by Barak and how they go and defeat the chariots of Jabin. Judges 5, verse 20, from heaven the stars fought. From their courses they fought against Sisera. Now that doesn't mean the heavens aligned in a certain way. In Old Testament language, the stars represent angels. You see this in the book of Job, where the angels, the sons of God, the B'nai Elohim, are called stars. The stars fought. There was a spiritual battle taking place there by the river Kishon in the plain of Megiddo. The torrent Kishon swept them away. The ancient torrent, the torrent Kishon. That's Judges 5:21. But as would happen when the Israelites got fat and happy after 40 years of rest, the Midianites and the Amalekites come back and make them miserable again. And then rises Gideon. Gideon's father worshipped Baal. He had to destroy his father's altar, after which Gideon was nicknamed Jerubbaal, which means let Baal contend with him. Because the men wanted to have Gideon's father brought out so they could kill him for destroying Baal's altar. And Gideon's father said, let Baal contend with him. He destroyed Baal's altar, let Baal deal with him. But as soon as Gideon died, Israel again turned back to the Baals and according to Scripture, made Baal Berith their god, Lord of the covenant. Now Gideon, he had some issues. He had 70 sons and wasn't a very good dad, apparently. He refused the offer of kingship. The Israelites wanted to make him the king because he was so successful, just the 300 men and took out all of the Midianites. But he did take about 40 pounds of gold that they captured from the Midianites, and he made his own golden ephod. The ephod was a thing worn by the high priest. So he's kind of set himself up as the high priest, and according to the Bible, all Israel whored after it. And he named his son by a Canaanite concubine Abimelech, which means my father the king. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And of course, Abimelech then got his Canaanite half-brothers together, and they slaughtered the other 70 sons of Gideon. Moving ahead, Jeroboam, he was the rebel against Rehoboam, the son of Solomon. Jeroboam didn't want the people in the northern tribes going to Jerusalem because he was afraid they'd fall under the power of the king of Judah. So he set up golden calves at Bethel and Dan. He made priests from among the common people, the Levites. They all went south. So by the way, if anybody says, this theory about the 10 northern tribes being taken away, no, the Levites all went south to Judah to serve at the temple. Jeroboam also sacrificed to idols, and he changed the dates of the festivals, and these are the festival dates that were established by God. And so for doing this, God said, that's it, I'm cutting off your line. God struck him down. So who was this Baal anyway? Now, Baal, if you read the Old Testament, you notice that there are more than one Baal, and there are times when the Israelites are accused of following the Baals or the Baalim. Baal is simply a Canaanite word, a Hebrew word that means Lord or master. There was Baal Peor, Baal Shemin, Baal Haman, Baal Berith, and a number of others. The Baal of the Bible, most often referred to, was the chief god of the Canaanites, the Amorites. This is the one that normally was referred to back in the day as Hadad. Hadad was a storm god of the Canaanites, the West Semitic. There are a number of Aramean kings that caused problems for the northern kingdom of Israel. After the split between the two kingdoms, names like Ben-Hadad, meaning son of Hadad, or Hadad-Itzer, meaning Hadad is my help. Hadad apparently got to a point where his priests decided that speaking his name was unholy, and so they started calling him Baal, or Baal, meaning Lord, just like we call God the Lord. Same thing. Or Adonai, which means Lord. When you think about it, it's pretty arrogant, isn't it? I mean, Yahweh is Lord, and here you've got this second-tier supernatural entity encouraging his followers to call him Lord. But he was around for a while under a number of different names, and this is because you had different people calling the same entity by the same name, or also because after the Tower of Babel incident, where the languages were split, you had different people calling the same entity by a different name. He first shows up in history as the god of the Amorites. The Amorites, you see their names a lot up to the time of the conquest. He was called Amuru by the Amorites. Amuru, also called Martu by the Sumerians. He was a storm god who became part of the Sumerian pantheon when the Amorites moved in from the western part of Mesopotamia and took over and established the kingdom of Babylon. There was a period there, like during the time from Abraham to the time of the Judges, where these Amorites basically controlled all of the Fertile Crescent. But they had their own gods. These Amorites came in, they brought their god Amuru. Well, he's a storm god. Sumer, where Babylon was located, is basically a desert. It doesn't storm there. Didn't demonstrate much power. So Amuru never really caught on. But it was kind of interesting. They thought, like the Amorites, the Sumerians thought that Amuru, this god, was uncouth, uncivilized, kind of a savage. He lived in a tent. He ate raw meat. It's ew. But like Baal later on, he was called the Thunderer and the Hurler of the Thunderbolt. He also was referred to by this name, Bel Shaddai. Bel Shaddai, which means God of the mountain. This is very similar to El Shaddai, which is how God introduced himself to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And because of this, scholars, this is, I mean, you gotta give the enemy credit. Smart. They sell a lie to the people in ancient Mesopotamia. Oh, this is God of the mountain, Bel Shaddai. And today, the 21st century, scholars read this and say, yeah, the ancient Israelites just copied their gods from Mesopotamia. Very smart. After Amuru came Ishkur. Ishkur was another god similar to Adad, still kind of a second-rate god, one of the junior gods of he wouldn't have been a member of the Justice League if this were like DC Comics. You know, he would have been like one of the second-tier guys. In an area where it almost never rains, having a storm god is really not much use. But as the Amorite kingdoms got weakened around 1600, 1500 BC, this is about the time where the Israelites were getting ready to leave Egypt. The Amorites got pushed back out of what is now Iraq, back into Syria, and back toward the Holy Land, back toward Canaan. And Ishkur, Amuru, became known as Adad, which then became Hadad, the god of the Canaanites, god of the Amorites, and this is the god that we know from the Bible, Hadad. He was the storm god of the northwestern Semitic people. These would be the occupants of the Levant, Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Canaan. He was the king of the Canaanite pantheon, defeated the storm god, or the chaos god of the sea, Yam. He governed rain, and because of that, he was the one who made crops grow. So very important, especially in an area where it doesn't rain all that often. This is an important god. Again, just as the Israelites would say Hashem, because saying the name, which is what Hashem means, saying the name was preferable to actually trying to say the name of God, or they would say Adonai, Lord. Hadad became known as Baal. At some point, it stopped being a title and became his name. Now, the absence, and this is what he looked like, by the way, in most of his representations, usually depicted as a bearded god in a smiting pose. You see this in a lot of ancient gods. They like to be shown smiting. A mace in one hand, thunderbolts in the other. That is how Adad was represented by the Canaanites. His holy mountain, as I said, Mount Zaphon, which is that mountain on the border between Syria and Turkey, right on the Mediterranean. His impact, the impact of Baal, was so important in Israelite history that the mountain, Baal's mountain, Mount Zaphon, became the Hebrew word for the compass point north. Every time you said north, you were saying the name of Baal's holy mountain. He is also identified with these gods. Baal became known to all of the ancient world, at least around the Mediterranean. To the Hurrians, not to be confused with the Russians, just a little archaeological joke there. The Hurrians, they were a people that lived in what is now southern Turkey. They called them Teshub. The Hittites, who lived further north in Turkey, they called them Tarhun. To the Hyksos, when they were in Egypt, he was Set. You might know him from your high school mythology class as Zeus. Zeus was Baal. Jupiter was Baal. And as we get more into the AD period, 1st and 2nd century AD, and the Germanic tribes came into contact with the Roman Empire and the Greeks, he became known as Thor. All the same God. Now, which Baal did Elijah challenge? We had these other Baals, Baal Peor, Baal Berith, possibly Hadad. That would make sense because Hadad was so prominent in the ancient Near East, was worshipped all over the Levant. But scholars think it may have been the city god of the city of Tyre, which was a Phoenician city on the coast, the Mediterranean coast. Tyre, which led to the creation of the Phoenician trading empire. They sent out colonies all across the Mediterranean. Their city god was called Melkart. Melkart, which was Phoenician for god of the city. Melkart was elevated above Baal, Hadad, called the son of Hadad in their cosmology, during the reigns of the kings of Tyre who ruled during the period of David and Solomon. In fact, Abibaal, who reigned during David's time in office, and Hiram, who supplied the building material for the temple. These two men made Melkart the chief god of the city of Tyre. Apparently, they were tired of the priests of Baal kind of running things in their city. And so religion, politics, they haven't mixed ever. But Melkart, after being elevated to chief of the pantheon in the city of Tyre, became a very important god for the Phoenicians from about the 9th century, 10th century, 11th century BC, all the way through the 1st century AD. Because again, when the Phoenicians spread out and started planting colonies, the worship of Melkart followed. Melkart, believed to be the son of Hadad, worship spread all across the Mediterranean. Carthage, a very prominent Phoenician city. They fought a long war against Rome and almost won. Hannibal, if you're familiar with that name, the great Carthaginian general, he was a Melkart worshiper. In fact, he went to war with Rome, reportedly, because of a dream vision he had of Melkart, showing that he was going to be the one to bring destruction to Italy. He did, but didn't win the war, sadly. Well, sadly for him anyway. Temples to Melkart were found as far away as Spain. So again, this was a god that was worshipped all over the Mediterranean world for 1,000 years, the time of David to the time of Jesus Christ. Now, the worship of Melkart was probably brought to Israel, the northern kingdom, by King Ahab. Ahab, as you remember, married a woman named Jezebel, whose name is infamous to this day. Jezebel's father was a man named Ishbaal, or Ithbaal. Same thing, just different pronunciation. The Phoenicians said Ith, where the Israelites said Ish. It means the same thing, son of Baal. Ithbaal was a priest of the goddess Astarte, who also had a long career. She was also known as Ishtar to the Babylonians. So Jezebel was really evangelistic in promoting the worship of Melkart, and that's why she promoted the priesthood and tried to kill all the prophets and priests of Yahweh. But it is possible that the worship of Melkart came to Israel even sooner than that. There is a report by a 2nd century Christian theologian named, I'm not going to pronounce this right, Tatian, He quotes Phoenician historians as saying that Hiram not only sent materials to Solomon to build the temple, he sent one of his daughters, one of those little marriage alliance things. And his daughter reportedly convinced Solomon to worship Astarte, the goddess of sex and war. So Ahab and Jezebel. Ahab was a rough guy. You had to be in those days to stay in power. He was the son of Omri. Omri was the king in the northern kingdom, killed his predecessor after 7 days in office. I guess he figured 7 days was long enough to figure out the guy wasn't any good at the job. Ahab ruled Israel from 885 BC to 850 BC, and we know that Ahab was a historical king. He's attested in Assyrian records. The Assyrian king Shalmaneser III lists Ahab as one of his enemies. Ahab was part of a coalition of city-states and nations from basically the Levant that tried to keep the Assyrians out. They won that battle, but it was just temporary. Jezebel, like I said, pushed the religion of the Phoenicians, the worship of Melkart, the worship of Astarte, and Ahab, as you can read between the lines of reading 1 Kings, wasn't one who said no to Jezebel. He built a temple to Baal, Melkart probably, in Samaria, made an Asherah. This, in effect, in the supernatural realm, was a military operation. They were trying to establish a beachhead inside territory that Yahweh had declared as his. Last night I talked about the conquest and how it was a holy war against people who were either from the bloodlines of the giants, the Anakim, or they were totally sold out under total dominion of gods that were absolutely opposed to Yahweh. This was Baal, the enemy, Melkart, whoever, whatever name they wanted to go by. This was the supernatural rebels trying to work their way back into God's holy land. So, the first we read of the prophet Elijah, and by the way, I should have given credit where credit was due right at the beginning of this talk. Sharon was the one who brought this up. My first talk here, I talked about these 7 mountains, because mountains have always been holy, and it seems like when you read the account in the Bible, mountains are always playing a key role at some point. Eden, which was the original holy mountain, of course, Mount Sinai, Babel, which is the artificial mountain, Baal's holy mountain, Mount Zaphon, Mount Hermon, where the watchers came down and began to take wives, and, she said, you missed one. Mount Carmel. That's why we're doing this talk tonight, because there's a lot of stuff here. Why did Elijah, when we first see him in 1 Kings 17, beginning with the first verse, as the Lord, the God of Israel lives, before whom I stand, there shall be neither dew nor rain these years, except by my word. God tells Elijah to prophesy to Ahab, no rain until I say so. Why? Because Baal was the god of rain, and you need rain to grow crops, and without rain, you starve. This is God not just getting Ahab's attention, this is God saying, you think Baal's the god of storms? Watch this. So the drought, we learn in the epistle of James, James 5:17, tells us that the drought lasted for 3.5 years. 3.5 years. We had a drought in Illinois a few years ago, 2011. September, the corn was only up here. We thought we were having it bad. Imagine 3 years, California. But 3.5 years, of course, is a prophetic time period. Revelation 11, the 2 witnesses will prophesy for 1,260 days clothed in sackcloth. You divide that by the 360-day year of the Bible, that's 3.5 years. And in Revelation 11:6, they have the power to shut the sky that no rain may fall during the days of their prophesying. The 2 witnesses, it's a pretty good bet one of them is Elijah. So why this challenge on Mount Carmel? Mount Carmel, located on the coast, it was a holy mountain from ancient days. The name Carmel basically means vineyard of El, or vineyard of God. If it is vineyard of El, that refers to the chief god of the Canaanite pantheon. Sacred since the time of Thutmose III, who was an Egyptian pharaoh who came up into Canaan about the time of the Exodus. In fact, Thutmose may be the pharaoh of the Exodus. We don't know for sure, but it's possible. But he fought at the Battle of Megiddo, which archaeologists, historians date at 1457 BC. He saw Carmel and called it Rosh Kadesh, or meaning holy head. Mount Carmel is what you call a headland. a prominent point of land overlooking the water, like a bluff, a cliff, or a mountain. We know from the Greeks, that there was a deity that was worshipped in Mount Carmel. It was a holy mountain. God of the Carmel. A Greek geographer in the 4th century BC called it the holy mountain of Zeus. Specifically, Zeus Heliopolitanus. Zeus Heliopolitanus, Heliopolis, or City of the Sun, was a town in what is Lebanon today, in the Bekaa Valley. You might have heard of the remains of a huge temple there with these huge blocks of stone called Baalbek. That was Heliopolis. That temple with these stones that we can't move with modern equipment today were supposed to be part, they think, of a temple to Zeus. But it was built on top of a temple to Baal. Baal is Zeus, and this god at Mount Carmel was Zeus/Baal. Tacitus, a Roman historian, late 1st century, early 2nd century, wrote that the god was worshipped there in his day, except the god was called Carmelus. And when he was on his campaign to put down the rebellion by these uppity Jews, the Emperor Vespasian stopped at Mount Carmel and consulted an oracle on the mountain. And whatever the oracle told him was favorable. Said whatever Vespasian planned or wished to come to pass would be. Well, we know in that very same year, 69 AD, Nero committed suicide. Vespasian went back to Rome and became the emperor. He had to fight his way there, but he won. He left behind his son Titus, and Titus is the one who just knocked down the walls of Jerusalem and destroyed the temple. But perhaps most significant is that Mount Carmel, back in the day, was essentially the southern border of Phoenicia. They considered it the southern border of the land of the Canaanites, the Baal worshippers. Of course, the northern border was Mount Zaphon, a holy mountain in the north, holy mountain in the south, and then, of course, Mount Hermon on the southeast side, which there's so much stuff there we could do in a whole other hour just on Mount Hermon. Now, you know the story of the confrontation between Elijah and the prophets of Baal. Elijah convinces Ahab and Jezebel to bring the 400 priests of Baal, prophets of Baal, and 450 prophets of Asherah, who was actually the consort of El. This must have been a great show back in the day. I mean, no TV, no internet. Think about this. One guy going up against 850. We got to go see this. This is awesome. So Ahab sends all the people of Israel to Mount Carmel with all these prophets, 850 prophets. And Elijah addresses the people. How long will you go limping between two different opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him. But if Baal, follow him. And then Elijah says, even I only am left a prophet of Yahweh. And the God who answers by fire, he is God. And the people said, well spoken. So then Elijah tells the prophets of Baal, okay, 800 of you go first. Prepare the bull, prepare your sacrifice, then call on Baal to bring that. Should be no problem. He's God of the storms, right? So they did, took the bull, prepared it, put it on the altar, and called upon the name of Baal from morning until noon. Oh, Baal, answer us! But there was no voice and no one answered. And they limped around the altar, the scripture says, that they had made. And at noon, Elisha mocked them, saying, cry aloud, for he's a god. Maybe he's musing, or maybe he's relieving himself. Maybe he's on a journey. Maybe he's asleep and must be awakened. Kind of bookmark that. I'll talk about that in just a minute. And they cried aloud and cut themselves after their custom, with swords and lances until the blood gushed out upon them. And as midday passed, they raved on until the offering of the oblation, no voice. And this is so beautiful. 1 Kings 18:29. No one answered, no one paid attention. Then Elijah said to the people, come here. And he repaired the altar to Yahweh that had been torn down. Yahweh, God, had been worshipped on Mount Carmel at some point in the past. But the people of Israel, as we read in history, neglected him and followed after Baal. Not only did he prepare the bull, he had 4 jars of water filled. Said, pour that on top. Pour it on the wood. Now do it again. And do it a 3rd time. And then Elijah said, O Lord God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Isaac and Israel, let it be known this day that you are God in Israel, and that I am your servant, and that I have done all these things at your word. Answer me, O Lord, answer me, that this people may know that you, O Lord, are God, and that you have turned their hearts back. Now think about this. No rain 3.5 years, not a cloud in the sky, as we learn later. And from heaven, it says fire, but I suspect Hadad, lightning bolts. I think Yahweh was showing, I think it was lightning from the sky. Boom! And when the people saw it, they fell on their faces and said, the Lord, He is God. Yahweh, He is God. And Elijah said to them, seize the prophets of Baal, let not one of them escape. And they were taken down to the river Kishon, where 400 years earlier, Deborah and Barak and the armies of Israel had defeated the king of Heiser in the river Kishon. Kishon washed the chariots of Jabin away, washed away the prophets of Baal and Asherah. Now, a few observations about this. Elijah's comment that Baal might be asleep is another reason scholars think that this Baal might actually have been Melkart. Melkart was one of a category of gods from the ancient Near East called the dying and rising god. Died every fall when the vegetation turns brown, leaves fall from the trees. Oh, woe is us. You remember Ezekiel talking about the women weeping in the tabernacle for Tammuz? He was another one. But then every spring, the god awakens again. Hey, he's not dead anymore. Osiris, Tammuz, Adonis, another god, the dying and rising god. Attis, Dionysus, all dying and rising gods. And skeptics like to put Jesus in this category. They say, well, it's clear that the Christians have just copied Jesus from these dying and rising gods. He died and he rose again on the 3rd day. You can't fix stupid. Forgive me for being blunt, but look, Jesus died once, and he lives. Another thing, the description of these priests of Baal is historically accurate. There's a story that's been recovered from an Egyptian papyrus called the story of Wen Amun. He's a priest of the god Amun who's been sent to get timber for the temple of Amun, and the Phoenicians don't want to give it up. Apparently, Egypt had lost some power at this point, so he goes through all kinds of bad adventures. But he mentions that when he's at a Canaanite city, he sees a prophet of Baal go into an ecstatic frenzy. So apparently, this was known to the rest of the ancient Near East. That's what these priests do. But a tablet recovered from the city of Ugarit, again, neighbors to the Israelites, spoke a language very close to Hebrew, said that an ecstatic worshiper of Baal harrowed his collarbone. Anyone farm here? Any farmers? You know what a harrow is? Basically draws grooves across the ground. Harrowed his collarbone. He plowed his chest like a garden. He harrowed his waist like a valley. That's what these guys were doing around the altar, trying to get Baal to answer and call down fire. It is similar to what Shia Muslims do every year on the feast, the day of Asherah. This was the only picture I could really find that kind of conveys a small sense of what it must have been like without being so gory that we'd have to give this program an R rating, because it is gruesome what they do, but apparently this is what the priests of Baal did back in the day. And can I just say, this image illustrates the difference between our God and their gods. Their God. Our God shed His blood for us. Their God wants them to shed their blood for Him. We are protected from the wages of sin because Jesus has covered us in His blood. Well, anyway, Yahweh proved His superiority. The priests of Baal and Asherah were executed. And Elijah, and I just put that little well, I can't take credit for developing this map, but still, I think this illustrates it perfectly. There's Mount Carmel, and Elijah, an old guy in sandals, outran Ahab's chariot all the way back to the city of Jezreel, which is where he was based. Pretty good for an old guy whose meals were delivered by ravens. Now, this confrontation demonstrates that Yahweh was real and Baal was not. But it's more than that. You see, the prophets like Elijah, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, they understood that these gods were real. Not to be confused with God Almighty. These small g gods were created beings. If you want to think of them as fallen angels, that's fine. But the Bible calls them gods, and God in the Bible calls them gods. And this was a demonstration that Yahweh's power over Baal was absolute. Red Sea crossing demonstrated that his power over the ocean, Baal's home turf, patron god of sailors, god of maritime navigation, God who mastered the sea, Yahweh, showed him up there. Here, the other aspect of Baal's power, the one thing that he was good for, was bringing the rain that made the crops grow. Yahweh shut it off. It's not going to rain, not even dew, until I say so. And after this showdown, of course, the rains began, and once again the earth began to grow and produce. And I also think it's interesting that when Elijah had the people pour water on the sacrifice before burning it, 4 jars, 3 times, equals 12, 1 for each tribe of the nation of Israel. Now, prophetically, and this I think was something interesting, and this is why I had to add 2 pages to the outline today after lunch. Sharon and I started talking and got into this discussion. Identifying Baal as Melkart adds significance to the book of Ezekiel. Now, Ezekiel was 300 years later. Tyre, during this period of time, it developed the greatest commercial empire of the ancient world. They founded colonies in Spain and North Africa. Carthage, of course, the most famous. They ventured out into the Atlantic Ocean. They reached West Africa. They reached Britain. There are some people who suggest they might have even reached North America, although that's not proven. And we're familiar with Ezekiel 28. I talked about that last night. This was the lament over the king of Tyre, which is prophetic because it talks about the fall from Eden by the divine rebel, the Nakash. Eden, the garden of God, the anointed guardian cherub. But if you back up 1 chapter to Ezekiel 27, where Ezekiel is also writing about the king of Tyre. Ezekiel 27, beginning at verse 4, your borders are in the heart of the seas. Your builders made perfect your beauty. Similar language to Ezekiel 28. It also recalls heart of the seas, the well-watered garden, Eden, the same language. Of course, Tyre was located on the coast, and when they came under attack, they had like a fortress that was actually an island off the coast. Very difficult to take militarily, although Alexander the Great did it. It took him 1.5 years. It really ticked him off. Sold them all into slavery for that. He was really angry. And interestingly, it was because he wanted to make a sacrifice to Melkart. And they said, no, you can't do it. It's almost time for him to wake up. You have to wait for him to wake up. You can't sacrifice now. He's not awake yet. Alexander took it as an insult. And so he built a siege ramp 1 mile out into the ocean, and 60,000 Tyrians went off to slavery. Anyway, Ezekiel 27, verse 5, they made all your planks, they're talking about his ships now, they made all your planks of fir trees from Senir. Senir is the Amorite word for Hermon, Mount Hermon. Ezekiel's not picking this location by chance. Mount Hermon, again, thick with theological significance. The holy mountain of El and the place where the watchers came down and began cavorting with human women. They took a cedar from Lebanon to make a mast for you. Lebanon, land of the Phoenicians, the Canaanites, the Baal worshippers. Verse 6, of oaks of Bashan, they made your oars. Bashan, in Canaanite language, Bathan, place of the serpent. It was the kingdom of Og, last of the Rephaim. To the Canaanites, essentially, Bashan was the gateway to the netherworld. Ezekiel is saying, Tyre, your ships are built with this stuff tied to these rebellious gods, and these gods who basically are essentially the dead. Ezekiel making it clear that material provided by places that were the domain of rebellious gods and the dead. And the crews of those ships were the descendants of the cursed Canaan, son of Ham, and his son Sidon. Sidon was the father of the Sidonians and the Tyrians. Verse 26 in Ezekiel 27, your rowers have brought you out into the high seas. The east wind has wrecked you in the heart of the seas. The east wind. Remember the direction to the entrance? Which compass direction was the entrance to Eden? Which compass direction the entrance to the temple in Jerusalem? It was east. The east wind has wrecked you in the heart of the seas. Your riches, your wares, your merchandise, your mariners and your pilots, your caulkers, your dealers in merchandise, all your men of war who are in you, with all your crew that is in your midst, sink into the heart of the seas on the day of your fall. At the sound of the cry of your pilots, the countryside shakes, and down from their ships come all who handle the oar. The mariners and all the pilots of the sea stand on the land and shout aloud over you and cry out bitterly. They cast dust on their heads and wallow in ashes. They make themselves bald for you. This is mourning. Wallow in ashes. Verse 32, in their wailing they raise a lamentation for you and lament over you. Who is like Tyre, the one destroyed in the midst of the seas? Now look at Revelation 18 and just see if you see any similarity here. Revelation 18, verse 1. After this I saw another angel coming down from heaven, having great authority, and the earth was made bright with his glory. And he called out with a mighty voice, fallen, fallen is Babylon the Great. She has become a dwelling place for demons, a haunt for every unclean spirit, a haunt for every unclean bird, a haunt for every unclean and detestable beast. When you skip down, verse 17, in a single hour all this wealth has been laid waste, and all shipmasters and seafaring men, sailors, and all whose trade is on the sea stood far off and cried out as they saw the smoke of her burning, what city was like the great city? What city is like Tyre? You see, Babylon, if you know your geography, wasn't much of a seafaring nation. It's more than 100 miles away from the ocean. Tyre is on the ocean. Tyre was a great seafaring state, founded the greatest commercial empire of its day. But the kings of Babylon, the kings of Assyria, and the Canaanites, the Phoenicians of the coast, all traced their ancestry back to the Amorites, to a clan called the Detanu. Detanu, which is the word from which the Greeks get the word titans, the watchers. And again, we see that the iniquity of the Amorites that God told Abraham about. Your descendants will come back in the fourth generation to this land, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet fulfilled. The iniquity of the Amorites, the Canaanites, the inhabitants of Tyre, the Babylonians, the Assyrians, it's all the iniquity of Babylon. I believe, and I could be way wrong on this, so I wouldn't die on this theological hill, but I think this is really interesting, and I think there may be something here. I believe that Ezekiel is equating Tyre with prophetic Babylon. Now, Tyre was destroyed by Alexander the Great in the 4th century BC. So the prophecy, the lament over the king of Tyre was fulfilled once. But we often see in Scripture an already but not yet fulfillment. And I think it's significant that not even back in the day before the delta region of Sumer, where the Tigris and Euphrates come together, kind of silted up and pushed the coastline back, Babylon was never an ocean-going commercial trading venture. Trade with Babylon went overland by camel. Trade from Tyre. And it just struck me in reading Ezekiel 27 today that the lament by the sailors was very much like the lament that will go up in the end times when Babylon the Great falls. They practiced occult rituals that were condemned by God. I talked about this last night with the Canaanite kings of the city of Ugarit, where they literally called on the spirits of the Rephaim, the council of Detanu. Detanu, Dedan, a historical name attested in the Bible, to bless the king of Ugarit. I didn't mention last night, but it's kind of ironic that the tablet that they found for this ritual referred to a specific king. This was a ritual. This is like the program for the king's coronation for the king of Ugarit. He was the last king of Ugarit. The city was conquered, fell, and destroyed during this guy's reign. He didn't last very long. The Rephaim didn't help him much. Now we come to the kicker. Melkart was the Phoenician form of a demigod. He was remembered as the son of Hadad, so the son of a god. The name that this demigod was known to the Greeks was Heracles, who, of course, to us English speakers is Hercules. Believe it or not, the priests that Elijah encountered on Mount Carmel may well have been priests of Hercules. Hercules, a demigod. We know from later writers, there's a document that's part of a collection called the Pseudo-Clementine Observations. I'm forgetting the name of it off the top of my head, but they are supposed to have come from Clement of Rome. Clement of Rome, one of the early church fathers, a letter to Peter in which he mentions that, oh yes, there's a tomb in the city of Tyre where Heracles, Melkart, is buried. They knew that he was dead. They worshipped him anyway, the Phoenicians. And yet, again, psyops by these fallen spirits that have rebelled against God. In 2,000 years, Hercules, Melkart, has gone from being one of the Nephilim, half human, half god abomination, to being a Disney cartoon. So let's connect this to the talk last night on the conquest of Canaan, the iniquity of the Amorites. The Amorites, as I mentioned, dominated the ancient Near East, the Fertile Crescent, from the time of Abraham until the time of the sojourn. The Amorites founded Babylon, which became a symbol of forbidden occult religious practices from the time of Moses until the end of time. John said that final one-world occult religion will be Mystery Babylon. Moses made a point of linking Og, the king of Bashan, to the Rephaim, to Marduk, the chief god of Babylon. That's the whole thing about his bed being 9 cubits by 4 cubits. Exact dimensions of the cultic bed in the temple to Marduk in Babylon. The kings of Babylon, the kings of ancient Assyria, the kingdom of Ugarit all trace their ancestry back to an ancient king called Detanu, Dedan of the Bible. And the Canaanite ritual to crown a new king called on the Rephaim to bless this new king, the dead kings of old, and the council of Detanu. And as I mentioned, Detanu is the root word for Titan. Titans, the gods that were overthrown by Zeus and the Olympians and sent to Tartarus. Tartarus, which is below Hades, as far below Hades as Hades is below heaven. And we know from 2 Peter 2, verse 4, that the watchers, the angels who kept not their first estate, the watchers who came down at Mount Hermon and foisted the Nephilim on humanity, leading to the flood of Noah, they are also in Tartarus. The watchers, the Titans, same thing. The sin of the Canaanites, the Hivites, Perizzites, Girgashites, Jebusites, etc., the worship of Baal, the storm god, who dared to demand that his followers call him Lord, and of course the veneration of the Rephaim, the council of Detanu, the Titans. That's who the Canaanites were worshiping. And all of this stuff points back somehow, for some reason, to Ham, the son of Noah. Ham was the father of Cush. Mizraim was Egypt, who caused problems for Israel for most of its history. And Canaan, what was the curse of Canaan? This is that odd incident in Genesis chapter 9 when Noah gets drunk and lays uncovered in his tent. Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father and told his 2 brothers outside. When Noah awoke, knew what his youngest son had done to him, he said, "Then cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be to his brothers." Now, that's pretty harsh. And to be honest, there is no Old Testament prohibition against seeing your father without clothing, but uncovering your father's nakedness is an Old Testament euphemism for incestuous relations with your father's wife. Now, I'm not making this up. There are scholars who believe that this may be the reason for the harsh curse that Noah placed on Canaan. And there are other examples of this in the Bible. Reuben slept with Jacob's concubine Bilhah, who was the mother of Naphtali and Dan. Absalom, after David had to run away, pitched a tent on the roof of the house, roof of the palace, and went into David's concubines, quote, in the sight of all Israel, end quote. That is how, back in the day, he had demonstrated the old king is dead, and now I'm the man. Thank God we don't do it that way anymore. But that's may well be what was going on here with Canaan, with Ham. Speculation that he forced himself on his mother when Noah was passed out to try to claim supremacy. I mean, because that essentially, at that point in history, would have made him king of the world, right? 8 people. Well, the second generation after Ham, you get Nimrod, son of Cush, tried to build the artificial holy mountain of Babel. The Amorites, son of Canaan, the Amorites who founded Babylon. Sidon from Canaan, father of the Phoenicians, the city of Tyre. The third generation of Ham, Dedan, ancestor of the royal families of Babylon, Assyria, and Ugarit. Dedan, Detanu. This is a spiritual war. From the time that God made the covenant with Abraham, it was 400 years, more than 400 years, until the Israelites came out of Egypt back to Canaan. Essentially, the principalities and powers behind the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Rephaim, the Anakim, the bloodlines of the giant, planned a giant ambush. They had 400 years to figure out where God was going to lead his chosen people. They figured out, oh, it's Canaan. And they got there and found Anakim throughout the land, which is why Joshua concludes his account of the war to take the Holy Land by saying there were no Anakim left, except in the Philistine territories, and they pop up later during the reign of David. The house of Ham, the creators of Babel and Babylon, have become a symbol of spiritual wickedness that our world is slouching towards today. But the good news is it doesn't matter who your daddy is. It doesn't matter who your ancestors are. Shem, Ham, Japheth. The Lord will meet you right where you stand if you call on his name. You don't need to go down with the ships of Tyre or the ships of Babylon. Or as our friend, the late Patty Heron used to say, we're on board the Titanic, but the good news is there's a lifeboat big enough for all of us. When those ships are destroyed in the heart of the seas, all who want to escape his fate, that fate, the Lord is just waiting for you to ask permission to come aboard. That's it. I got nothing else. No, that's it. We'll just close with a word of prayer. Father, you've left the evidence for us, the archaeologists, the scholars, the historians who have documented all of this. The pieces of the puzzle are there, Father, that support the narrative that you've left for us in your word. We don't need it to believe. We can believe simply in your word that has been preserved for us through the centuries. But Father, for those who need evidence, those who are skeptics, people like me who needed to see, needed to know that your word has been accurately preserved, the evidence is there, Father. And we just pray that you would open their eyes. Open our eyes, Father. Help us to understand, as the prophets did and as the apostles did, that this spiritual war is real, that there are gods who have rebelled and continue to rebel and want to take as many of us with them to destruction as they can. Father, grant us the wisdom and discernment to see past their lies. Grant us the words to speak when the opportunity presents to witness to those around us, our friends, our family, our colleagues. that they don't go down with the ships of Babylon. Lord, we ask this in the name of our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. By the way, I got to thank Casper because I came into the weekend with a tremendously sore throat. I had a golf ball stuck on this side of my throat. At least that's how it felt. And he laid hands on it and prayed over it. And brother, it is far and away better than it was 24 hours ago. We were contemplating a trip to the ER, but thankfully that was not necessary. Casper included in song there a phrase, a saying my dad used to like to tell people. If you ask Derek the time, he tells you how to build a watch. Which I guess is, it's good that I went into broadcasting as a career. Not so good if you're trying to deliver the last talk at a conference without having people look at their watches and wondering if they're going to make their flights on time. So I have cut a lot out of the presentation today in researching what will be a book, The Great Inception, Satan's Psyops from Eden to Armageddon. So if it looks like you're getting just the skeleton of a presentation without the connective tissue, that's why. So not appearing in this presentation today will be the Mesopotamian watchers. They knew about them before the Hebrews did. Ophidian, snake-like figurines, which date back to the early days of Mesopotamia. Eye idols, E.T. phone home. Mesopotamian cone heads. Yes, 5,000 years before the ones in Peru that L.A. Marzulli is focusing on. Aleister Crowley and Cthulhu, all of them are connected but will not be appearing in today's presentation due to time limitations. The title of the presentation comes from the 2010 sci-fi film Inception. In that film, Leonardo DiCaprio's character plays a man who's developed a technology to implant information in the dreams of subjects without their knowledge. This allows them to manipulate the behavior of those subjects. This is a classic example of a psyop, a psychological operation. Psyops defined as planned operations to convey selected information and indicators to audiences to influence their emotions, motives, and objective reasoning, and ultimately the behavior of governments, organizations, groups, and individuals. The sons of God who rebelled, variously called gods, watchers, demons, B'nai Elohim, spirit guides, extraterrestrials, ancient astronauts, have been waging a massive psychological operations campaign against the human race since the beginning of history. They've woven a web of false religions, false doctrines, false histories, and false prophecies, most especially, to deceive, delude, and destroy the human race. Now, before I jump into the meat of this talk, I want to thank some men who've been very influential. No, I want to thank my best friend. Sharon? I can't tell you how many times I'll stumble on something that I think is really cool and awesome and nobody's ever heard of it before and say, Sharon, did you know? And she'll smile and nod and then say, did you not listen to my talk in Chicago in 2012? And I am grateful for that. But these are some books that I found extremely useful in pulling together the information for this talk in particular. David Rohl, whom you are familiar with if you watch the film Patterns of Evidence, his books Legend and Lords of Avaris especially, Peter D. Goodgame, The Second Coming of Antichrist, Chris White, False Christ, and Islamic Antichrist Debunked. Dr. Timothy Furnish, a scholar of Islamic history and eschatology, his books 10 Years Captivation with the Mahdi's Camps and Sects, Lies, and the Caliphate, buy those. Extremely educational. Chris Putnam, The Supernatural Worldview, Chris Putnam and Tom Horn's new book, The Final Roman Emperor, and especially Dr. Michael Heiser's The Unseen Realm. Get that one, because that one is key to understanding the spiritual war. Now, there are 3 points I want to make today. First of all, the supernatural realm is at war. The gods of the ancient world have rebelled against Yahweh. The war was ignited because those gods refused to accept the status that God has granted humanity. inside his family. The war began and will end on a mountain. Those mountains are Eden and Zion. And the rebellious gods have been waging a psyop campaign since the beginning. The movie The Usual Suspects paraphrases a line from the French author Charles Baudelaire. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist. That is just one aspect of their psyop. Likewise, the powers and principalities aligned against us have fed us misinformation and disinformation to confuse us about the nature of this supernatural war, about the stakes in this war, about whether there even is a war. And as a result, when the Antichrist arrives, as Jesus prophesied, the world will welcome him with open arms, including many who call themselves Christian. Now let's understand very clearly, the enemy will use deception to get us to believe a lie, any lie. He doesn't matter. They don't care which one. Just don't believe the one thing that's true. The way, the truth, and the life. Jesus Christ is coming back, and when he does, he will be in the clouds with power and great glory. The Bible repeats that phrase multiple times. Anyone else who claims to be Messiah, if his feet are touching the ground, he's lying. Holy mountains are key to understanding this war. Mountains have always been sacred to humanity. There are holy mountains all over the planet, and that's part of the psyop, because there is, in fact, only one mountain that is truly holy. We can define and divide the phases of the war into 7 phases, each one defined by a particular mountain. We'll take these in roughly chronological order. Mountain number 1, of course, is Eden, the original holy mountain. Now you're saying, wait, Eden, the Garden of Eden. Yes, it was a garden on a mountain. Ezekiel 28. You were in Eden, the garden of God. Skipping down, I placed you, you were on the holy mountain of God. Eden was a mountain with a well-watered garden. It was the seat of the gods. It's where the divine council met. Adam and Eve were part of the divine council on God's holy mountain. This is where the enemy played its first psyop. You shall be as gods. This is one they keep using over and over again. You know why? Because we're stupid, and it keeps working. Adam and Eve lost immortality, got kicked out of the garden, kicked off the mountain, and out of the divine council. Mountain number 2, Mount Hermon. Elevation 9,200 feet, northern edge of the Golan Heights, the border between Israel and Syria. This mountain has been sacred for most of human history. It was sacred at least as far back as the Babylonian period, and maybe even further. In the old Babylonian copy of the Gilgamesh epic, Hermon and Lebanon recorded as the secret dwelling of the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki was the Sumerian pantheon. So now we're back almost 5,000 years in human history that it was known that Mount Hermon was a holy mountain. According to the books of Enoch and Jubilees, of course, Hermon is where the 200 watchers descended and began to convert with human women. And from these unions, of course, came the Nephilim, the giants, the men of renown who were of old. The Nephilim pillaged the earth, endangering humanity physically, but also genetically. So Yahweh sent a flood, rid the world of all flesh, except for the 8 in the ark and the animals on the ark. And the watchers committed that sin, according to Peter and Jude in the New Testament, are in chains, in darkness, until the judgment of that great day. But here's another key point. Discovered an academic paper from about 45 years ago, a scholar named Edward Lipinski. Mount Hermon was also the holy mountain of El. El was the chief god of the Canaanite pantheon. In fact, as part of a psyop, the enemy managed to insinuate the word El as sort of a generic term meaning God, as in Elohim. In fact, there are scholars today who are amazed that we Christians are so stupid we don't realize we're actually worshiping El, the Canaanite god, because it's the same name. Different god. El lived on Mount Hermon with his consort Asherah. You've heard of the Asherim. and their 70 sons. The 70 sons of El. The 70 B'nai Elohim. Remember that number, 70. We will refer to it again. Mountain number 3 is the artificial mountain Babel. The name is from the Hebrew word meaning confusion, but the Hebrew prophets loved to play with language. They liked to take a word that meant kind of what the word meant, of the thing that they were trying to describe, but meant what they really wanted it to mean. I'm babbling now, in fact. Babel is taken from the Akkadian words Bab Elu, meaning gate of God or gate of the gods. Now, there's an important detail about the Tower of Babel, an important point that I need to make, and that is that the Tower of Babel was not, in fact, at Babylon. Nimrod, remembered as the builder of the Tower of Babel, Josephus, other ancient traditions record this. The best guess is that Nimrod lived somewhere between 3,500 and 3,000 BC. Genesis 10:10 tells us that the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, Erech, Akkad, and Calneh in the land of Shinar. Shinar is Sumer. Erech is the city of Uruk. Uruk, the center of Nimrod's kingdom, was so influential in history that we still call that part of the world by that name today, except we pronounce it Iraq. The thing is, Babylon was northwest of Uruk. Sorry, Casper. I get a little more mobile than you might have expected. Babylon wasn't founded until about 2300 BC. That's 700 years best away from Nimrod. Now, scholars have also learned that the name Babylon was interchangeable with the names of other cities in ancient Mesopotamia, in ancient Sumer. For example, Eridu, E-R-I-D-U, which the Sumerians believe was the very first city ever built. Eridu was so important in ancient Sumer that 2,500 years after Nimrod, in the days of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, the kings of Babylon still referred to themselves as Lugal Nun Ki, king of Eridu. So what's the deal with Eridu? It's located in southeast Mesopotamia on what was then the shores of the Persian Gulf. 7,000 years of silt has moved the shoreline just a bit. But it's also the site of the largest and probably the oldest ziggurat in Mesopotamian history. See Eridu right there. The very first city in history, and scholars agree that this is probably so. According to archaeologists, it was probably founded around 5400 BC, almost 7,500 years ago. According to the legend, Eridu was built by the god Enki. Enki. It was the site of Enki's temple, the E-Abzu, or the House of the Deep Waters. The temple sat above the Abzu, which is a subterranean chamber, which was the source of the sweet waters that were necessary for life. It was there that Enki took the salt water from the Persian Gulf and turned them into the fresh waters of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. He's usually depicted with two streams, one for each river flowing out of his shoulders. He was also credited with bringing everything that mankind needed for civilization, the secrets of reading, writing, arithmetic, and so forth, music. Enki is a compound word in Sumerian. En, the prefix, means Lord. Ki, Ki, means earth. So Enki was Lord of the earth. Does this sound familiar? Anyone? The God of this world? Perhaps a title that Jesus applied to somebody. Paul also called an entity the ruler of this world, the God of this world. Anyone who he might have been talking about? Satan, yes, okay, that's very possible. Oh yeah, and Abzu was a word from which we get the English word abyss. So Enki, the founder of Eridu, which influenced Mesopotamian history for 5,000 years at least, founded by the god of the abyss. Here's another piece to the puzzle. Nimrod, second generation after the flood. In the Sumerian king list, the second king of Eridu after the flood was a guy named Enmerkar, the second king of Uruk, which of course was the center of Nimrod's kingdom. Enmerkar is also a compound word. En means Lord, the suffix kar means hunter. Enmerkar, meaning Enmer, the hunter, as in a mighty hunter before the Lord. So now we know who this guy was, and the history books The Hebrews, of course, doing what they love to do with language, took the name Enmer, N-M-R, remember, no vowels in ancient Hebrew, and they added a D on the end, turned Enmer the hunter into Lord Mer the rebel, or Lord Rebel, because it sounds like the Hebrew word marad, which means rebel. Now, in about the year 2000 BC, somebody carved on tablets a poem called Enmerkar and the Lord of Arata. Arata was a kingdom located somewhere in the region. Scholars still don't know for sure where. Could be Armenia, could be Iran. But the point of this poem is that it records the basics of the Tower of Babel story. Enmerkar muscled this kingdom of Arata to get building materials to rebuild the temple of Enki at Eridu. Oh yes, it also remembers that before this, the whole world worshipped one God using one language until Enki confused their speech. And the god that wanted to send the flood, by the way, was the chief god of the Sumerian pantheon, Enlil, lord of the storm. Because humans made so much noise, he couldn't sleep at night. So he was going to commit genocide and wipe out the whole planet. And he commanded the other gods not to tell the humans, but Enki, the trickster god, told a wall, "Oh, wall, if I were you, I would build me a boat and float away from this flood that's coming." So he didn't exactly, very Clintonian when you think about it. Told the wall because the hero of the Sumerian flood story just happened to be standing on the other side of that wall, see. So Enki was the hero of the story, saved humanity in opposition of the wishes of the chief god of the Sumerian pantheon. A double psyop, because not only did the ancient Sumerians get a twisted version of the Tower of Babel story, but scholars over the last 150 years, as they dug up these tablets and deciphered them, translated them, now have evidence to say, you know, those Hebrews, they just stole their entire religion from ancient Sumer. Like alone amongst the people in all of history of the earth, the Hebrews are the only ones who couldn't come up with their own cosmology. At Eridu, archaeologists have found 18 construction layers to this temple to Enki. Some of them are below an 8-foot thick layer of silt from a flood. The most impressive layer, Temple 1, a massive structure. This is an artist's recreation of it. Huge temple, massive platform, even bigger foundation that rose up to the level of the temple. They're not quite sure what it would have looked like when it was finished, because at the peak of ancient Sumerian archaeological or architectural achievement, not only was the construction abandoned, the entire city of Eridu was suddenly and completely abandoned. Why, you might ask? Genesis chapter 11. The Lord dispersed them from there over the face of all the earth, and they left off building the city. Pattern of evidence. Well, to sum up, Enmerkar, Nimrod, tried to rebuild and expand an ancient temple to the god of the abyss, the Bab Ilu, gate of the gods. What was really going on there at the supernatural level? I don't know. But Yahweh apparently thought it was important enough for him to personally intervene. And there were consequences. Not only did Yahweh scatter the people across the face of the earth, he told mankind essentially, okay, look, you don't want to deal with me? From now on you deal with my subordinates, the lesser Elohim, the B'nai Elohim, the sons of God. Deuteronomy 32, beginning at verse 8. When the Most High gave to the nations their inheritance, when he divided mankind, he fixed the borders of the peoples according to the number of the sons of God. This is from the English Standard Version. The ESV follows the Septuagint and the Dead Sea Scrolls in rendering that verse sons of God instead of sons of Israel, which is how you may have heard this verse previously. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense textually when you think about it, since Israel, Jacob, wasn't born for another 12 to 1500 years after the Tower of Babel. Again, the Septuagint was translated by Jewish scholars about 200 BC. This is how they took the original Hebrew. The borders of the people, geographically and spiritually, fixed by God after the Tower of Babel, according to the number of the sons of God. Now, Look at Genesis chapter 10, the table of nations. Any guess as to how many nations are in the table of nations? 70.
Oh, man.
Coincidence? Coincidence? No. These 70 B'nai Elohim, sons of God, apparently decided to present themselves as gods to the nations after they were divided across the earth. And this is where the concept of holy ground and national deities begins. Molech for the Ammonites, Chemosh for the Moabites, Dagon for the Philistines, Yahweh, Israel, his allotted portion. Now, if you want to read how that worked out for the fallen, just read Psalm 82. This is really amazing when you get down into this and read it with a fresh set of eyes. Psalm 82, beginning at verse 1. God has taken his place in the divine council. In the midst of the gods, he holds judgment. Most commentators will try to make the gods out as the judges of Israel. But that doesn't make verse 6 then sensible, where God is telling the gods, like men you shall die. If he was addressing human leaders, of course the response will be, well, duh. No, he is addressing B'nai Elohim, divine beings who presented themselves as small g gods to the rest of the nations. God telling them, you're not judging rightly, you're going to die. Moving on, mountain number 4. This is where the tables begin to turn. Moses hears the call, Sinai. God appears to Moses there, tasks him with bringing Israel out of Egypt, and this is so cool. I've been waiting months to talk about this. The way God has Moses do it sends a very clear message to the gods of Egypt. Exodus 12. They've had all of the plagues, the final plague, where God takes the firstborn. Not only is Yahweh striking all the firstborn of Egypt, on all the gods of Egypt I will execute judgment. How likely is it that Yahweh was telling Moses, I'm just going to crush all those lifeless blocks of wood and stone, those idols? No. Supernatural entities who had manifested as gods in Egypt, Yahweh saying, tonight, a reckoning. On the gods of Egypt I will execute judgments. Now let's look at Exodus 14. This is the cool part. Exodus 14. Sharon and I record a weekly Bible study, and we stumbled on this a few months ago, and I was like, wait, what? Yahweh said, what? Tell the people of Israel to turn back. This is, now, they're leaving Egypt, okay? And Pharaoh's changed his mind, and he sent out the cavalry after them. The last guy in the column of Israelites turns, and he sees the dust rising off the desert sand as the ancient Near East's most fearsome professional army is chasing them. And the word comes from the front of the column. Moses says, we've got to turn around. What? Turn back and camp in front of Pi Hahiroth between Migdal and the sea. In front of Baal Zephon, you shall encamp facing it by the sea. Now this begs some questions. Why did God tell them to turn around? Why did he tell the Israelites to encamp facing Baal Zephon? What is Baal Zephon? What is Baal doing in Egypt? He's a Canaanite god, right? Well, yeah, kinda. But then this is the part of history that never makes it into our churches on Sunday mornings. You see, beginning in about 1750 BC, give or take 100 years, a Semitic people called the Hyksos by modern scholars. That's a Greek version of an Egyptian term that means leaders of foreign lands, rulers of foreign lands. Basically took over Lower Egypt, which is northern Egypt, and they ruled there for a couple hundred years. Well, guess what? Baal was their national god. So the Hyksos came in, settled at Avaris, which again, if you saw Tim Mahoney's presentation or see the movie, you know Avaris was the city where all of the Semitic people dwelt in Egypt for a couple hundred years. And they worshiped Baal there. Now, we don't know if the Hyksos were still around at the time of the Exodus, but we do know that Baal was still there. And by the way, for you scholars, I know there's a glottal stop there. It's supposed to be Baal, like uh-oh. But I'm using Baal because that's what we're all used to, so just wanted you to know that I knew. Now, during the period of the Hyksos, Baal was also identified with the Egyptian god Set. Set was the chaos god, the god of the desert, the god of foreigners. Apparently a good fit for Baal. Now, today we think of Set, represented here, as this weird evil god with the anteater head that killed his brother Osiris and cut him up into 14 parts. But Set wasn't always evil. Wasn't always evil. Back in the day, he was the god of the rulers of northern Egypt. And apparently after being invaded in the first millennium BC and conquered by the Nubians and the Assyrians and the Persians, the god of foreigners wasn't quite as welcome around the pyramids anymore, But during the period of time when Baal Set was the preeminent god in northern Egypt, and this went for about 400 years, he was there long after the Hyksos run out of the country. In fact, we know that Baal Set was worshipped at least until the time of Ramses II. Ramses the Great, Yul Brynner, because Ramses the Great set up a stela dedicated to Set on the 400th anniversary of Set doing something. Scholars aren't quite sure what. This is what it looked like. But if we date Ramses the Great to about 1350 BC, give or take, backtrack 400 years, that would be about the time that Baal Set arrived in Egypt. Just about the time that the house of Israel settled there. Coincidence? Coincidence? No. I thought I had a bunch of coincidence theorists out here. And here's the other thing. When Yahweh led the Israelites out of Egypt, he ordered them to turn around specifically to cross at that point on the Red Sea, opposite a point sacred to Baal, Baal Zephon, which, by the way, Zephon just happens to be the name of Baal's holy mountain, 500 miles north of the Nile Delta. Coincidence? Coincidence? No, this was a supernatural smackdown. He told him to cross right there for that specific reason. Baal was the god of storms. He was the god who had conquered the chaos god of the sea. Baal was the god of maritime navigation. So even if you discount the supernatural aspect of the Red Sea crossing, wall of water on the right, wall of water on the left, and just look at the symbolism of what was being accomplished here. Baal, god of the sea, huh? Boom. If they had microphones in the 15th century BC, that's where Yahweh would have dropped it right there. Boom, and walk off stage. He was not only delivering Israel from the hand of Pharaoh, he was delivering Israel from the hand of Baal. So, the Israelites escape Egypt. They make their way to Sinai. Moses receives the law. And then notice at Sinai, the warning God gives to the people. Whoever touches the mountain shall be put to death. Holy ground. Holy as in the sense of taboo, as in the sense of don't touch it or you'll die. The same type of warning that God applied to the Holy of Holies in the tabernacle. And for the same reason. This is another thing I had to cut from the presentation. You'll find it in the book, how the tabernacle is like a holy mountain. Moses got the law. Then Yahweh says, okay, I want you to come back up the mountain. I'm going to give you instructions on how to build the tabernacle. But first, he says, oh yes, when you come, bring Aaron and Nadab and Abihu and 70 of the elders of Israel. Bring them up the mountain. So Moses, Aaron, Aaron's sons, and 70 of the elders go up the mountain, and they saw the God of Israel. There was under his feet, as it were, a pavement of sapphire stone, like the very heaven for clearness, and he did not lay his hand on the chief men of the people of Israel. They beheld God and ate and drank. Do you see the significance of what happened there? For the first time since Eden, mankind was back on the holy mountain of God and in his presence. How many elders of Israel?
70.
How many sons of El on Mount Hermon?
70.
Coincidence? Of course, Baal wasn't finished. If you can't beat him, lie to him. Moses went up there 40 days and they created a golden calf. Aaron says, I just jumped out of the fire. Guess which gods in the Canaanite pantheon were typically represented by bulls and calves? Baal and El. Coincidence? No. All right. This mountain climbing is thirsty work. Excuse me just a moment. See, in radio broadcasting, you don't have people looking at you. It's not nearly as nerve-wracking. Mountain number 5, Baal's holy mountain, Mount Zaphon. It's on the border between Syria and Turkey on the Mediterranean coast, 5,800 feet above sea level. Today called Jebel al-Aqra, Zaphon known to the ancient world as the site of the palace of Baal. Baal, the primary antagonist of Yahweh in the Bible. Actually, Baal was just a title. When you think about it, this is kind of gutsy. Baal just means Lord. You notice in most of our English translations of the Bible, we translate Yahweh as Lord. Baal's actual name is Hadad. But he got everybody to call him Lord. Coincidence? He was also identified with the ancient Amorite god Amuru, the Hittite god Teshub, the Sumerian god Ishkur, and others. You might also know him by the names Zeus or Jupiter. Mount Zaphon was so important that the word Zaphon in Hebrew actually means the compass point north. And there are verses in the Old Testament when you substitute the proper name Zaphon for the word or the compass point north, the verses take on some surprising new meanings. For example, Isaiah 14. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations? For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven, I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. You ever wonder what sides of the north meant? Let's look at some more modern English translations. The NIV. I will sit enthroned on the mount of assembly, on the utmost heights of Mount Zaphon. The New English translation. I will rule on the mountain of assembly, on the remote slopes of Zaphon. The subject of Isaiah 14 in Hebrew, named Hillel ben Shakar, light bringer, son of the morning. The title, which was translated by Jerome as Lucifer, wanted to establish his holy mountain as supreme in the cosmos. Which holy mountain? Zaphon, the holy mountain of Baal. Mountain number 6. This is the prize. Zion, the ultimate prize in the long spiritual war, the mountain that Yahweh has claimed as his own, the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. As a mountain, Zion is really not that impressive. It's not even the tallest spot in Jerusalem. But the Hebrew prophets knew its significance. Certainly the rabbis in Israel today know its significance, and I suggest the enemy knows its significance, which is why the Muslim authority there, the Waqf, doesn't want anybody except Muslims on the Temple Mount. But the Hebrew prophets, if you read the Bible carefully, you'll find places in the Bible where they actually compare and contrast Zion with Zaphon and Hermon. Psalm 68, Mount Zion versus Mount Hermon, smackdown. Psalm 68, beginning at verse 15, O mountain of God, mountain of Bashan. Bashan was that area of the Golan Heights, known to the ancient Canaanites, by the way, as the location of the gates of hell. O many-peaked mountain, mountain of Bashan, why do you look with hatred, O many-peaked mountain, at the mount God desired for his abode, yes, where the Lord will live forever? Now, the many-peaked mountain of Bashan is Mount Hermon. Mount Hermon is the tallest peak in a chain of mountains, the anti-Lebanon mountains. Now, verse 15 looks a little weird because Mount Hermon was, if there was like an exact opposite to mountain of God, that would be Mount Hermon. But the Hebrew, Har Elohim, can also be translated, O mountain of the gods. And in this context, that makes more sense. Mountain of the gods, why are you looking with hatred, O many-peaked mountain? Verse 17. After asking why, Mount Hermon looks at the true mountain with jealousy and hatred. Verse 17, the chariots of God are twice 10,000, thousands upon thousands. The Lord is among them. Sinai is now in the sanctuary, the tabernacle. You ascended on high, leading a host of captives in your train. Psalm 68 is describing a supernatural assault on Mount Hermon by Yahweh and him leading captives away from the conquered stronghold on the holy mountain of El. Now see this about Mount Zaphon in Psalm 48. Psalm 48, his holy mountain, beautiful in elevation, is the joy of all the earth. Mount Zion in the far north, the city of the great king. The psalmist here is comparing Mount Zion to Mount Zaphon. Mount Zion, as I said, not much of a mountain, 2,400 feet, give or take, and it sure isn't in the far north. It is a comparison between Mount Zion and Mount Zaphon, taking imagery applied to Baal's holy mountain and appropriating it for Yahweh to show that Zion is superior to Mount Zaphon. And this understanding of cosmic north having more meaning than just as a simple point on the compass, could give the Gog-Magog war a slightly different feel. And this is me speculating here. But look at verse 6 of Ezekiel 38. Beth Togarmah, from the uttermost parts of the north with all his hordes. The Hebrew words translated their uttermost parts of the north, Yerikat Sephon. They appear in 3 places only in the Old Testament, and you've just heard all 3. Isaiah 14, referring to Baal's Mount of Assembly. Psalm 48, comparing Yahweh's Mount of Assembly to Baal's Mount of Assembly. And Ezekiel 38, perhaps the origin point, spiritual, if not physical, for the army led by Gog of Magog. And Zion, of course, is where Armageddon will take place. The book of Revelation tells us that the armies of the world will gather there for one final battle before the millennial reign. Many scholars believe this comes from the Hebrew Har Megiddo. But here's the thing. There's no mountain at Megiddo. It's a valley. Also, in Greek translations of Hebrew, it is not uncommon, in fact, it is common, for the letter gamma to represent the Hebrew letter ayin. So the original Hebrew for Mount of Assembly, Har Moed, is translated or transliterated into Har Megiddo. Har Moed makes more sense. Mount of Assembly. Most Old Testament apocalyptic prophecy focuses on Jerusalem and the Mount of Assembly, Mount Zion. That makes more sense. That's where God will live forever. The enemy wants that mountain, especially to keep us off that mountain. Now, Jesus, of course, was fully aware of this struggle. In fact, he equated Baal, when he was accused of casting out demons by the power of Beelzebul, Baal the prince, with Satan. And interestingly, in the book of Revelation, Jesus calls Pergamon, which was the site of the altar of Zeus that the Nazis took back to Berlin prior to World War II, as the location of Satan's throne. Zeus, Baal, Satan. Here are a few other things that make more sense. When you look at this and the struggle in the sense of the divine council, the conflict with actual evil entities, principalities, and powers who seek to do us harm. I'm assuming you agree with me that the Apostle Paul knew what he was writing about in Ephesians chapter 6. Okay, we're good on that. A big part of Jesus' ministry was casting out demons. And yes, he was casting them out of the victims to restore them to full health, but he was also casting them off his land. Israel is mine. Get off my land. His transfiguration took place on Mount Hermon. I know there are some who say Mount Tabor. It was in the region of Caesarea Philippi, the only mountain in that region, the tallest mountain in that region, Mount Hermon. Coincidence? No. Peter's confession of faith at the foot of Mount Hermon in front of the grotto of Pan, known to the ancients as the gates of hell. Remember Jesus' response when Peter said, "You are the Christ, the Son of the living God? You are Peter, and on this rock, Mount Hermon, I will build my church, and the gates of hell, the grotto of Pan, will not prevail against it." That makes the hair on my neck stand up. And in Luke chapter 10, Jesus sends out disciples to the places he was about to visit. How many disciples? 70. Coincidence? No. This was another warning. Get off my land. Mountain number 7 in this long spiritual war. I almost overlooked this one, and I really shouldn't because it's responsible for the greatest psyop in human history. This is Jabal al-Nur. Arabic means mountain of enlightenment. It is where Muhammad reportedly received a visitation from something calling itself Gabriel. By the year 2070, there will likely be more Muslims on planet Earth than Christians. Muhammad saw something, but it wasn't from Yahweh. The future of the long war, prophecy is key. Bible prophecy tells us what the future holds. And let me just make an observation here, with all due respect, and I mean that very sincerely with all the scholars here this weekend. The fastest way to get Christians, mild-mannered Christians, fussing and fighting is to ask pre, mid, or post. Am I right? Yeah. And it's sad. It doesn't have to be that way. In fact, it shouldn't be that way because even the apostles didn't fully understand the prophecies of Jesus' first coming. Look at Acts chapter 1. Is it at this time you will restore the kingship to Israel? They were still looking for a geopolitical savior 40 days after he was risen from the dead. They still didn't get it. Then, of course, Acts chapter 2 arrives. Holy Spirit, tongues of fire, speaking in tongues. People from all over the world can suddenly understand the gospel message. And by the way, isn't that a beautiful reversal of the Babel story? Coincidence? I suggest that Yahweh, like a good military commander who doesn't share strategy with the enemy, deliberately concealed the prophecies of Jesus' first coming so that the enemy would not clearly understand it. And I think this is a biblical point to make. As Paul explained in 1 Corinthians 2, yet among the mature we do impart wisdom, although it is not a wisdom of this age, or of the rulers of this age who are doomed to pass away. Now the word translated rulers is archon, the Greek word archon. It can mean humans or supernatural entities. It's the same word that John used when Jesus described Satan as the ruler, the archon of this world. But we impart a practical and a secret and hidden wisdom of God, which God decreed before the ages for our glory. None of the rulers of this age understood this, or they would not have crucified the Lord of glory. The principalities and powers thought by sending Jesus to the cross, they were winning. If they had understood his true mission, they would not have sent him to the cross. So, a little grace for the apostles for not understanding. They're only human. We're only human. So, pre, mid, or post, let's be gracious in disagreement, because we probably won't understand it until we're looking back with 20/20 hindsight. Now, that being said, let's look at a few things here. Christians can be roughly divided into three main groups. About 40% of Americans believe we're living in the end times. Among evangelical Christians, it's about 75%. However, according to Barna Group research, only 9% of American adults and only 19% of American evangelicals have a biblical worldview, meaning they accept 6 basic points of Christian doctrine. So in other words, most American evangelicals believe we're living in the end times, but most of them probably don't have any clue of what the end times are supposed to look like. Now consider, Protestant Christians make up a minority of the world's Christians. Only a little more than a third, actually. Roman Catholics are about half. Orthodox churches make up another eighth. So, us premillennial, pre-tribulational believers are in a small minority of Christians around the earth when it comes to trying to understand the end times. Generally, 3 main groups. Premillennials, believing that Jesus will return for his people before he sets up a literal 1,000-year reign, drawn from a literal interpretation of Revelation 20, 1 through 6. Postmillennials reject a literal interpretation of Revelation 20. They put Christ's return after the millennium. The world gets more and more Christianized through our efforts, and at some point, Jesus will then take over from us once we Christianize the world for him. This was a popular belief in the 19th century. Then World War I happened, 17 million died, and that can kind of put the dampers on your enthusiasm and optimism just a bit. 20 to 50 million dead from the Spanish flu. But in the last 30 years, postmillennialism is making a comeback among a small segment of American charismatic Christians. It's the so-called New Apostolic Reformation. They're teaching something called victorious eschatology. The church militant goes forth, conquers the world for Jesus because we have to, you see. He is stuck in heaven until we conquer the world. You laugh. Their plan is something called the Seven Mountains Mandate. I'm going along, I'm putting stuff from the book back in the presentation, forgive me. Seven Mountains Mandate. 7 mountains of culture they believe we have to take over: arts and entertainment, business, education, family, government, religion, and one other. Anyway, it is a classic psyop, frankly, and to be very blunt, dominion theology. The idea that we have to conquer the world is nothing more than Christian jihad. It is not biblical. It can also be anti-Semitic, as Joel Richardson points out in his excellent book, When a Jew Rules the World. If the world has to be Christianized before Jesus can return and the Jews have no role to play, they are nothing more than an obstacle to be removed. Heresy. Sorry, but it is. Amillennialism is officially the position of most of the world's Christians. It's the official view of the Roman Catholic Church. They believe the 1,000-year reign is just a symbolic number. It's underway now, concurrent with the church age. At the end of the church age, whenever that is, Jesus will come back, take over, and set up permanent physical reign. It is the official doctrine of Roman Catholicism, the Orthodox churches, and some of the Protestant denominations, including Lutherans, Methodists, Anglicans. Again, most of the world's Christians officially hold this view. I just have to ask one thing. If Satan is bound during the millennium, or during this millennial period, however many thousands of years it really is, looking at the world, does it look like Satan is bound? One more quick thing. Chris Putnam and Tom Horn, in their most recent book, The Final Roman Emperor, point out that a pseudepigraphal book from the 7th century called The Apocalypse of Pseudo-Methodius came up with a concept called the final Roman emperor. This is not official Roman Catholic doctrine, but there are Roman Catholic teachers who believe it. It basically took Christian eschatology through this messianic Roman emperor into the mix and came up with a brand new doctrine. He'll conquer the world and then hand over his crown to Jesus when Jesus returns. The question, which I don't have an answer to, is how far will the church go if times get bad enough to try to bring this final Roman emperor, the great monarch, to power? I don't know. What Jews believe. I'll summarize as best I can. Please understand, I'm not a scholar of Jewish eschatology or Islamic eschatology, but I will do my best here to summarize. Also, please keep in mind that Jews and Muslims are just as divided amongst themselves about what they believe as we Christians are. But in short, Jews are looking for a man who leads Israel to victory in war, the war of Gog and Magog, and elevates Israel to preeminence over all the nations of earth. Now, they've never really accepted, the rabbis, the idea that the Messiah was a suffering servant. So rather than seeing Zechariah 12:10, him who they have pierced, as the Messiah, I mean, obviously that was Jesus. We can say, looking back with 20/20 hindsight on those messianic prophecies that the apostles just didn't get, so they didn't accept that. So to try to account for that prophecy, they came up with the concept of a second Messiah. There are 2 Messiahs in Jewish eschatology, one from the tribe of Joseph. Messiah ben Joseph arrives first. He's a military leader, leads Israel to victory in the war of Gog and Magog. He falls in battle, dies, at which point Messiah ben David arrives, wins the war, kills the enemy commander, and resurrects the dead, beginning with Messiah ben Joseph. Then comes the final judgment. Messiah ben David judges the nations and their guardian angels, presumably the 70 placed over the nations after the Tower of Babel, and all of them, which would mean us Christians, thrown into Gehenna. what Muslims believe. Would it surprise you to learn that the Mahdi and the Dajjal, their Messiah, roughly, and Antichrist, are not mentioned in the Quran at all? Period. True. What Muslims know about the Mahdi and the Dajjal come from sayings attributed to Muhammad, the Hadith. Now, just as the apocalypse of Pseudo-Methodius was created as a response to Islamic expansion in the 7th century, that was when Islam basically conquered all of the Mediterranean world, the Mahdi was created as a response to Pseudo-Methodius. Oh, they've invented this new Messiah, this Roman emperor king. Quick, we need something like that. So they created the Mahdi in response to Pseudo-Methodius. And this bit of 7th century apocalyptic fiction is tearing the world apart today. Pew Research conducted a survey of the world's Muslims in 2012, found 42% of the world's Sunni Muslims, that's about 670 million people, expect the Mahdi's appearance in their lifetime. So sometime in the first half of the 21st century, 670 million Muslims, Sunni Muslims, expect to see the Mahdi. The highest percentage of people, of those expecting the Mahdi's soon return, are perhaps not coincidentally located in the nations that have been occupied by the U.S. military for the last 15 years, Afghanistan and Iraq. I'd say coincidence on that one, but it wouldn't be funny. Anyway, to compensate for the lack of a prophetic hero or villain in their own holy writings, Muslims began collecting and frankly inventing the Hadith in the 8th and 9th centuries. These are sayings attributed to Muhammad, collected more than 100 years after he died. Islamic scholars over the years have had to divide them into 3 categories: authentic, strong, and weak. But there's no universal agreement between Sunnis and Shias over which are which. They've got different groups that they believe, and there are some who don't believe in the Hadith at all. So when we talk about what Muslims believe about the end times, we have to separate Sunni and Shia. First, the Sunnis. And what they believe is key because they, like Christian dominionists, believe they can jumpstart the apocalypse. Sunnis expect the Mahdi to emerge when the armies of Rome, whatever those are, land at either a town in northern Syria called Dabek, which I'm told is the correct pronunciation, Dabek, or at the Amak Valley in southern Turkey. Now, not coincidentally, the Islamic State's official magazine is called Dabek, and their official news agency is the Al-Amak Press Agency. Oh, and maybe not coincidentally, the Amak Valley stretches north from the north slopes of Mount Zafan. Muslim armies defeat the Romans, then the Dajjal, their Antichrist, emerges from the east, oppresses the people for some period of time. It's not clear, depending on which hadith you look at, 40 days, 40 months, or 40 years. Then Isa, the Islamic Jesus, descends from the heavens at Damascus, helps the Mahdi kill the Dajjal. Isa and the Mahdi go to Jerusalem, lead the faithful in prayers. Al-Mahdi will try to defer to Isa, but Isa will insist that Al-Mahdi remain preeminent, and the two will rule earth for 40 years when they'll both die of old age. In Sunni Islam, anyone with enough charisma and enough chutzpah can claim to be the Mahdi. And they have. Throughout history, there are multiple examples of bloody, horribly violent uprisings led by self-styled Mahdis, similar to what we're seeing now with the Islamic State. Now, Shia Muslims have a different view. And this is not a popular opinion I'm expressing here, but I'm resting this on the work of a trusted and accredited scholar of Islamic history and eschatology. So, Shia Muslims are looking for a supernatural savior. That is the key difference which has led to 1,400 years of bloodshed and hatred between Shias and Sunnis. Sunnis follow the caliphate. Shias follow the bloodline of Muhammad. The first caliph was appointed by Muhammad's companions because Muhammad died without leaving a male heir. Shias follow the prophet's cousin and son-in-law Ali. Shias, and specifically Twelver Shias, which is Iran, they believe the Mahdi is the 12th Imam who went into hiding or occultation in the year 873 at the age of 4. Or so the story goes. There's good reason to believe that he never actually lived and that he was invented by a Shia scholar in Baghdad to keep the sect together. Oh, sure, the last Imam actually, he had a son. You never saw him, but trust me, he's there. but he went into hiding, and he'll come back someday. And that is what 12er Shia believe. It's tragic if it wasn't tearing the world apart. Of the two sects, Sunni Muslims are the much bigger threat. There are more of them, for one thing, 85% of the world's Muslims. But just as significant, the leaders of Iran, the 12er Shia, really aren't in a hurry to meet the Mahdi, the 12th Imam. You see, and I should preface this by saying that this is not to say that Iran is not a threat to Israel or the West. They are. They are a state sponsor of terror, and we Americans should never forget the 241 American Marines who died in Beirut in 1983. That was an Iranian operation through Hezbollah. But when you study what Shias actually teach, you find that they believe that there is nothing that they or anyone can do to speed up the end of days. Mahdi will appear when Allah wills it, not one heartbeat sooner. They're not even supposed to fight for global victorious jihad until the Mahdi arrives. But I think maybe even more important, human nature. Like the Sanhedrin of Jesus' day, the Ayatollahs in Iran aren't in a hurry to give up their jobs just because the Mahdi happens to show up. I mean, hey, got a nice house, great car, pretty wife. The Mahdi shows up, out on the street. Very much like the Sanhedrin. In fact, an Israeli scholar puts it this way: Shiism in general, and post-revolutionary Iranian Shiism in particular, is not only not messianic or apocalyptic in character, but is in fact the fiercest enemy of messianism found anywhere in the Muslim world or Islamic history. And also because they're supposed to turn over Jerusalem so that the Mahdi and Isa can lead the faithful in prayers, you would assume that the Ayatollahs don't want to turn over a smoking radioactive crater to the Mahdi. He might be a little upset. But anyway, don't overestimate or underestimate the appeal of a big house, nice car, and pretty wife. Once the Mahdi shows up, the Ayatollahs are out of work. But these are not the only psyops throughout history that the enemy has thrown at us. Of course, we could spend the whole conference on aberrant doctrines over the years, heresies, cults, deviations from Christian orthodoxy. I'm not ignoring them, I'm aware of them, but I'm already going to run over time, I can tell. Put a mental asterisk here and read Walter Martin's Kingdom of the Cults. Here is an end-time scenario that I think is plausible just because of the lack of knowledge of Bible prophecy among Christians and the false prophecies that have been accepted by Muslims and, sadly, our Jewish brothers and sisters. Daniel 11, verses 40 through 45, and again, thank you to Chris White, author of the book False Christ, for laying out this scenario in a way that it made sense to me. The last 6 verses, at the time of the end, last 6 verses of Daniel 11, at the time of the end, the king of the south shall attack him, the king of the north, Zaphan, shall rush upon him like a whirlwind with chariots and horsemen and many ships. He shall come into countries and shall overflow and pass through. He shall come into the glorious land. That's Israel. Tens of thousands shall fall, but these shall be delivered out of his hand. Edom, Moab, the main part of the Ammonites. Now, there's question as to whether the king of the north is the Antichrist, but I think he that enters the glorious land in the following verse is undoubtedly the Antichrist. Note that he is apparently welcomed into the glorious land without resistance. With all due respect to other scholars, I don't see any scenario now or ever in which Israelis welcome an Islamic leader into the glorious land without serious resistance. He shall stretch out his hand against the countries, and the land of Egypt shall not escape, shall become the ruler of the treasures of gold and silver and all the precious things of Egypt. News from the east and north shall alarm him, and he shall go out with great fury to destroy and devote many to destruction. Verse 45, and he shall pitch his palatial tent between the sea and the glorious holy mountain. Which mountain? Zion. Yet he shall come to his end with none to help him. This reads like a quick summary of any one of the major wars Israel has fought over the last 70 years. Israel attacked from the south, from the north, news from the east and north alarm him, and Israel saved by the superior generalship of this king of the north, the Antichrist. Now, why would the Antichrist go out and destroy these Muslim nations coming against Israel? It sounds cold-hearted, but I think this is what makes sense. Because the Antichrist will try to fulfill Bible prophecy to convince the Jews that he is their Messiah. In the eyes of the enemy, the only useful role Muslims have to play at this point is cannon fodder, human sacrifice to lure Jews and Christians into accepting him as Messiah. Muslims, and I say this with no joy, but those who have rejected Yeshua and Yahweh are already lost. Amen. They still have time, but those who are sold out are already lost. The enemy doesn't need to waste any effort drawing them in. They're already lost. They'll see this charismatic Israeli leader as their Dajjal. We must attack him. He's destroying the soldiers of Allah. And when he does, the king of the north, a dynamic, charismatic Israeli leader rises to crush the attack. How would he be viewed in Israel? Messiah. How would he be viewed by American evangelicals, considering that we support Israel more passionately than American Jews? He must be of God, especially dominionists who see their role as the sword of God to conquer the world. He would be a hero. And among Jews, especially Orthodox and ultra-Orthodox rabbis, their expectation of the Messiah's imminent arrival is at a fever pitch. There are respected Orthodox and ultra-Orthodox rabbis saying Messiah is already here. They are saying that the war in Syria, the civil war, there is the war of Gog and Magog. Now, does it fit the template? Does it fit Daniel 11? No, it doesn't. But frankly, for most people, close is good enough. Wow, that must be it. I mean, come on, we all read the internet. How many bad examples of bad prophetic exegesis have you run into? Is President the Antichrist? Why, yes, he must be. And, of course, the final Roman emperor. It's known, it's not a secret, that the Roman Catholic Church has been trying to get control over holy sites in Israel for more than a century. Is it possible that an attack such as this possible scenario on the Holy Land, especially on God's holy mountain, Zion, would that be enough to lead the Pope to declare a just war in hopes of bringing the great monarch to power? Assuming that Christians are still here when the Antichrist is revealed, poor understanding of prophecy and acceptance of extra-biblical prophecy, like Pseudo-Methodius, will lead Jews and some Christians to go to war for the Antichrist. And let's look even, there's even more to it than this. At verse 45, the king of the north, the Antichrist, pitches his palatial tents. He shall come to his end with none to help him. To Jews, this would be Messiah ben Joseph. They expect him to die in this war. And then Messiah ben David arrives, raises him to life. Or maybe he resurrects on his own and he's Messiah ben Joseph and Messiah ben David. King Messiah, Revelation 13, talking about the beast, one of its heads seemed to have a mortal wound, but its mortal wound was healed, and the whole earth marveled as they followed the beast. Messiah ben Joseph, mortally wounded, resurrected, Messiah ben David, the Antichrist. Summing up, Muslims are waiting for the Mahdi, but what he looks like depends on which sect you ask, and which sect within Sunni and Shia you ask. We talked about 12er Shia, there's also 5ers and 7ers, and it's confusing at best. But Sunni Islam, especially radical Mahdism, appears to be the most likely psyop the enemy will use to draw Jews and Christians into a war fighting for the Antichrist. Jews may be susceptible because they are looking for a military, political hero, just as they were in the days of Jesus, just as the apostles were until Pentecost. American evangelicals are vulnerable. Most support Israel, maybe even to a fault. And most know nothing about Bible prophecy, or what they do, they absorb from the fiction aisle at the video rental store. And pardon me if I'm being harsh, but I'm getting a little passionate here, because the really good stuff is coming. for this contingent of American charismatic Christians who believe that we literally need to conquer the world, this leader who rises up and smashes the enemies of Israel would be possibly even the incarnate Christ. Again, more on that whole belief when the book is finished. Roman Catholic Church, not official doctrine, but they're still looking for a day when the final Roman emperor, the great monarch, arises, takes power, shepherds the world to its Christian destiny, and then hands off his crown to Jesus. In a nutshell, thanks to enemy psyops throughout history, as Jesus said, I have come in my Father's name, and you do not receive me. If another comes in my own name, him you will receive. A long war is in progress for God's holy mountain. The enemy has lied throughout history. They've lied about Yahweh. They've lied about themselves. They have lied about us. They have lied about how we get to heaven. They have lied about whether there is a heaven. And the enemy has especially lied about prophecy. And that will lead to much bloodshed and people volunteering to fight for the wrong side before this is all over. And all of this work, the lies, the psyops, for one purpose only. It is to deny humanity our place in the reconstituted divine council on God's holy mountain. 1 Corinthians 6:3. Do you not know that we are to judge angels? Hebrews 1 and 2 make this clear. And if you'll indulge me, I'm going to read big chunks of these paragraphs. I don't know where I'm at on time, and right now I don't care. Long ago, at many times and in many ways, God spoke to our fathers by the prophets. But in these last days, he has spoken to us by his Son, whom he appointed the heir of all things, through whom also he created the world. He is the radiance of the glory of God and the exact imprint of his nature, and he upholds the universe by the word of his power. After making purification for sins, he sat down at the right hand of the Majesty on high, having become as much superior to angels as the name he has inherited is more excellent than theirs. For to which of the angels did God ever say, "You are my son, today I have begotten you"? Or again, "I will be to him a father, and he shall be to me a son"? And again, when he brings the firstborn into the world, he says, "Let all God's angels worship him." That is our Messiah. But of the Son, he says, "Your throne, O God, is forever and ever. The scepter of uprightness is the scepter of your kingdom." And to which of the angels has he ever said, "Sit at my right hand until I make your enemies a footstool for your feet"? Are they not all ministering spirits sent out to serve for the sake of those who are to inherit salvation? That's us. Hebrews 2, skipping to verse 5. Now it was not to angels that God subjected the world to come, of which we are speaking. Again, that would be, yeah. It has been testified somewhere, "What is man, that you are mindful of him, or the Son of Man, that you care for him? You made him for a little while lower than the angels, but you have crowned him with glory and honor, putting everything in subjection under his feet." Now, in putting everything in subjection to him, he left nothing outside his control. At present, we do not yet see everything in subjection to him, but we see him who for a little while was made lower than the angels, namely Jesus, crowned with glory and honor because of the suffering of death, so that by the grace of God he might taste death for everyone. For it was fitting that he, for whom and by whom all things exist, in bringing many sons to glory. And that Greek word sons means sons and daughters. In bringing many sons and daughters to glory, should make the founder of their salvation perfect through suffering. For he who sanctifies and those who are sanctified all have one origin. That is why he is not ashamed to call them brothers. And that's us.
saying, I will tell of your name to my brothers in the midst of the congregation. I will sing your praise. Can you imagine that? There is a day coming where he stands in the congregation, in the midst of the congregation, on the mount of the congregation, the holy mountain of God, and he sings our praises to his brothers. And that is our destiny, and that drives the enemy wild with rage. And that is why they have been trying to deceive, distract, and destroy us for thousands of years. Their time is nearly up, and they know it, and it's only going to get worse because they are getting desperate. We don't know how things are going to play out exactly. That's partly by God's design and partly the enemy trying to confuse us. And Jesus warned us that this deception would fool even the elect if it were possible. And sadly, many will be deceived and fall victim to Satan's final psyop before the end. So brothers, sisters, pray for wisdom, pray for discernment, and look forward to that day when Christ sings your name and welcomes us home.
Angels waging war in the unseen realm. Global events fulfilling biblical prophecy. Eternal life. What lies beyond mortality? From analyzing the paranormal from a biblical worldview to the discussion of cutting-edge science and technology. Conspiracy. Discovery. Special investigative reports. Unafraid to explore the challenging issues facing humanity. Welcome to another edition of Skywatch TV.
There's an ancient book that influences the New Testament writers, and I'm willing to bet that you may have never heard of this book. Welcome to Skywatch TV. I'm Derek Gilbert. Joining me in studio, the host of Skywatch Women, the Skywatch TV science editor, my best friend, Sharon Gilbert.
Hi, honey.
And the author of a new book that will be the topic of discussion here for the next several programs in Skywatch TV. He's the scholar in residence at Logos Bible Software, the author of I Dare You Not to Bore Me with the Bible and The Unseen Realm, Recovering the Supernatural Worldview of the Bible, host of the excellent Naked Bible podcast, Dr. Michael Heiser. Mike, welcome back to Skywatch TV.
Thanks to both of you.
The Book of Enoch. Longtime viewers may be familiar with the title, but I'm guessing most people who are regulars in the pews on Sunday mornings have no idea that it exists or how it influences the New Testament. So let's start there. What is the Book of Enoch? Where does it come from?
Sure. The Book of Enoch is, again, when scholars talk about it, they're referring to something called First Enoch. There's actually 3 books of Enoch, but the first one is the one that gets all the attention, and for good reason. It was something that circulated really widely in the intertestamental period, again, what scholars call the Second Temple period. And so it would have been a book read by Jesus and read by the apostles, the New Testament writers, and any Jew that sort of read stuff in the Second Temple period would know about Enoch and would know the contents, the storyline, and so on and so forth about this book. Now, for us, our evidence of this book only goes back to about the 3rd or 2nd century BC, because this book, in particular, the Book of Enoch, First Enoch, was found among the Dead Sea Scrolls in fragmentary form, so little portions of it. The greater portion of it is much later in terms of manuscript evidence, but it's very clear that it was an intertestamental book. It gets quoted by other books. It gets talked about a lot all the way into the early Christian church. So it was something that we know was pretty widely read and respected. It wasn't considered canonical, except for a handful of early Christian fathers, famous Christian writers, did consider First Enoch worthy of inclusion in the Bible, but most did not. But regardless of that, it was something that was widely read and respected and thought highly of.
This is the Enoch from the Old Testament that we're all familiar with, who was translated. Did he write this book?
Yeah, there's no evidence either in the book or from the manuscript evidence that he was actually the author. And that's a good thing to bring up, because Enoch is grouped by modern scholars in a collection of literature from this period called the Pseudepigrapha. And I've read some Christian sources where they'll take that term Pseudepigrapha and think, oh, false writings, don't read that. That isn't actually what the term means, and it's not what scholars mean by using the term. Pseudepigrapha are books that are written and get titled either by the author or by later readers according to the main character in the book. In other words, it's like a pseudonym. And there are biblical books like this as well, 1st and 2nd Samuel. There's nothing in 1st and 2nd Samuel that says Samuel wrote it, but that's what it becomes known as because he's the central character, him and David. So it's sort of a known thing. In between the Testaments, lots of people wrote books, and either, again, they titled it or someone else titled it according to the main character in the book. And Enoch, of course, is the one translated. He gets to see God and doesn't die, and so that the biblical story plays a big part in the book we know as Enoch or First Enoch, and that's why it gets its name.
This is one of those curious stories in the Old Testament that we kind of look at and just kind of go, like the Genesis 6, 1 through 4, okay, giants, okay, we'll just kind of file that away as one of those curious little things that doesn't really matter to us today. Enoch, of course, is one of two Old Testament, patriarchs who were brought up to heaven without dying. So just from that alone, you'd assume there was something significant about it. How important was the book of Enoch considered to the writers who lived during the time of the New Testament? Well, the authors of the New Testament.
Yeah, it's actually quite important, and it's what's prompting the book. In the academic world, scholars spend a lot of time on Enoch and its relationship to the New Testament. Because you would think, and again, I've read this in Christian books, we shouldn't even think about the book of Enoch because the New Testament never quotes it, New Testament never bothers with it. That's just false. That's just wrong. It is quoted very clearly in one or two places, but there are dozens of allusions to the material, to the storyline in particular in this book. And so it really leaks into some New Testament passages in fascinating ways. The one that's kind of the most obvious is when Peter and Jude write about the angels that sinned. And again, there's no other candidate for that phrase other than the Genesis 6, 1 through 4 incident. The whole idea of the third of the angels being swept down in a rebellion, and you get that in Revelation 12, the last book of the Bible. You get that in Revelation 12, but that event is cast in connection with the first coming of Jesus, the birth of the Messiah. So there's a war in heaven in connection with that. So this idea that this is primeval is largely something that comes from like Paradise Lost, Christian tradition. You don't actually have biblical precedent for this. But Peter and Jude are writing about the angels that sin, and they use certain lines that come from Enoch, certain ideas. The angels that are kept in gloomy darkness, chained in gloomy darkness, prisoned in the abyss. Well, you don't read that in Genesis 6, 1 through 4 or anywhere else in the Old Testament. Where you do read it is books like First Enoch in the intertestamental literature. Now, it's true that you get, again, the disembodied spirits of the giants, okay, the immaterial version of the Rephaim in Sheol, in the underworld. You get that in the Old Testament. But some of the specific language that Peter and Jude offer, especially when in Peter's case, he uses a verb tartarao, to be kept in Tartarus. That's a very specific allusion to the Titan story, which is the secular
Yes.
Greek.
Oh, yes.
It's the secular Greek version of what Enoch is writing. So that's probably the most blatant example of where it's not quoted explicitly, but there are absolutely clear themes in Enoch that show up in New Testament writings.
The Titanomachy would be the same as what in biblical terms?
There's actually two versions of the Titanomachy in ancient Greek literature, and one of them is very close again to the Genesis 6, 1 through 4, the Watchers story, the sin of the Watchers, and that's actually what I focus on in the book, because the specific episode where you have the sin of the Watchers, which is Enoch's language for Genesis 6, 1 through 4, the sons of God cohabiting with the daughters of men, producing Nephilim. That episode is really dealt with in 1 Enoch 6 through 15. So 9 chapters, and they're all very short, so it's not a whole lot of material, but that episode is really important for New Testament writers because in Jewish theology of the day, if you asked a Jew, hey, why is the world the mess that it is? Why is human depravity so bad? They wouldn't answer you like a Christian would today. A Christian would say, oh, that's the fall. Well, a Second Temple Jew would say, well, yeah, the fall's an issue because there we have the first, entrance of sin into God's good world. But the real culprits here are the Watchers, because in the Watchers' story, and also it's true in the story that's behind Genesis 6 from Mesopotamia that the writer of Enoch knew, what the real problem is when the Watchers sin like this, they also teach humanity lots of things that corrupt humanity. And so if you asked a Jew, hey, why are people so bad? What's up with depravity? They would say, well, it kind of got started with the garden, but the real impact is the sin of the Watchers. And so you have that idea, kind of the proliferation of evil being laid at the feet of the Watchers. That idea is picked up in several passages in the New Testament that you'd never really know. It's kind of lurking under the surface unless you kind of knew what you were looking for. If you had read Enoch, you'd know that.
Not just the Titan story, but also gets into Prometheus.
Yeah. The whole. There are some pretty interesting counterparts picked up on in the quote Greek mythology or the Greek stuff that isn't related to the Bible, isn't a translation of the Bible, that kind of thing. But yeah, you get clear touch points with that kind of material, and it all goes back to earlier days. There are whole studies for listeners that are interested. The premier scholarly study is by M.L. West called "The East Face of the Helicon." It's a really dense book. It's 500 or 600 pages, and it's out of print, so it can be pricey. But he traces Greek mythology back to the ancient Near Eastern roots. And once you do that, you can begin to see touch points with biblical stories as well. So it's an Oxford title. It's great stuff.
That sounds fascinating. Had a conversation with our daughter over the weekend, basically, and discussing the kind of things that we do, and I think scaring her boyfriend. But
that's your job.
Yeah, exactly. But she was obviously enthused, and actually they met, and she knew that he was unique because he actually came to her and said, "Hey, I heard about these things on this podcast I was listening to about the Nephilim. Isn't that interesting?" And she's like, "Oh, wonderful." But she had been fascinated from the time of being a middle school student when they were learning about Greek mythology, and then she, in her own mind, without prompting from us, connected this to the things that we were learning about this narrative, the Genesis 6 account and the angels who sinned. And she said, "Oh, I wonder if those giants are like Greek mythology." Well, yes, very good. So just then to clarify again and just to sort of summarize, the accounts in the books of Enoch essentially expound upon those 4 mysterious verses in Genesis chapter 6 and give us the backstory?
Yeah, I would say it gives us the backstory because whoever wrote Enoch very clearly knew the real backstory of Genesis 6, 1 through 4, and that is the Mesopotamian story of the Apkallu. Because there are things in Mesopotamian literature in those stories that show up also in Enoch. So again, it's very clear that whoever wrote that knew not only the Old Testament, Genesis 6, 1 through 4, but also knew the more ancient backstory that Genesis 6, 1 through 4 was responding to. Again, sort of shooting theologically at some specific points of Mesopotamian religion. So whoever wrote Enoch knew all that stuff and puts it all together in their work, and then Peter and Jude and other New Testament writers, dip into it either quotation-wise or allusion-wise. And so you actually get, it sounds really odd, but you actually get in a Jewish work from the time of Jesus, you get preserved the original context for why Genesis 6, 1 through 4 is even in the Bible.
Wow.
Well, the book forthcoming by Dr. Michael Heiser, working title Reversing Herman. When we come back, we'll ask this question: if this is providing the backstory for the sin of the angels that's recorded in the New Testament, why isn't the book of Enoch in the Bible? That and more when Skywatch TV continues after this. Finally, a book that helps you make sense of the hard-to-understand parts of the Bible. Skywatch TV is proud to offer The Unseen Realm by ancient language and Bible scholar Dr. Michael S. Heiser. He takes you into the world of the men who wrote the Bible under the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, and by understanding their worldview, you will better understand some of the weird parts of the Bible. Like, why was it so important to mention giants in the Old Testament? And why did Peter and Jude reference the angels who created them in the New Testament? The supernatural war between God and the fallen angels is real. The Unseen Realm helps you understand the way the apostles and prophets saw that war. And when you order The Unseen Realm from Skywatch TV, we will add these two books free: The Supernatural Worldview by Chris Putnam and G.H. Pember's classic Earth's Earliest Ages. Order The Unseen Realm now by calling the number on your screen or log on to skywatchtvstore.com. Welcome back to Skywatch TV with Sharon Gilbert. I'm Derek Gilbert, our guest Dr. Michael Heiser. Please log on to skywatchtv.com because there you'll find exclusive content available only to people who log onto the website. Web-only content such as interviews that we couldn't fit into our network television schedule, and special programming available to the Roku viewers and to our YouTube channel viewers, such as Into the Multiverse with Josh Peck, Skywatch Women, hosted by Sharon Gilbert, and of course our weekly look at the world of science through a Christian lens, Sci Friday. All of that and more available only when you log on at skywatchtv.com. Mike, I guess the big question then is, why, if this is so helpful, the book of Enoch is so helpful to understanding what happened in Genesis 6, why isn't it in the Bible?
Good question.
Yeah, the answer is the same as why all the other books that are helpful for understanding the Bible aren't in the Bible. I mean, biblical writers used, I like to say it this way, believe it or not, hang on to your hats, sit down. Biblical writers read things. Like, oh, they read material. I mean,
outside the Bible, they read things that weren't approved to canon.
Lots of Christians sort of take what I refer to, and I'll admit it's a little pejorative, okay, an X-Files view of inspiration, okay, that the biblical writers just kind of, wakes up one day, starts making breakfast, and just like gets zapped. Mind goes blank, the loss of the limbs.
Automatic writing.
Automatic writing,
Hand and arm
exactly.
just start waving, and then they snap out of it, and they look down and say, wow, did I write that? Man, I can't wait to read it. This is not, again, how biblical inspiration works. And I think lots of Christians sort of know this or have been exposed to the fact that it doesn't work this way through something like archaeology, for example. You can go hear a speaker that say, hey, the covenants of Israel, they were kind of written in conformity with ancient Near Eastern covenant patterns, and that helps us date this material, and it helps us prove the authenticity of this or that narrative. And people are like, yeah, that's good stuff. But if it's true, it tells you that they were using sources, that they were literate, that they were intelligent, they knew what they were doing. They're not writing like somebody who, doesn't know how to write a covenant, because they do know how to write a covenant, because they've invested some time into how you do that, so that people who read it know that, well, this is obviously a covenant because it conforms to all the things we expect when we read one. And it's the same thing with using external books. The Psalms, for instance, uses the Baal cycle in several places. Why? To shoot at Baal. Because people were familiar with stories about Baal. I mean, the prophets have problems with Baal all the time. And so a prophet or some other writer will pull something out of that and diss Baal, either substituting Yahweh for the good guy in the story. It's not Baal, it's Yahweh. But they use that material. So should the Baal cycle be part of the Bible? Well, when you start asking questions like that, it kind of brings out maybe we need to think better about this. My view is that, look, a book doesn't have to be inspired, doesn't have to be part of the canon to be useful. Biblical writers read lots of things that helped them, again, express what they were trying to write, were trying to say under inspiration, and they were just helpful, and just help them communicate to their own audience.
Before the break, you mentioned Abkalu. Is this a person or an event or a place or?
The Abkalu were before the flood. They were divine beings. They were the equivalent of the Watchers, sons of God, and whatnot. And in Mesopotamian text, you get them listed. They are the culture heroes of Mesopotamia, the great divine minds that helped humanity become civilized.
Sort of like-
Prometheus.
yes,
Right.
exactly.
After the flood, you have 4 Apkallu listed in text that are post-flood Apkallu, but they aren't described as divine. They are described as, quote, of human descent, and only 2/3 divine.
Oh.
So they're to use our term, they're hybrid. Okay, they're this mixture again that results from a passage like Genesis 6:1.
Were they really tall?
Not only are they 2/3 divine, but they are, by virtue of that description. Where have we heard that before?
Gilgamesh.
Gilgamesh.
Yeah.
Okay, and Gilgamesh is described as a giant
Yes.
in the same literature. And again, you have the whole matrix of ideas right there in that story. You've got divine beings, right at the time of the flood, something happens where they produce offspring that are of human descent, but still divine, this hybrid thing going on. And again, Gilgamesh is one of them. Gilgamesh is actually called in a cylinder seal from Mesopotamia, Lord of the Apkallu. So he is a giant, he's one of them, he's this hybrid, kind of being. And you get the whole matrix of ideas right there in their story, in this Mesopotamian literature, this material, that really gives you everything that you need, everything that is present in the Genesis 6:1 through 4 episodes. So the key question becomes, well, what was the writer of Genesis 6:1 through 4 shooting at? I mean, why the relationship to this? What is the theological message here behind these 4 verses?
Well, you mentioned in a previous interview that Gilgamesh was actually mentioned outside of the ancient Mesopotamian texts, the Babylonian texts, outside of the Gilgamesh cycle.
Yeah.
Where do we find that reference?
He is found in an Enochian text. Okay, now for scholars of course have First Enoch and the other Enochs and whatnot, but they tend to label any text that deals with the sin of the Watchers, like Enoch does, as having Enochian stuff in it.
That's
And one of
interesting.
those is called the Book of the Giants. Okay, and that was
Oh,
also
yes,
discovered among the Dead Sea Scrolls, and Gilgamesh is named in the Book of the Giants. Again, same kind of thing. In fact, one passage, one fragment is 4Q 530, again, because the book is preserved in a number of Qumran fragments, has Gilgamesh as, he's a giant, of course, and he's called a giant, but he has a dream, and he's asked to tell the other giants the dream, like, hey, what, it doesn't say this, but kind of like they're hoping, what did God tell you? And we hope it's good news. Because again, in this story, they're not good guys. So in this particular text, Gilgamesh says, well, in my dream, God, the Great One, he's referred to as, the Great One is going to punish the princes for us. In other words, on our behalf. And the rest of the text is like the giants are like, yeah. In other words, like, we're off the hook. So it just gives you this little insight into, again, this particular expansion of the story. But in that particular text, it's like the giants get off from being punished, unlike the princes. And that's an interesting term, because that is a biblical term for, again, the sons of God, the gods of the nations in this case. But still referred to as sons of God in the biblical material, who are put over the nations. So again, you have this whole matrix of ideas working that's present in Genesis 6. The wider cosmic geography stuff of the Old Testament, Gilgamesh, the giants, the Nephilim, and in the Qumran scrolls, the word Nephilim occurs. In relationship to giants too.
Wow.
What's interesting is that in the book of Enoch, or First Enoch, the giants don't actually get off the hook.
No, they
because
don't.
We're told.
Someone's more sympathetic for this text.
Yeah. Well, explain what happens to the giants in First Enoch, and how is that relevant to Christian theology?
Yeah, in the giants again in the Sin of the Watchers episode, again, are very bad guys. They're cannibalistic. They're eating people. They're just destructive. They're just, they're like, they're the Incredible Hulk but not a good guy. So they become the object, along with, the Watchers, the object of God's judgment. Now, the Watchers are, of course, consigned to the abyss, which, not coincidentally, is where the Apkallu from Mesopotamia wind up. After they do what they do to preserve, we can talk about it maybe a little bit later, but what the Apkallu do to preserve their knowledge, preserve civilization in the wake of the flood, Marduk is not pleased. okay, after that happens. And he says to the Apkallu must return to the abyss and never return back to earth, back to civilization. So they're put in the pit, the underworld, the realm of the dead. And that's where all the Jewish traditions in Enoch and other Enochian texts have the original offending watchers, and that's where Peter has them. The angels that sinned are put into in chains of gloomy darkness.
Right.
They're kept there until the last day and all that sort of stuff. But the giants are destroyed. And when you destroy a giant, according to Enoch and again other texts, the disembodied spirit of a giant is what we know as demons, and what Judaism knows as demons. And you get glimpses of that in the Old Testament when you have certain passages, like Ezekiel 32 is an example, where you have the Rephaim, which again is another term associated with the giant clans back in Deuteronomy 2 and 3, but they are present in the abyss, again, as spirit beings. So you get these ideas in the Bible. They're not all in one place. In the Enochian literature, you kind of have it all collected and dealt with in story form. And then it goes into the New Testament in books like Peter and Jude. But what I'm doing in my book is saying there's more to the sin of the watchers thing than just the giants. That episode and its theological ramifications show up in other New Testament passages that you're just not aware of.
And we'll talk about that in the next episode of Skywatch TV. But with just a few minutes left here, I know that there are different books considered canonical in different strains within Christianity. Roman Catholic Bible is different from the Protestant Bible, and the Orthodox Coptic Christians have different books that they consider canonical. How is Enoch considered by other Christian groups around the world?
Well, the Ethiopian church, still considers Enoch canonical and has done so, from antiquity. Abyssinian, would be that another reference to that. Not the same as African Methodist Episcopal Abyssinian, but Ethiopic church. The Eastern Orthodox Church again has a very high view of Enoch, and a lot of that again comes from Christian tradition too. Tertullian was a big defender, of Enoch. Irenaeus had a positive view of Enoch. And it's kind of interesting, really, that you can go back and look at what Tertullian and others said about Enoch, and they more or less come to the conclusion that, look, I'm getting old now, I've been a defender of this, and I think the book is great, and I defended its canonicity, but I'm willing to believe that the Holy Spirit would speak, through the masses, through believers, the mass collective of believers, as to what we should recognize as canonical, and I guess I was wrong. I mean, he'll be very humble, and say that, but they assume that the Spirit would guide the church into making, into recognizing which books were canonical and which weren't. So he admits that I'm on the losing end of this, and I'm okay with that.
Interesting, because as you pointed out in previous discussions, the church and commentators on the Bible over the centuries have not always been so forgiving. Forgiving is maybe not the right word.
We can't agree on anything.
So trusting in the work of the Holy Spirit, we need to redefine things in order to protect the texts against criticisms that we're backwards, ignorant, unscientific, really remarkable. Well, the book is again, the working title, Reversing Hermon. The subtitle, The Importance of the Sin of the Watchers in the Book of Enoch for New Testament Theology, and that will be the topic of our next discussion. This is fascinating stuff, and Mike, we appreciate you tackling this subject.
Thanks for having me.
Make sure when you log on to skywatchtv.com, you take advantage of the links to our social media sites. We post a lot of things behind the scenes, little glimpses of things that we're working on here, and of course, some of the work that we do in conjunction with the ministry that is near and dear to our hearts, which is Whispering Ponies Ranch. You'll find all of those linked at skywatchtv.com. Look for our Facebook page, give us a like there, discuss the topics that we bring up on Skywatch TV. We appreciate that. Of course, our links there also will point you to our Twitter feed and the new social media sites that our new queen of social media, Christina Peck, is handling for us, Instagram and other places. You get more Skywatch TV than you could possibly ever imagine or possibly even want. But we thank you for watching as we keep watch. For Sharon Gilbert, I'm Derek Gilbert, and this is Skywatch TV.
Angels waging war in the unseen realm. Global events fulfilling biblical prophecy. Eternal life. What lies beyond mortality? From analyzing the paranormal from a biblical worldview to the discussion of cutting-edge science and technology, conspiracy, discovery, special investigative reports. Unafraid to explore the challenging issues facing humanity. Welcome to another edition of Skywatch TV.
The non-canonical extra-biblical book of Enoch tells us that there were watchers, supernatural beings called the sons of God, who came down on Mount Hermon, intermarried with humans, taught humanity things we should not know. That sin shows up in the New Testament. Welcome to Skywatch TV. I'm Derek Gilbert, alongside my wife, best friend, the host of Skywatch Women, Sharon Gilbert,
Hey, sweetie.
and the author of a forthcoming book that deals with the sin of the Watchers and its importance for New Testament theology. He's the scholar in residence for Logos Bible Software. Working title of the book, Reversing Hermon, The Importance of the Sin of the Watchers in the Book of Enoch for New Testament Theology, the subtitle, Dr. Michael Heiser. Mike, welcome back.
Thank you.
For those of us who were raised in church every Sunday morning, Sunday school, since I can remember, all the way through college, at which time I kind of fell away. Mount Hermon, never mentioned. Watchers never
Gee, it
mentioned.
was in my church.
Yes,
They're
even
in
though,
there.
yeah, even though the Watchers are mentioned in the book of Daniel, Nebuchadnezzar's dream. Never heard that term. Never heard any of this stuff. Where do we find the sin of the Watchers? And maybe as a review, what is the sin of the Watchers, and then how does that affect and influence New Testament theology?
Sure. Yeah, the sin of the Watchers, again, the sort of the quick version of it is not only the transgression, transgressing heaven and earth, this boundary, the first estate, to use Peter and Jude language. That's what people typically think of, but it's actually more than that. It's part of that, era that's presented in this book involved the Watchers teaching people, for lack of a better term, forbidden arts, forbidden knowledge, things that corrupted humanity, warfare, arts of seduction, just things like this. And so in the Jewish mind, again, in the intertestamental period, which is where we get the book we know as Enoch and other books that are Enochian, as scholars like to refer to them, this notion of what the Watchers did in terms of their teaching, their corruption, is what becomes the central focus for the proliferation of evil. Remember Genesis 6:5, right after the whole Sons of God episode,
Right.
that describes just the all-encompassing wickedness, of humanity. Well, you ask, well, how did they get that wicked? Because you kind of go from the Genesis 6 stuff and the Sons of God, the Nephilim, and all that, and then you get to this statement about wickedness. Again, that question is answered in both the New Testament and, of course, in the intertestamental period. Because if you asked a Jew, again, to explain his hamartiology, his doctrine of sin, why is the world the way it is and why do we have depravity? Their answer is not just Genesis 3, the fall, which is what our reflexive response would be. Their answer is, well, the Watchers, Genesis 6. What they taught people corrupted them, and it just spread like wildfire through humanity. And so that is the thing that in the Jewish mind, that's the human problem. We are doomed, to an eternity without God because we won't be resurrected unless, again, we're redeemed. Because of what happens in Genesis 3, we're sort of owned by the Lord of the dead, the Satan figure and all this kind of stuff that's very familiar in Christian theology. But not only does that need to be dealt with and reversed, but depravity needs to be dealt with and reversed. And so for the Jew, when they thought about Messiah, when they thought about what the Messiah was supposed to do, it wasn't just resurrection, cure my death problem. It was cure my depravity problem, fix the world. While you're at it, while you're rising from the dead, why don't you fix the world too? And so they had the whole complex of ideas in view, and it's because of the Watcher incident.
So this is more than just complicating the matter from the fall, from Genesis 3. We've begun to sin, humanity, because of the Adam and Eve were lured into the lie of the Nakash, into
They were
believing they could
certainly
be as
capable,
gods.
right? They were capable of sinning because they do, again in the biblical story, but they become better at it. They become more inclined to it. They discover new ways, to serve themselves. Okay, because of what the
More
Watchers
secret
do.
knowledge stuff.
Yeah. So again, this is part of the Jewish view of why the world is the way it is. Now I'll give you a few hints, without too many spoilers here for the book.
No,
but-
we want spoilers.
Well, what I'm going to say, and what I write in the book, and I tell people in the book, look, a lot of this is going to be really unfamiliar to you. For the academic, again, for the biblical scholar, scholars write about this stuff all the time. I mean, there are just mounds and mounds and mounds of journal articles. Scholars typically just write for themselves about Enoch and Enochian story and the sin of the Watchers in the New Testament. This is a kind of a snoozer. Okay, it's old stuff, but nobody's ever collected it and put it into a book form and tried to make it decipherable again to the normal person, the person who's just interested in Bible study. So, for example, you get the birth of the Messiah. Now, this ties in again with, if you actually take Revelation 12, okay, as an example of the ancient genre of astral prophecy, that what John sees in the sky, he actually means when he says, I see these things in the sky, and they portend the birth of the Messiah. Again, people beside me have done this. They've plotted this out in astronomy programs, and it produces a date, for the birth of the Messiah, September, 11th, 3 BC. And
Which
all
is
that.
creepy in and of
Yes,
itself.
it is.
September
In and of
11th,
itself,
yeah.
right. But that correlates with Tishri 1. Okay, it was the same day in the Jewish calendar. Tishri 1 is the inauguration of the Jewish king, in Israelite times and all this stuff. But
Is
there's
that the
more.
same as Rosh Hashanah?
Yes, there's more to it than that, because in Jewish tradition, and again, the book deals with why Jews thought this, and it's based on flood chronology. There we are, back now to the Genesis 6, 7, 8. In their view, Noah was also born on Tishri 1. And so the Messiah and Noah would have shared
yes.
a birthday. And Noah is the key figure because he survives the flood, and what event corresponds to that? The destruction of the giants and the punishment of the Watchers. And so the Jews were expecting the Messiah. They looked at Noah as being a type of the Messiah for this reason. And so the birth of the Messiah, again, was viewed as this event that will fix the problem, not just the Genesis 3 problem, but the Genesis 6 problem. And there are other astronomical things that associate it with the Pleiades and the constellation Orion, who's the giant, and there are Dead Sea Scroll references to the Naphilah, the giant Orion, that connect back to this. Again, the book deals with this kind of thing, getting you into the Jewish mindset. The genealogy of Jesus is another one. Why are these particular 4 women in the genealogy? The pat answer is, they must be all Gentiles, and that's there to show us that God likes Gentiles too. Well, like the rest of your Old Testament says that too, so that's not really profound. But again, based on work that nobody else is going to have read, because it's a dissertation, of a few years ago, dissertation by someone named Amy Richter at Marquette, went through the genealogies and made this case, and she makes a really compelling case, and I use this for the book in one chapter, that all 4 of these women, if you go back again in the primary text and look at, again, the original Greek, Hebrew, Aramaic words, the circumstances of their life, what happens to them, or how they respond to what happens to them, borrows vocabulary from Genesis 6, 1 through 4, and the Enochian story of the Watchers.
Are you talking about Ruth and Rahab?
Yeah,
And
Tamar and Bathsheba and all this kind of stuff. And her thesis is that a lot of these episodes, again, revolve around illicit sexual relationships, or again, some point of, heaven and earth kind of transgression, like Tamar, the Kedishah, the cult prostitute,
Right.
heaven and earth relationship there. But the references are kind of cryptic unless you're an Israelite, okay, or unless you're a first-century Jew. You can kind of pick up on these little breadcrumbs that are laid in the text. We miss them all in English. But her thesis is that these women were chosen specifically because the one produced by this genealogy, Jesus of Nazareth, is the one who will reverse all these things. He will take care of the sin problem and reverse, again, the proliferation of evil in the culture.
oh, that's wonderful.
So you have a lot of, again, cryptic stuff that, scholars talk about this stuff all the time. this book's kind of going to be kind of like Unseen Realm, where what I tried to do in the Unseen Realm is to take material that scholars talk about, just on a regular basis, that never really filters down into the church, and to take that material and again make it decipherable so that people can see, okay, well, this is why Peter and Jude would even be thinking about Enoch or even bother to read the story, because elements of it just are breadcrumbed through the text in various ways, because it's part of their worldview, and the Messiah needs to deal with this problem. Galatians 3:19, the law was added because of transgressions. Everyone assumes those transgressions are Adam and Eve.
Right, date back to the garden.
Right.
Yeah.
Again, another paper I went to hear at an academic conference, and I got the paper afterwards because I was so impressed by it. But a guy went through all the Second Temple Jewish literature and asked this question: could it be that the law, the idea of the law being added to transgressions, that the transgressions that we're talking about there are the transgressions of the Watchers? Did any Jews ever think that about the law? And the answer is, oh yeah. Oh yeah, they did. And so he takes you through all the material, and I'm going to condense it for the sake of the chapter of the book. But his thesis was, okay, now if we read Galatians 3 and 4, there's some historic academic problems about what Paul says about the law in this chapter. If we view it through this lens, does it make any better sense? Okay. But again, why was the law added? To halt the proliferation of evil. And it's not just a Jewish thing, it's for the nations and all this kind of stuff. So these are just examples of chapters. There are 12 or 13 chapters in the book. The sin of the Watchers relates to baptism, how early Christians used to practice baptism with denunciations of the devil and his angels. There's a reason for that.
Kind of an exorcistic.
Yeah, there's a reason why you would connect baptism. In 1 Peter 3, why does Peter connect Noah, the flood, baptism, the spirits that are in prison, i.e. the Watchers? Why does he connect all these ideas? Well, there are answers for that, because he has Enoch in his head, and he has the sin of the Watchers in his head, and baptism makes a statement about that because it unites you to Christ, who's the Messiah, who's going to reverse all this garbage. So there's a lot of things going on like that in the New Testament that we never really think about, that the writer was trying to communicate to us. But the reality is the Bible might have been written for us, but it wasn't written to us. So we are outsiders. We are cultural outsiders to a lot of what the writer's dropping in there that he assumes his immediate audience will just, click with. But we're 2,000 years removed from that. It's not clicking with us because we're so far removed from the original context. We don't read things like the Book of Enoch. We don't have that in our head. We'll never see it unless somebody sort of says, read the book and then look at this, and that's what I'm trying to do.
When Paul was writing with this context in mind, with the idea that the Watchers, that Jesus Christ the Messiah would and did reverse it and eventually will judge all of the angels.
It's the already but not yet. The judgment has begun and is proceeding as planned.
When he writes about women keeping their heads covered, do you think because the Watchers, because the angels watch,
because of the angels,
do you think that he thought that sin was still at risk? That the Watchers still might come in and do that?
I may have to put a disclaimer on that chapter. For those people who might be watching this and have heard my episode on this on the Naked Bible podcast, have the children leave the room. The language in 1 Corinthians 11 about the head covering comes out of Greco-Roman medical texts, believe it or not, and it's very sexual in nature. Now, the broad point is modesty, and you can kind of tell that, just reading it even in English. But because of the terminology that's used and the strong sexual component of the head covering itself,
it's more than a scarf.
Yeah, and the hair and the whole bit. I mean, basically, they thought that the length of a woman's hair had something to do with fertility and fecundity. Again, this is just it's Greco-Roman Gentile science. He's writing to Gentiles, so that he's connecting with them. But not, in addition to the modesty point, he's concerned that they be sexually faithful to their husbands and their wives, and again, just modest in what they do with their hair or not, and all that sort of thing. And he adds, because of the angels. So in Paul's mind, it's not a statement that what happened in Genesis 6:1-4 recurred, but it evidently in Paul's mind, that was a possibility, that he wanted to just cut off, right there. We don't want this kind of thing to happen again because of what resulted from it. We're still living with the results of this. So you could just tell this is part of Paul's consciousness. He's concerned about this possibility when he throws that in that chapter.
Well, the working title of Dr. Heiser's book, Reversing Hermon, discusses the influence of the story recorded in the book of Enoch, the sin of the Watchers, and its influence on New Testament theology. Talk more about intertestamental period literature and how much influence it has on the writers of the Gospels, and also what it means to reverse the sin of the Watchers when Skywatch TV continues right after this. Finally, a book that helps you make sense of the hard-to-understand parts of the Bible. Skywatch TV is proud to offer The Unseen Realm by ancient language and Bible scholar Dr. Michael S. Heiser. He takes you into the world of the men who wrote the Bible under the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, and by understanding their worldview, you will better understand some of the weird parts of the Bible. Like, why was it so important to mention giants in the Old Testament? And why did Peter and Jude reference the angels who created them in the New Testament? The supernatural war between God and the fallen angels is real. The Unseen Realm helps you understand the way the apostles and prophets saw that war. And when you order The Unseen Realm from Skywatch TV, we will add these two books free: The Supernatural Worldview by Chris Putnam and G.H. Pember's classic Earth's Earliest Ages. Order The Unseen Realm now by calling the number on your screen or log on to skywatchtvstore.com. Welcome back to Skywatch TV. I'm Derek Gilbert, alongside Sharon Gilbert and Dr. Michael Heiser. We discuss the forthcoming book, tentatively titled Reversing Hermon. Please log on to skywatchtv.com. We have content there exclusive to the website. Our web-only content includes interviews that we couldn't fit into the network television schedule and programs exclusively for our viewers online. The Skywatch TV channel on Roku and YouTube, such as Skywatch Women, hosted by Sharon Gilbert. Our weekly look at science, Sci Friday, and Josh Peck as he deconstructs the universe one particle at a time into the multiverse. Josh Peck, co-hosted with his wife Christina Peck. That and more, our daily news updates as well, all at skywatchtv.com. Mike, what does it mean to reverse the sin of the Watchers?
Yeah, it means redemption. It means reclaiming what Eden was originally supposed to be, what life on earth for humans was supposed to be, in communion with God. Again, just think of the original idea, the original enterprise of Eden, if you will, that God comes to humanity, wants to live with humanity, live with his human family, and of course have his divine family, a blended family, all at one. Heaven meets earth. This is what Eden is. It gets marred and ruined, again, by the events of Genesis 3. And then you have, again, other divine beings who also rebel and want to, again, come down to earth. And the Enochian literature has a variety of motives for this, depending on which text you read. But they come down to earth, and the result of what they do is to further destroy, further undermine God's plan to bring humanity back into a relationship with him. So their humanity is essentially propelled away from a relationship with God, again, seeking their own pleasure, seeking to kill off each other, and so on and so forth. So reversing it is not just, again, God looks at you and you're righteous now because you've accepted the Messiah and that whole complex of ideas, but it's also that we need this taken care of. We need you to have a renewed nature. The Spirit of God needs to reside in you. To progressively, again, here's the imaging language that you get in Genesis 1, okay? But now you are to be made like the image of his Son, who is the perfect image, okay? The perfect manifestation of the kind of imaging that God wanted for all people. And of course, you work toward glorification, doing that, going back to the global Eden. But the linchpin for all of it is the Messiah. And so he becomes the central figure in this sort of stopgap, stopping point thing that we have to reinstall, again, the kingdom of God back on earth. And if we leave it up to people, Okay, like the Israelites, like David, like Saul, it's just going to fail. People don't realize this. You know, a lot of Christians, I even get asked by Christians, you know, why did the Messiah have to be God as man? You know, why do we have to have the incarnation? It's because the covenants were made with people, and people fail always. Okay, but God can't cheat. He can't look at the situation and say, "Well, that was a bad idea to make covenants with people." Because then it's like, well, God, shouldn't you have known that?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. You know, he can't just say, well, you know, let's just forget that. Let's just call it good and, you know, do something else. You can't do that. So the solution is, since the covenants were made with people, and God is the only one who can keep his own covenants, he says, I have to become a man. I will become a man, fulfill my own covenants, and die in their place. So the incarnation is really, really important, for reasons that you wouldn't normally suspect. But it's tied to the failure of humanity, even of the Davidic line. But since he makes the covenant with David, I not only have to become a man, I got to be of the line of David. I got to fulfill all these things. And this becomes, again, the stopgap measure. The kingdom of God is never going to get kickstarted again unless God does it. And God comes as a man and does it. And this is why we have the inauguration, the kingdom language early. Even before the crucifixion, you start to get kingdom language. The kingdom of God is here, it's present, it's going to start. You know, he dies, rises again, you know, sends the Spirit, you know, who is the Lord, he is but isn't Jesus, you know, all that kind of talk in the New Testament. And from that point on, it's a progressive rolling back, it's a progressive recovering, you know, okay, reversing of depravity, of all this bad stuff, Genesis 3 and Genesis 6 combined, that has happened. And even Genesis 11 with Babel, bringing the nations back into the fold. The Messiah is the key point person to do all of those things, all three of them, not just, again, like Christians typically think, it's just about the fall and the resurrection. Well, yeah, that's crucial. You can't have any of it without it. But there's actually more going on here. The New Testament writers have more in their head than just this one passage. They have some of these other things too.
Is this why the Lord chose Mount Hermon for the transfiguration?
Yeah, I think that's a real slap in the face. I do, you know, I discuss this in Unseen Realm too, so this one may be familiar again to some readers, but Jesus goes into the territory of Bashan, okay, which again is associated with the giants in the Old Testament. That's where the conquest actually begins. The conquest begins and ends with the defeat of the giants. People don't often realize that, but it's Bashan with Sihon and Og early, and then Joshua defines victory in Joshua 11. Is there no more Anakim in the land? You know, hooray, you know, we win. So it's just this start to finish kind of thing, but Jesus goes into the same places that have all this baggage, this backstory to them. And you know, this is where we have in Bashan, we have the, you know, thou art Peter and upon this rock passage, and the rock, of course, is right there at the foot of Bashan. So, you know, the cult of Dan, cult of Baal in the Old Testament, Mount Hermon is right there.
Grotto of Pan.
Right,
Yes.
Grotto. I mean, this is spiritual warfare kind of at its best here. You know, so you go and you essentially say you poke Satan in the eye because he's the big Baal figure. Canaanite Baal-zebul, Baal-zebul in the Gospels,
Yeah.
same
Baal the
guy.
prince, right?
Yes.
So he does that, and then they turn, and 6 days later they go up into the mountain. Well, there's only one mountain there, and it's Hermon, and that's where the transfiguration happens. So it's like, I'm here. You know, like, do something about it. And my view is that Jesus does these things to pick a fight. Because he knows, you know, right after he does this, the Gospels say that from this point on he began to teach his disciples that he needed to go to Jerusalem and die. And they're like, what? You know, like, this was so much fun, you know, picking on Satan, then we get to pick on the Watchers.
Casting out demons,
Right,
this is
yeah,
great.
this is awesome. You know, what are you talking about dying for? You know, but he picks the fight because he knows that's what needs to happen. And the forces of darkness don't. I mean, they know who he is. They know what the end game is. Well, you know, God wouldn't have sent his son unless he wanted to do this kingdom of God thing. You know,
And when you look at the
There you
Revelation
go.
12 incident that you mentioned earlier,
Yeah.
there was that fight in heaven,
Yep.
which, I mean, we can speculate because we don't know for sure, but perhaps that was about let's see if we can stop this from
Yeah,
happening.
stop it from happening. We don't want this kingdom of God talk anymore. And of course, he shows up. They know who he is. And I think Satan's offer is a genuine one. In other words, I know why you're here. It's this kingdom of God business and reclaiming the nations and all that. Well, hey, look, I can give you all that.
I got
Let's
the keys.
shortcut
Here you go.
the process.
I can deliver that for you if you'll just bow down and worship me. You know, again, it's just all this stuff that's under the surface, you know, going on, that if you're familiar with your Old Testament and you haven't stripped the supernatural out of it, that helps. You can see, again, what the conversation is really about. And so, you know, he does this to pick the fight, and sure enough, a week later, triumphal entry, everybody's cheering, and a week after that, he's dead.
Yeah.
And that's what needs to happen. You know, and to quote, you know, on the cross, Psalm 22, bulls of Bashan surround me. Well, Jesus isn't talking about being surrounded by cattle. Okay, the bull was a Baal symbol in Bashan, and so this is a demonic reference. Again, you miss a lot of these things if you don't, you know, have the ancient writer in your head.
What's funny is I mentioned this over dinner last night. I recently read an academic paper called The Baals of Bashan, in which a scholar went and made the case that Jesus couldn't have been referring to cattle on the cross, or just poking fun at wealthy people,
women, yeah,
wealthy
the women of
women, the
Bashan.
cows of Bashan. And instead of looking at the theological argument, he actually went back and examined soil samples and archaeological digs for pollen samples to prove that there were no cattle in Bashan because it was a lousy place for grazing. But the point was the same. It was a theological point that Jesus was making. He was talking about the principalities and powers that Paul wrote about, who were the ones that were surrounding him on the cross.
Yep.
But then, was it 1 Corinthians 6:2 where Paul makes the further case that they would not have crucified him if they really understood what they knew?
Yeah, 1 Corinthians 2, verse 6.
2:6, I got it reversed.
Yeah, had they known, they never would have crucified the Lord of glory, had the rulers of this world known.
Yeah.
And again, I take Paul for what he says there, because, again, it's not enough to know who he is. You know, the demons say, you're the Son of the Most High. And by the way, it's kind of curious, they're the only ones who call him that. You know, because they know exactly who this is. And again, they know what the end game is. They know what the purpose is, but they don't know the mechanism. And they draw a logical conclusion. Well, you know, we tried to stop him and he's here, and, you know, well, let's kill him. You know, problem solved. And of course, that is not the problem solved. That's exactly what we want you to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
And again, it's this cat and mouse game that, you know, operates, again, under the surface. And Jesus, when he knows it's time to die, it's like, okay, we go to Bashan now, and we pick a fight. And then we go to Hermon, and we pick another one. And the Son of Man needs to die.
It's fascinating. The spiritual war, as recorded in the Bible, is far richer and more complex, more immediate and real than we ever imagined. The forthcoming book, Reversing Hermon, Dr. Michael Heiser, the author. Mike, we'll continue the conversation. For Sharon Gilbert, I'm Derek Gilbert, and we thank you for watching as we keep watch. This is Skywatch TV.
Angels waging war in the unseen realm. Global events fulfilling biblical prophecy. Eternal life. What lies beyond mortality? From analyzing the paranormal from a biblical worldview to the discussion of cutting-edge science and technology. Conspiracy. Discovery. Special investigative reports. Unafraid to explore the challenging issues facing humanity. Welcome to another edition of Skywatch TV.
When we read the Bible with the worldview of those who wrote it, we can draw a direct line linking the sin of the watchers in Mount Hermon to the birth of Jesus in the stable in Bethlehem. Welcome to Skywatch TV. I'm Derek Gilbert. Joining me in studio, the host of Into the Multiverse with Josh Peck. That would be the aforementioned Mr. Josh Peck.
Hey, Derek, how you doing?
And the scholar in residence from Logos Bible Software, the author of a number of books, including The Unseen Realm, Recovering the Supernatural Worldview of the Bible, and a forthcoming book with the working title, Reversing Herman. We welcome back Dr. Michael Heiser.
Thank you.
We talked a little bit about this in the discussion with Sharon on the link between the sin of the Watchers and the birth of Jesus, and that event as part of the plan of reversing the sin of the Watchers, kind of rolling it back. Let's dig a little bit more into that.
Sure.
Let's start with a little background. The sin of the Watchers in broad terms, what is that?
Well, it's the transgression that's described in Genesis 6:1-4. Of course, the terminology there is sons of God. And that is a term you see in the book of Enoch and other Enochian literature, but the major term is watchers. And we see that in the book of Daniel as well. So it's a biblical term. It's a term that would have been well known. But the sin of the Watchers is sons of God, this supernatural transgression, with human women that produced Nephilim. And even more than that, getting beyond, the transgression event itself. It's the notion of also in Enoch, and you don't really get this in the biblical material, but you get it in Enoch, and you also get it in the original Mesopotamian backdrop to Genesis 6:1-4. And that is that these supernatural beings taught humanity certain things that really produced depravity, that corrupted the collective, human population. Things like warfare and seduction and astrology, again, is one of them as well. And, this was viewed as something so sinister, so far-reaching in the Jewish consciousness that, again, if you looked at a Jew and said, hey, why is the world the way it is? Why are people so bad? What do you think about depravity? How do we get from Eden to here? They would say, well, there was this incident in Genesis 3, but there's also this thing that happens in Genesis 6, the sin of the Watchers, and that is actually zeroed in on in Jewish literature between the Testaments as really the main cause for the proliferation of evil in the human population.
The term watcher, is that a specific class of angel, or is it like a job that they had? What does that term actually mean?
Since the term tends to get conflated with sons of God, and sons of God is a hierarchical term, at least in the Hebrew Bible and Israelite thinking, because of the divine household metaphor. I think we are safe in sort of assigning a hierarchical element to that. Now, if you're just talking philology and etymology and all those sorts of things, it comes from a term that means to be awake, or to basically to not sleep, to be watchful. So you have, you can go along either one of those trajectories, but based on the way Enoch uses it, again, he ties it in with a very specific rung on the ladder.
Oh, okay.
And I know this is a left turn, but I'm just going to throw this out here. I know that in Egyptian mythology, they also had a class of supernatural being called Watcher, but they were typically assigned to guard doorways at the various stages of the underworld. Are you aware of any connection between the Egyptian concept of a Watcher and the Mesopotamian?
Well, the connection is the underworld. I mean, if there is a connection to be had, that would be it. Because in Mesopotamia, again, the Apkallu, which we've talked a little bit about before, the one thing that I haven't mentioned to this point is that you actually get figurines of Apkallu in Mesopotamian material. Archaeologists have found these. And recall, again, from our earlier discussions, that the Mesopotamian Apkallu, the wise ones, again, the ones who transmit divine knowledge, so there you have that connection. Before the flood, they're viewed positively. And after the flood, they're punished and sent, to the underworld, to Sheol, because, they preserved the knowledge of humanity, and Marduk wanted humans destroyed and all this sort of stuff. But they get buried, these figurines get buried under buildings with the thought that they're going to protect the building, watch it, from other spirits. And so there's this good guy element to them, at least at some point in Mesopotamian thinking, Mesopotamian history. But the Akkadian term for the Apkallu, for those specific statues, is matzare, which is watcher. It's actually the same term. And so the second temple, Jew who's writing Enoch, whoever that was, it shows you again that they knew the story and they knew the terminology, but they just put it into an Aramaic term because that's what they're using to write. So you have a very close correlation there. You've got an underworld correlation with Egypt and the sort of the duty. Again, this protective sort of element is also there as well.
Yeah, because some of the phrases in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, based on the translation I've read, are frightening. Protect me from the knives of the watchers.
Right.
Well, anyway. Again, from a 21st century Christian perspective, where most of what we hear in church on Sunday morning, and I don't want to paint with too broad a brush because I know that there are still Bible-believing, grounded pastors who are teaching and expositing from the text themselves. But in too many churches, all of this has been stripped out, and Jesus is just presented to us as sort of a cosmic life coach, an example to follow in order to be happy, healthy, wealthy, and wise, which is how God wants us all to be anyway. And all of this supernatural conflict has been stripped, gutted from the Bible texts. What does the sin of the watchers have to do with the arrival of Jesus in a manger?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to strip out the supernatural from Genesis 6:1 through 4, you're never going to find, again, the original context for those 4 verses, which means you're never really going to understand, even if you do find it, the intertestamental literature we're talking about, because there is the place it's preserved in its fullest form. But you get it, in the Old Testament as well, here and there. It's just not collectively in one passage. But if you're doing that, you really don't have any sense or any hope of even processing a topic like this. What in the world? The watchers, Jesus. I mean, what's going on with that? Well, again, you have to think like a Jew. You have to think like a Second Temple Jew who knows this material well. And if you go to Revelation 12, again, we're taking their context for this, not our own. If you look at what John says about, I looked up in the sky and saw. Again, there are New Testament scholars that have noted, hey, this is astral prophecy, that it's a known genre of the ancient world. And it's not that, the Apostle John is like Miss Cleo or an astrologer or something like, hey, should I buy that car? Should I marry this girl over here? Their notion, and the Jewish notion of astral theology, astral prophecy, was to go back to Genesis and say, hey, who made those things in the sky? Well, that was God. And why are they there? Well, they mark times and seasons and the passage of time and epochs and history and all this stuff. And so they looked at the heavens and had a very simple thought, but a profound one. Well, I wonder if, what's going on up there in the heavens, if God might be able to communicate certain things to us through what we see there, because he made them to mark things, specifically times and seasons and whatnot. And you might think, well, that sounds like crazy talk until you read Paul. Because Paul, again, in Romans 10, when he's talking about, hey, how are people going to hear and believe unless they get a preacher and all this kind of stuff? And you hear that in church all the time. But what you don't read, or what you don't hear is what Paul quotes. When he says, he asks the question, well, have they indeed heard? And you expect him to say, well, no, they haven't heard, and that's what we're here for, to preach the gospel. But he actually says the opposite. He says, indeed, they have. And then he quotes Psalm 19, which he's quoting the Septuagint, Greek translation of the Old Testament. The part he quotes is, well, of course they've heard. Their voice goes throughout, the heavens, throughout the whole world. And what's that? Well, if you go back to Psalm 19, that's the psalm about the heavens declaring the glory of God.
Wow.
And you get this day to day, night to night, okay, day or night, signs in the sky, and there's verbs of communication there. They speak, they tell, they report, they proclaim. And so Paul's like, look, the mystery is, what is he thinking? But he says, of course, people should have known that the Messiah was going to show up, that he was arriving, because of Psalm 19, because of the signs in the sky. And if you have that in your head, then you go to Revelation 12, and John says, and by the way, this is what I think Paul is thinking of. I can't prove it, that he has Revelation 12 or the content of it in his head, because Revelation 12 was written later. But what I think he's angling for is this, where John says, you looked up in the sky, see a woman, 12 stars around her head. The sun is in her midst. She's clothed with the sun. The moon is at her feet. Again, and other writers, other scholars have sort of mapped this out in astronomy programs where you can see what the imagery there is with Virgo, the Virgin, 12 stars around her head, the sun in the midst, the moon at her feet. And that is what Revelation 12 covers. But if you start plotting that out, you also get other things in the sky that John doesn't mention that actually turn out to be important. Above the woman's head, you have a conjunction with Regulus and Jupiter. Jupiter was the king planet because it's the biggest one. Regulus in the ancient world was the king star because it was the brightest one.
Okay,
so you
Regulus,
have
sure.
you
Root
have,
being king.
Right,
Rex,
you have a conjunction. And to an ancient person who, again, was thinking on these terms, well, you have a conjunction of two king signs. So this has something to do with a king. And it's in the constellation of Leo, which to a Jew, of course, is the Lion of Judah. And we get synagogues in ancient Palestine that have zodiac mosaics on their floor, on their wall. And again, they're not doing pagan stuff. They're doing believing stuff because they believe that the God of heaven really is the God of heaven and that he's in control of these things. Well, if you put all those things together, you have essentially a 90-minute window of time when all these things were true. And it turns out that it produces a date, September 11th, 3 BC, which according to John, that would be the birth of Jesus. And that date turns out to be important because it corresponded on the Jewish calendar to Tishri 1. Which was the Israelite date for the inauguration of a new king. But it was even more than that because Jewish tradition, going back to Genesis 6, the Jews believed that Noah was a type, a prefiguring of the Messiah, because they believed Noah was born on Tishri 1 as well.
Wow.
And you get that from your flood chronology, all those boring passages in the flood. After so many days it did this, and the rain went, the rain came, the water did this and that. Well, it gives you dates. And if you look at it, Noah is 600 years old when the flood starts. And right after he turns 601, the waters start to abate. And so the Jewish authorities looked at that and said, well, hey, Noah turned a year older when this happened. And, during this, the season, because the Jewish calendar is seasonal, associated with the coming and the going of rain and all that stuff, they placed it at Tishri 1.
Wow. So there's a lot of important information in those chronologies.
It's lurking under the surface again because we're not reading it like they would read it. To a Jew, why was Tishri 1, the first day of the year? Well, it has something to do with their view that, well, since we look back at the Garden of Eden, and the Garden of Eden is lush and has all this plant life in it, surely that must have been at the time of the harvest, and in the old Israelite calendar, that was the first month. Okay, the harvest month, which occurs in the fall season, not like ours does. And so again, they're doing all these things with their calendar, with the chronology, with the statements again in the flood chronology, and this was what they believed. And so if you were living in the first century and you're reading Revelation 12, you're thinking about the signs John's describing, you're thinking about the date it produced, you're thinking about Noah, you're thinking about the flood. And, one thing leads to another, which is why among the Dead Sea Scrolls, this same chronology is associated with the appearance of the Pleiades and Orion. And of course, Orion, in Jewish texts, is referred to as the giant. You actually get a Targum, an Aramaic translation of Job. Remember that the passage at the end of Job when he mentions Orion and
right, the bands,
right. Can you loose the bands of Orion and all that? Well, in the Targum there in the Dead Sea Scrolls, it's Naphilah. It's the giant.
Wow.
Which is the singular of Nephilim. So again, if you're a Jew that's familiar again with your literature and your culture, the way you mark time, all these sorts of things, if you're reading John at the end of the first century and John's like, hey, this is when the Messiah was born, and you can pinpoint that date, you're thinking, this has to be the guy, because why was Noah important? He survived the flood. He survived, again, the effect of the waters. He was pure. He was righteous. And when he emerged from the flood, that was the time that marked what? The judgment of the sons of God. They were sent to the abyss, and also the judgment of the Nephilim.
Is that why there's a flood mentioned in Revelation 12? Is it a callback to this Noah comparison with Jesus?
I don't know if I'm trying to remember specifically. Do you remember what it says in
Not
in
specifically.
the specific verse?
Isn't it the dragon opens its mouth and
And
lets
a
forth
flood,
a flood
yeah.
that
Yeah.
pursues the woman and the child into the wilderness?
Right.
Yeah, I've never come across any. I know what you're talking about now. I've never come across anything that produces a specific connection to that.
Oh, okay.
So at between those two things. So at this point, I'd have to say no, but maybe I'll come across something. If I do, I'll put it in the book.
Yeah.
Because this is essentially what the book does. That, we aren't thinking about Enoch. We aren't thinking about, again, catch the simple thought. Here's a writer, a New Testament writer living in the 1st century. Is he thinking like the rest of the people of his time? Well, yeah,
Yes.
it's his culture. I mean, he didn't grow up anywhere else.
Right. Just like we would
Right.
with our people we grew up with.
He's familiar with what people are thinking. They've read this material. They know what the content of the Book of Enoch is. Again, what I'm trying to do in the book is I'm trying to show that a lot of this stuff was floating around in their head. It's not just Peter and Jude, which is where we typically associate Enochian material because it mentions the angels that sin and they're sent to the abyss and all that. But there are a number of things in the New Testament where the writer, you can tell, if you know the Enochian story and texts like it, you can tell that this was in the back of their mind. This was floating around in their head. And they wrote this way. They said this thing. They used this word. They used this phrase to make their readers think of that too. Because they're trying to create a connection between Jesus or the gospel or the advance of the kingdom or the death of the gods and the judgment of the watchers. They're trying to make these connection points with their readers. And so the story of the sin of the watchers becomes really important in certain New Testament passages to understand what the writer wanted you to think when you read it. In other words, what theological thought did the gospel writer, did Paul, did Peter, did Jude, did the book of Revelation? What theological thought did they want coursing through your head when you read what they wrote?
Now, I always thought that all the writers of the Bible had the 21st century American in mind, and,
Yeah.
and that's who they were writing to.
Of course.
and only us, right?
No, it's the Reformation.
There you go.
Or the Puritans.
Well, understand what this means, though. The reading and understanding the view of the 1st century author of the book of Revelation with the prophetic view in mind, it means that there was a 90-minute window of time on September 11th of 3 BC, heralding the birth of the king, which makes, of course, September 11, 2001 even creepier than it already is. I want to talk about something else that Mike alluded to, the death of the gods, when Skywatch TV continues after this. Finally, a book that helps you make sense of the hard-to-understand parts of the Bible. Skywatch TV is proud to offer The Unseen Realm by ancient language and Bible scholar Dr. Michael S. Heiser. He takes you into the world of the men who wrote the Bible under the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, and by understanding their worldview, you will better understand some of the weird parts of the Bible. Like, why was it so important to mention giants in the Old Testament? And why did Peter and Jude reference the angels who created them in the New Testament? The supernatural war between God and fallen angels is real. The Unseen Realm helps you understand the way the apostles and prophets saw that war. And when you order The Unseen Realm from Skywatch TV, we will add these 2 books free. The Supernatural Worldview by Chris Putnam and G.H. Pember's classic Earth's Earliest Ages. Order The Unseen Realm now by calling the number on your screen or log on to skywatchtvstore.com. Welcome back to Skywatch TV. Please log on to our website, skywatchtv.com, for links to various web-exclusive content that, like interviews that we can't fit into our network television schedule, programs like Josh's Into the Multiverse with Christina, our weekly look at science through a Christian lens, Sci Friday, daily news updates, and more. A forthcoming program featuring Joe Artis called Teens Rock. All of that and more linked from the website. You'll find it at skywatchtv.com. Mike, you made mention of you used a phrase just before the break that I find intriguing, death of the gods. Now, we're talking about the small g gods here, the watchers, the fallen angels who set themselves up as gods over the other nations of the world. Death of the gods. I thought these were immortal beings.
Yeah, it's a phrase that academics use chiefly from Psalm 82, because there you have the divine council meeting, God standing in the divine council among the Elohim, plural, he's going to pass judgment. Then in verses 2 to 5, we find out why God is angry, again, at the gods over the nations. And he says in verse 6, he said, I said to all of you, you're gods, you're Elohim, you're sons of the Most High, B'nai Elyon, but you're going to die like men. And you're going to fall like any prince. And then at the end of the verse, the psalmist kind of jumps in and says, "Rise up, O God, and take back the nations." And so it's this description of a divine council meeting where God judges the other gods and says, "You're going to die." In other words, there will be an end to you. And theologically, as Christians, this makes sense because there's only one non-contingent being. Everything else that has life is derivative from or contingent upon the will of the maker, the will of the true God, the creator. And God is essentially saying, yeah, you're gods, yeah, you're Elohim, you're spirit beings like I am, except, paler forms, lesser beings, but you're going to die just like men do. And it's an eschatological judgment. It gets picked up in Isaiah 34. There's another thing about the gods being judged. It's connected with the day of the Lord in other passages. So at the end of all things, at the end of the eschaton, this is sort of a prefigurement or a precursor to the notion about the devil and his angels being thrown into the lake of fire. Prior to that, they are stripped of their authority over the nations. And in Unseen Realm, I spent a good amount of time talking about how believers, how Christians are the reconstituted divine council. We displace and replace them. With Jesus' language in Revelation 2 about, to him that overcomes, I will put him over the nations. Okay, to him that overcomes, I will give him the morning star, and I am the son of David, the bright and morning star. It's a reference to the right to rule. Well, who's over the nations now? Well, the sons of God. Deuteronomy 32:8, and they're not doing a good job of it. They're corrupt, they're evil, they're hostile now to the true God who lent them that authority. They abused it, manipulated, seduced the Israelites. And God says, this is going to come to an end. And I spent a lot of time talking about how the kingdom of God, is the beginning of that. It's already happening. The displacement, of the gods, the removal of their authority. Not over just believers, but over the places that they govern. And ultimately, they're going to be done away with and replaced by us in a global Eden. So that's actually the vision of heaven that you get from biblical theology. It's not floating around strumming harps and singing a hymn 10,000 times till you can't stand it anymore. Okay, we're living in a global Eden like it was originally intended to be. And we administer the creation, we rule it, just like the whole Adamic language. And it's everything. It's not just Israel, okay? It's not just Yahweh's dominion. Yahweh has dominion over everything, every square inch of it. And we're the ones that have that authority. Paul says, you're going to rule over angels. Don't you know that?
If we're the rulers, who would be the citizens?
I think we're also citizens. I think I don't think there's a missing hierarchy in heaven. I think that question takes us into like reward language in the New Testament, where we will have different task levels, different if you want to call it sort of status rewards, that sort of thing. Not everybody is rewarded the same way, but you're all residents. You do displace the gods of the nations because this is what God calls believers. This is why we're called children of God. Okay, we're not given other spiritual verbiage and titles. When believers are referred to, we're children of God. As many as received in them, he gave the authority to become the sons of God. We are grafted in to God's family. So God looks at us, again, as sort of the inner core, that special elite, class within the royal household metaphor. That's who we are, but what we do and our status is going to be a reward issue.
Wow, it's a lot different view of heaven than what we learn in Sunday school.
Absolutely right, yeah. The little fluffy cloud and wings and harps and things. Just a couple of minutes left. Just to summarize then, basically humanity was kicked out of the council, kicked out of Eden, as
Right.
it were.
Right. Eden was the original place of counsel, where heaven met earth. Again, the plural language in Genesis 1, let us create humankind in our image. And, God's the one who does the creating. That's clear. The verbs are all singular in Genesis. But God's speaking to somebody who's already there. And we know from Job 38, well, who's already there? Well, the sons of God. Okay, they're at the foundation of the world. And again, the language is important because God wants humans to enter into the family. Okay, join the non-human family, the divine family. And we're going to do this. We're going to have this merger, this blended family on this place we call Earth, because these are terrestrial beings. They're different than us. They're terrestrial. But we're going to be there. They're going to be with us. And of course, we know how that goes. Doesn't go well, but God never gives up on it. There is no plan B. He doesn't scrap the original plan. It's now we've got to restart, kickstart the original plan, have heaven return to earth, this kingdom of God idea, and redeem humanity back into the family.
Wow.
And that adds another layer to another parable. We mentioned a parable earlier in a previous discussion about the owner of the vineyard who's in a foreign land, and he sends his servants who get beaten up by the tenants who are working the vineyard and killed, and he sends his son and he gets killed. It's not just the Israelites and the prophets, it's the supernatural beings God had placed over the earth. The same parable, or in the same sense, the parable of the prodigal son is about us returning, and the son who's been faithful, those sons of God who remained faithful.
Yeah, it's not just part of the family, it's the whole thing.
Yeah.
God wants everything reclaimed, not just the new bloodline that he starts with Abraham that we call Israel, but it's everybody, going back from that. Again, what we think of as the Gentile. He's not skipping any part of it.
Fascinating stuff. The forthcoming book, Reversing Herman, of Dr. Michael Heiser. Mike, thank you very much. Josh, fascinating discussion as always. And we thank you for watching. I'm Derek Gilbert, and this is Skywatch TV.
Angels waging war in the unseen realm. Global events fulfilling biblical prophecy. Eternal life. What lies beyond mortality? From analyzing the paranormal from a biblical worldview to the discussion of cutting-edge science and technology. Conspiracy. Discovery. Special investigative reports. Unafraid to explore the challenging issues facing humanity. Welcome to another edition of Skywatch TV.
A mysterious incident recorded only in 4 verses of chapter 6 of Genesis reverberates throughout all of the Bible, even into the New Testament. Welcome to Skywatch TV. I'm Derek Gilbert. Joining me in studio, the host of Into the Multiverse with Josh Peck on Skywatch TV. Of course, Josh Peck.
Thanks, Derek.
And the author of a fascinating forthcoming book, working title, Reversing Herman. He's the author of a number of books that we recommend, including The Unseen Realm, what the Bible teaches about, or rather, covering the supernatural worldview of the Bible. Scholar in residence for Logos Bible Software, Dr. Michael Heiser. Mike? The authors of the New Testament, as you pointed out in previous conversations, had the book that we call the Book of Enoch, Book of First Enoch, more specifically, in mind when they were composing what we know of as the books of the New Testament today. But there's some theological implications that I never thought about, didn't even have a frame of reference for before we started talking about this book. For example, the New Testament concept of water baptism. What does that have to do with the sin of the watchers from back in Genesis 6?
Yeah, I wish Peter were sitting here. He'd do a better job of answering it. No, but it actually comes from 1 Peter, and in that particular chapter, I focus on 1 Peter 3. And it, for those, again, who can't completely recall, this is the chapter where Peter bundles the angels, the flood, the spirits in prison, baptism, Noah, the ark, the resurrection. It's like,
throws it all at you.
Right. Put it in the blender and see what comes out.
Well, that's a lot of stuff to think about for a guy who was a career fisherman up until the point that Jesus said, "Come follow me."
Right. It's like, what are you thinking here? Where'd this come from? And it's a great passage. It's one of my favorites. In Unseen Realm, I actually tell a story. And it's a true story about when I was in graduate school looking for a church. Me and my wife were church hopping, and we wound up at a place where the guy did a really good job. He was going through 1 Peter, and then we thought, yeah, this is probably it. And then we went away for a while. I came back, and we landed back in there when it was 1 Peter 3 time, And I thought, yeah, this is going to clinch it. This is going to be it. And he literally got up into the pulpit and said, now, we've been going through 1 Peter for X number of weeks, and here we are in 1 Peter 3, 14 through 22, and we're just going to skip this.
Oh, wow.
He said, it's so weird. I don't have any idea what it means.
At least he was honest about it.
We're just going to skip it. And I'm like stunned, Like, I have never seen anybody be that honest. You're like,
wow.
We're just going to pretend it's not there. And needless to say, we didn't go back, But it was really disappointing because this is a great passage. And the key to understanding it really is First Enoch. It's the Enochian story of the sin of the watchers, because what Peter is doing is he's referencing Enoch and his story in that book, like Paul references Adam. Now, we're familiar with Romans 5, some other passages in Romans where Adam is referred to as a tupos, as a type of Jesus, or the antitype in this case. And for those who aren't familiar with typology, think of verbal prophecy. A prophet gets up and verbally utters some prediction of things to come. A type is a nonverbal prophecy, where a person or an event or an institution like Passover, something happens, some part of Israel's history that prefigures something to come. And so for Paul, Adam becomes a prefigurement of Jesus. Adam is a type of Christ, okay? Well, if you can understand that, when you go over to 1 Peter 3, Enoch is for Peter what Adam was for Paul. So Enoch becomes a type of Jesus for Peter.
Oh, wow.
And to understand what Peter's thinking, you have to know the story of Enoch given in First Enoch. And what's the story? Well, again, for those who haven't read the book of Enoch, here's the short version. We have the Watchers, again, transgress with the human women. They produce the Nephilim, the giants. And God is angry. And he says to his other archangels, hey, throw those guys in the abyss, throw them in jail, and they do. And the Watchers are repentant. They're like, boy, we really made a mistake here. This is terrible. We don't want to, spend the rest of our existence here until the end of days, and who knows what that means. And so they say, well, God likes Enoch. He took Enoch to heaven with him. So let's contact Enoch. And we're not told how they do it, but they get a hold of Enoch and they say, will you go to God and intercede for us, those of us, are these spirits, us in prison, okay? Will you go to God and say, we're sorry, and ask God to change his mind? So Enoch says, yeah, I'll do that. So he goes, he gets the message from God. Of course, the answer is not a good one if you're a watcher. And he catch this. Enoch ascends to heaven, gets the answer from God, and then he descends to the spirits in prison, and he lowers the boom. And he says, well, I talked to God, and you're toast. You're not getting out of here.
Wow.
Okay, he's not changing his mind. And so Peter takes this episode and he sees an analogy to Jesus.
Right.
With the whole ascension, because we have other passages that talk about when Jesus was in the grave, he goes and he preaches to the spirits in prison,
right,
in Peter, and you have other language like that. And so what's going on in Peter's mind is that when Jesus dies, he goes into the underworld, okay, which is where they're in prison, the realm of the dead, because he's dead. Where else would you go? Okay, so he goes down there, and instead of the scene being, this talk about the Watchers about, okay, God knows you're sorry, but sorry anyway, you're still going to stay here. Instead, he's preaching now to the denizens, the spiritual denizens of the underworld, okay, hell. And what does he announce to them? Okay, you're still losers. Okay, you think that now that I've shown up here, I'm dead. You think you've won. You and those who agree with you, the other spiritual rebels that the Old Testament talks about, that this is a done deal now. The pursuit of the kingdom of God, the reinstitution of Eden, it's game over. I mean, God has lost because I'm here and you know who I am. But instead, he's like, okay, I'm here. I'm not going to be here for long. In other words, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to rise from the dead, and you will still be here. And for Peter, this event, of course, is associated with the flood. So that's where you get the ark and the water and all this language. But he takes, the whole association. And for Peter, he says, baptism is a picture of this. It's a picture of what he says, baptism is this picture, he connects it with salvation, but he also connects it with the resurrection, because that's essential for salvation. It's not just about water. Okay, so just as, we have this event here with the flood, and we have this descent and this message given, again, to the powers of darkness, so baptism commemorates this. Every time someone gets baptized, it's as though this is rehearsed to the powers of darkness. This episode is renewed in their minds. It's brought back into their memory, and it's illustrated for Christians. So baptism becomes not just a ceremony that's done publicly for other believers. In Peter's mind, it's a dig. It's like, they have to remember this again. And that's why the early church would, in their baptismal ceremonies, they would include things like a renunciation of Satan and his demons. I mean, this is why they did that, because they're reading 1 Peter 3 in this way, that baptism is a commemoration of the victory of the cross and the defeat not just of Adam, or not just of what happened with Adam and Eve, but it's a defeat of the Watchers. Okay, it harkens back not just to the problem of Adam and Eve in Genesis 3, but it harkens back to, again, reversing, dealing with what happened in Genesis 6.
Wow, so it's another example of there's more to the story than what we're taught in Sunday school.
There's more to the story, and Peter's not just having some sort of weird spasm like, I need to fill in a few verses with weird stuff. Here we go. No, it actually means something to him. And the whole thing about having a good conscience, and I talk about that in the book, and the nouns there refer to what we think of as conscience, the ability to discern right and wrong, synodesis in Greek. It's actually a term that can mean a pledge of loyalty, a loyalty oath. So again, when a believer submitted to baptism, it wasn't just, okay, I'm picking sides now so all of you know which side I'm on, but it was a sign to the powers of darkness of which side I'm on. I'm professing my loyalty to the God of Israel, the God who sentenced the powers of darkness to death, to doom, the God who really holds their existence in his hand, and he's going to take it away at some point. I've aligned myself with him incarnate in Christ. And I just want to remind you that he rose from the dead, and I will too, but you'll still be here.
Wow, that makes baptism a lot more exciting than
It does. Well, it makes church make reading the Bible an awful lot more exciting. One of the questions I have that we're going to address here just in a few moments after the break, Moses, of course, venerated among our Jewish brothers and sisters as the bringer of the law, but how did Jews of the intertestamental period view Enoch? We'll talk about that as Skywatch TV continues right after this. Finally, a book that helps you make sense of the hard-to-understand parts of the Bible. Skywatch TV is proud to offer The Unseen Realm by ancient language and Bible scholar Dr. Michael S. Heiser. He takes you into the world of the men who wrote the Bible under the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, and by understanding their worldview, you will better understand some of the weird parts of the Bible. Like, why was it so important to mention giants in the Old Testament? And why did Peter and Jude reference the angels who created them in the New Testament? The supernatural war between God and fallen angels is real. The unseen realm helps you understand the way the apostles and prophets saw that war. And when you order The Unseen Realm from Skywatch TV, we will add these 2 books free. The Supernatural Worldview by Chris Putnam and G.H. Pember's classic Earth's Earliest Ages. Order The Unseen Realm now by calling the number on your screen or log on to skywatchtvstore.com. Welcome back to Skywatch TV. I'm Derek Gilbert alongside Josh Peck. And we remind you that skywatchtv.com is home to a lot more content than just the regular 30-minute weekly program. We've got interviews that we couldn't fit into the weekly television schedule, as well as regular programs like Josh's Into the Multiverse, a look at the very fabric of reality down at the subparticle level, a look at science from a Christian perspective every week with Sharon Gilbert, and daily news updates, as well as Joe Ardis's program, Teens Rock. You'll find all of that linked from the website. Exclusive web-only content from Skywatch TV, skywatchtv.com. Mike, obviously, Moses is considered a great man. Maybe venerated isn't quite the right word, but certainly honored, not just by Jews, but also among Christians as the bringer of the law and the one who brought the law that is the foundation of our legal system, frankly. One could make the case that it is the foundation of Judeo-Christian or Western civilization. How was Enoch viewed in the intertestamental period as a person, not just for the book of Enoch, but how was Enoch, where was his status among the ranks of the prophets?
Yeah, it's interesting because you have certain sects of Judaism. Again, we're familiar because of what happens in the Gospels with knowing that Judaism wasn't just one monolithic entity where there were no Jewish parties and different viewpoints. Of course there were. There were lots of different Jewish sects and different
Pharisees,
views,
Sadducees, Essenes.
Some Jews, venerated, the law and Moses, really to the nth degree. Pharisees would be a good example of that. But there were other Jews who actually looked at Enoch as being, in some cases, in some ways, superior to Moses. And
really?
The rationale was because Enoch was taken directly from the earth to be with God. He had a special relationship with God. And also, Enoch was given, certain knowledge. And in the book of Enoch, especially, Enoch is the one to whom God speaks truth to sort of, again, counteract what the Watchers were spewing out in terms of their own knowledge on the earth. So Enoch becomes sort of a focal point for what God wants people to know, as opposed to what the Watchers are teaching people. And so that whole idea, that whole sort of theological trajectory was taken by some Jews within the same period as we get the Pharisees and Sadducees as making Enoch really, really important, and that the law was something not of a desperate attempt, but something of a second-tier effort to try to combat what the Watchers were doing. When people didn't respond to the revelation God was giving through Enoch, okay, we got to do something else to restrain evil. And so Moses comes along behind Enoch, so to speak. And all this is part of the backdrop. There's a lot more to it, of course, that I get into in the book. But in Galatians 3 and 4, when Paul talks about the law being delivered by angels in conjunction with the fullness of time and the coming of the Son of God and all that, there's this phrase about the law was delivered by angels and it was added because of transgressions. Now, typically Christians will read that and think, oh, transgressions, that Adam and Eve, they both sinned in the garden and so on and so forth. But we're actually talking about the law, and the law was like a lot, it was millennia, after this event, with Adam and Eve. So right away there's kind of a little bit of a disconnect there.
Yeah, what took so long?
Yeah, what took so long? And so many Jews would answer that question by saying, well, God was giving us information through Enoch. He was a preacher of righteousness, and Jude actually calls him that again, and that's from the book of Enoch. Okay, so we have sort of a ministry and an influence there. But when that didn't work, when that didn't reverse, again, the effect of what the Watchers had done, the knowledge they dispensed, the law was actually added not because of Adam and Eve's transgressions. Just whose transgressions are we talking about? Well, there's a whole strain of Judaism that says we're talking about the Watchers' transgressions. That the law was added to restrain, to halt the proliferation of evil, to impede depravity. That for many Jews, was laid at the feet of the Watchers. Again, this dispensing of forbidden knowledge and warfare and false beliefs about the stars determining individual destiny and other gods controlling them and all of that stuff. That the law was added to try to halt the progression, the severity of depravity that the Watchers caused. So it's a totally different way to look at Galatians 3 and Galatians 4. And then when it's co-joined with the birth of the Son of God, you go back to things we've talked about earlier about how the birth of the Messiah was associated with Noah and the flood and Tishri 1 and all this sort of stuff. Again, you get this concatenation or this matrix of ideas that the New Testament writers are part of this world. Again, they had read this material. They're reading their Old Testament in concert with this material. They're thinking like normal people of their day thought about their Old Testament. And all of that is a foreign context to us. So if we were living back then, if we, again, were Second Temple Jews, first century Jews, we would look at things a lot differently in the New Testament than we do now, because we're 2,000 years removed and we've had all sorts of streams of later tradition, various Christian tradition that has sort of served as filters to us, for the biblical material that the first century people, they didn't have any of that. They had something different. And that's the people they were writing to. Again, the scripture's written for us, for our benefit, so we can learn truth about the true God and salvation and all these things we're familiar with. But it wasn't written to us. Again, we are the outsiders, not them. We are the outsiders. And we miss things because we don't have that context.
That's amazing. That brings up a question that I've always been curious about. Talking about Moses and Enoch and the book of Jude, there's this really weird verse in there that talks about Michael and Satan contending over the body of Moses. What is going on there?
Yeah, I think it doesn't actually come from Enoch. It comes from something called the Testament of Moses, or also called the Assumption of Moses. But it is one of these, again, pseudepigraphical books, which, again, doesn't mean false writings go away. Don't read that stuff. It's books that get their name because it's a pseudonymous, kind of thing. You name the book after the person that's prominent in the book. But it's a contesting for. I think I would fall on the side of this notion of not just, I want like a trophy. Give me that body. I want to prop that thing up on the wall or stuff it, like a taxidermist thing. I think it is a reference to undoing the foundations of the Israelites, again, the people of Yahweh, sort of an attack on their status as the people of God, and specifically to claim the soul of Moses, and in a spiritual sense. So I don't look at it as trophy hunting. I think this particular scene is used again to describe spiritual warfare. That Satan wants this, the devil wants this body, wants this soul, to kill it off, because this person is the figurehead for the people of God. So it's an act, aimed at illustrating and reinforcing the idea that the devil wants believers to die. Okay? The devil wants believers to not be raised, to not be resurrected, but to still be owned by him,
so
to be under his authority.
The context of that isn't saying Moses' dead body, then it's while he was still alive.
No, I think even in you can even have that view when it refers to the dead body, because it's this idea of this is going to sound weird, but when I claim this soul of this dead person, I'm claiming their life.
Okay. In
other words, I'm not letting this person live with God. In other words, I'm not letting them be saved. So they're still mine. I still own them. They're still under the curse. All this kind of theological thinking. So I think the episode is illustrative of this idea of we don't want Yahweh to have a family. We don't want Yahweh to have a people. The souls of Yahweh's children are still mine to claim, is the message behind, again, the incident.
Wow.
I'm glad you asked that question, though, about that incident and about other pseudepigraphal books of the Bible, especially intertestamental literature, just kind of stepping back from the book of Enoch and the sin of the Watchers in particular. With just about 5 minutes here, what influence traditionally has that intertestamental literature had on Christian theology, and why is it important to take another look at it now and see if we can integrate what they were thinking, Jews of the, well, first century, thinking into our Christian theology?
Yeah, I would say it's broadly important because if you want to be taken seriously, at least by me, if you want to be taken seriously when you say things like, Mike, it's really important to interpret the Bible in its own context. Really? Mm-hmm. Well, if you're going to do that, you got to have the Israelite in your head. And the Israelite, for the Old Testament, you got to have the Israelite in your head. And for the Israelite, their world was the ancient Near Eastern world. Mm-hmm. This is why their writers are quoting stuff and why this institution is similar to that one. And this even point of theology, interacts with this point of theology over here in the pagan world because there's some combat going on there. To do that seriously, you have to have, again, their worldview. You have to share their cognitive frame of reference. It's the same thing for the New Testament. If you want to be seriously taken as someone who wants to interpret the New Testament in context, you cannot ignore this stuff because they didn't. They read it. Now, readers will be interested when the book comes out. One of the appendixes, there are 5 appendixes in the book. One of them is just a listing of where New Testament writers allude to something in the pseudepigrapha. And it isn't like 5 or 10 of them. Okay, it's dozens, and it may even hit maybe over 100.
Wow.
But people don't realize, again, how if you had read all that material and you were familiar with the content, when you read the New Testament, it's like, oh, well, that just sounds like that. I wonder if he's thinking of this. Because, there's such a proximity to that material, and the New Testament writers are finding it useful. I mean, they're not giving it street cred in the sense that, oh, this should be in the New Testament too.
Right.
Just like in the Old Testament when the psalmist quotes from the Baal cycle, it's like, I'm not voting for the Baal cycle either. Okay? It's just that they were familiar with it and they're using it to communicate to their audience who also knew it. And so it helps them get a point across that otherwise, in their mind, they're thinking, well, I can't really say this as well, without this, so I'm going to bring it along to help make the point. So there's a lot of it that goes on. So it's not like you can't get the gospel. Okay, if you don't have Enoch, if you don't do any Second Temple stuff, am I going to miss the gospel? No, of course not. But if you want to understand the New Testament well, and you want to interpret it on its own terms, then you got to get your head into it. And you have to get it into your head as well.
What other types of literature is available that we have today that we can kind of see echoes of in the New Testament?
Well, Paul quotes from what we would call, classical Greek poets, Greek sources, Menander and Euripides and things like that. You'll get, in the Old Testament, there's a lot of it, especially in Genesis. There will be some pretty direct allusions to, other creation texts like Enuma Elish, even the what's called the Memphite theology from Egypt. That's the only other instance in the ancient world where the deity creates by the spoken word. That sort of thing. So there are parts of Proverbs where if you take parts of Proverbs and line it up against the wisdom of Amenemopa, it's almost word for word the same. And again, it's not like Solomon's like, hey, I'm a chapter short here. What do I do? I'm going to go look on this guy's desk, and take his work. And that isn't the point. The point is that people all over the world are writing about wise living. And so Solomon's like, yeah, I kind of like that. I'm going to bring that over here. I'm going to change a few things, so that it's identified with me and whatnot. But I kind of like that thought. And they don't have any sense of intellectual property in the ancient world. There are no,
Plagiarists
there are no copyright lawyers. They're not thinking of it that way. There's no ownership, a sense of ownership over things like this. So you see that happen. But even broadly speaking, if we believe in general revelation, it rains on the land of the unjust and the just. Their crops are going to grow either way. Then God is going to be interested enough in humanity, even if they're not, part of the family, just, the common grace of God, as theologians like to call it, that people are going to have a sense of how I should live to be happy, how I should live to have a fruitful life and not live for myself, and what my relationships, with my family should be, and my employees, and all of that stuff is you see in wisdom literature all over the ancient world, no matter where it's found. And again, as a Christian, I say, well, that's the common grace of God, directing something in the heart of man, to have good relationships with fellow human beings. Why wouldn't we expect there to be a similarity?
Right.
And on a deeper sense, of course, the influence of the writing that we know as the book of 1 Enoch, strong theological implications throughout the New Testament. That's the theme of the book, Reversing Hermon, the importance of the sin of the Watchers in the book of Enoch for New Testament theology. Dr. Mike Heiser, the author, always a fascinating conversation, Mike. For Josh Peck, I'm Derek Gilbert. We thank you for watching as we keep watch. This is Skywatch TV.